Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone. We're starting almost exactly on time, like a well-oiled Swiss watch or the Swiss train industry. If you've ever been to Switzerland, they run on time. So that's my main task today, is keeping all of our fantastic speakers on time, so we have plenty of time for question and answer. So I want to welcome everyone to our annual Institute for Prostate Cancer Research Symposium. This room is a little bit different. In the past, we've had it in a different building over in Pelton, but because they're working on the electrical systems, they wouldn't allow us to have the meeting there this year, but we'll probably be back there next year. So we have a few little different logistics for this meeting. It's a little bit more difficult for the question and answer period. We'll get to that in a moment as we move into that phase of the discussion, but hopefully you'll be able to hear all of the speakers well. If any of us aren't articulating or projecting, please raise your hand and we'll remind the speakers to speak into this microphone. So this is our sixth annual event. It's hard to believe we've been doing this for 6 years, and it's really our report back to the community on the latest research and treatment efforts around prostate cancer. So we really view this as a two-way street from us in terms of communicating information, but always also hearing back from you what's most relevant to prostate cancer in the community. We have a very ambitious agenda today. Some of the talks are updates from talks that you heard last year or the year before. These were very well received, and it seems like they're very useful to reinforce some of the messages that were presented previously and update them with new information. And then we have a number of very new talks that explore and communicate to you a lot of really exciting fields, areas, and particularly in diagnostics of imaging procedures and kind of minimally invasive approaches for diagnosing prostate cancer. So there's a session focused on that as well. So just a word about the IPCR. So the Institute of Prostate Cancer Research was really instigated by Dr. Paul Lang, who was the chairman of urology at the University of Washington. He recognized more than 10 years ago that there were tremendous strengths both at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center and the University of Washington around prostate cancer, and the idea is that there was a lot of synergy, and this really spawned the development of this institute, which brings together more than 30 scientists, researchers, clinicians, population scientists, individuals interested in prevention, all focused around prostate cancer. And this is really some of the culmination of that work that continues today. Some of the details of the IPCR, the accomplishments, the areas of research and treatment are shown on a website here that's hosted at Fred Hutch, so you're more than welcome to peruse that. And also there's ideas for advocacy of how you can participate as well. We have a number of objectives here for this meeting. First and foremost is really to provide you with the information around prevention, screening, and treatment of prostate cancer. We want to highlight some exciting new developments that occurred here in Seattle, in your own backyard, emphasizing the kind of cutting-edge work that we continue to do. And we also have dedicated time after each session for questions from you. And this is, to me, always the most interesting part of the whole symposium, is to get your questions. That really kind of refocuses what we do on a day-to-day basis. So that's very important. And then I also want to emphasize this idea of partnership. It's not just us here, it's not just you there, it's really how we interact together. And that's very important as we think about advocacy for certainly for funding for research in the U.S. and worldwide. I do want to dedicate this symposium, we do this every year, to two individuals, Todd Brahman and James Matson. They were heroic individuals that lost their lives this year to prostate cancer. And I think they each exemplified the type of qualities that we see in men with prostate cancer, the brotherhood, the tenacity, optimism, and altruism that we all see every day in patients that are affected with this disease. They really were advocates. They were tireless in the community, helping others. and I think they really represent those in the community that we've lost. So these men and others like them remind us the urgency, really, that we have to combat this disease. I want to thank a number of individuals, in case I forget to at the end. Certainly Nola Klemfas, who was instrumental in really organizing this entire symposium, the development staff at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center and the University of Washington, the many prostate cancer support groups that are around the state that really serve as local advocacy and communication groups back to you. We have 3 sponsors this year that helped underwrite the cost of the symposium. Janssen, Color Genomics, and Homegrown provided some of the food and lunches that you'll be enjoying later today. And then many generous donors to the Institute for Prostate Cancer Research. So I'll briefly touch on the agenda. We'll obviously dig into this as we go. The first session this morning is focusing really on screening, early detection, diet, exercise, prevention type strategies, and also discussing some really exciting developments around genetic predisposition to prostate cancer. And then we'll end the session with a Washington State initiative that you heard initially about last year that we call Empower Northwest, and there's been a lot of movement in that area and some exciting results there. And then we'll have 15 minutes for your question and answers for these speakers, and then we'll have a coffee break. Then the next session before lunch really focuses on this exciting area about minimally invasive diagnostics. There's been really a sea change in how we use imaging, such as MRI and PET scans, to diagnose prostate cancer. And then there's interesting work going on in diagnostic biomarkers that can be used in the urine or the blood to more pinpoint features of prostate cancer without needing invasive type biopsies and tests. Then we'll have another question and answer period and then break for lunch. And then this afternoon there'll be a focus on treatment of more advanced prostate cancer. We have a session that discusses really the nitty-gritty of clinical trials. That's often a mystery to a lot of individuals. What are clinical trials? They get worried about placebo-controlled trials and randomized trials. So Bruce Montgomery will lead this along with 2 patients that have participated in clinical trials, and we'll have a Q&A period to ask them, for example, what their concerns were going in and what ultimately happened. Then we'll talk a bit about precision oncology, and this really is using the genetic features of a tumor to more precisely guide therapy, and then end with the future. What kind of things are we anticipating over the next year or two in terms of new therapeutic agents around immunotherapy and other targeted therapies? We'll have another question and answer period and then the closing. So I'm just going to give a brief overview before we get into the actual talks to really define where we are today. What are we really dealing with? And I want to tell you a little anecdote that I think emphasizes the importance of doing this. So maybe 7 years or so ago, I gave a talk over in Sequim. It was sponsored by Fred Hutch. It was really an outreach talk, very similar to this one, to a community of 50 or 60 individuals that I thought probably had quite a bit of knowledge around prostate cancer already. So I gave this talk about 45 minutes, really laying out the landscape of prostate cancer. And it was one of the few talks my wife was able to attend, so she was back in the audience. And afterwards she told me she was kind of cringing at some of the things that I was saying because the language I was using were words like indolent prostate cancer, and she didn't really even know the context of what that word indolent meant in terms of how you think about a disease or a cancer. So the emphasis was I didn't describe it very well, understanding what the audience knew or needed to know. And this was really brought home by the question and answer period. So after I finished my 45-minute talk, I asked for questions. And the very first question was, where's the prostate? So I think I needed to start with the basics, which I failed to do. So that's where we're starting today. There's the prostate. Okay. But perhaps more specifically, there's the prostate. And I think you're all aware that it's a very strategic location that whoever designed it probably didn't do the best job in terms of the plumbing and how we think about it working and things. So I'm just give just 2 minutes really of the facts and figures. You can readily get this information from an annual report that the American Cancer Society provides. These are the updated statistics for 2017, and I think they're still very sobering about the problem that we're dealing with. So if you think about all cancer in the United States, every month there are 50,000 deaths due to cancer in the U.S. So more than 140,000 diagnoses. So this translates every day to more than 1,500 deaths due to cancer. And if you think about it, dividing it every minute, there's a death due to cancer every day in the United States. Prostate cancer accounts for a lot of this. So just the new diagnoses every year, you can see that 19% of all cancer diagnosed in the U.S. is prostate cancer. That's a pretty staggering number. And the number of deaths due to prostate cancer are 8% of the total. So this is a major disease that we face every day. Fascinatingly, the incidence rates or the detection rates have dropped dramatically over the last couple decades, and Dr. Etzioni may provide some insights for this. This big peak, that big peak on the curve here is when PSA screening was very, very prominent, and many of you know that more recently the recommendations for PSA screening are basically not to do screening, or at least start off simply with a discussion, but not routinely to do it. This probably accounts for some of the major drop in new diagnoses. But very interestingly, the death rate, so the number of men per, say, 100,000 men in the U.S. has also been dropping. You can see in the gray line here, it's been declining also since the 1990s. Part of this, we think, is due to that early phase of early detection, and probably another part is related to better treatments for advanced disease. But honestly, we don't really know what accounts for the majority of this decline. Dr. Etzioni has done a lot of work in this area and can probably provide some insights into that. Yet, despite this decline, in the U.S., we have more than 160,000 cases of new diagnoses of prostate cancer every year, and more than 26,000 deaths in the U.S. every year due to prostate cancer. So when you think about the lifetime probability, it's 1 in every 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and 1 in every 40 men will die of prostate cancer. These are really staggering statistics if you think about it from the point of view of the entire country. Just in Washington State, in 2017, there are more than 3,500 new diagnoses projected and 620 deaths in our state. So I think that these are sobering numbers that really emphasize the urgency that we really need to think about in tackling prostate cancer. I would say there are many reasons for optimism. First, we're learning much more about risk and predisposition. You'll hear about that today. We're learning much more about prevention. You'll hear about that today. There are better screening tools. They're far from perfect, but every year they do get better and better. Optimism there. There's also major improvements in treating advanced disease. Although we're still struggling to actually cure it, we can extend survival substantially and improve quality of life. And as you'll hear about at the very last talk, there are some really interesting responses to certain types of immune-based therapies. So there's a lot of excitement there. There are many smart and dedicated researchers that every day devote their day and week and month and year focused on prostate cancer, and we'll hear from them today. And then your participation in activism, the fact that you're all here today, to me is a very optimistic, helps us really believe and understand that we can cure this disease. So a few final details before we start. At lunch there will be tables from the support group and the sponsors outside in the hallway. We're going to open up the big atrium there for the lunches. We'll have about 45 minutes for that. All of these talks are being recorded and they will be posted to YouTube. We've done that every year. Hopefully you've been able to see them. So for friends that weren't able to be here today, or if you simply want them look at them again in between March Madness basketball games. You want to go back and look. They'll be up there. We will have question and answer cards for those of you who don't want to raise your hand. If you write a question down as we're going through the talks, at the Q&A sessions, we'll pass those cards. I'll try to moderate, because in the past what we've seen is sometimes we get the same question repeatedly, so that's a really important one to get across. So I'll moderate those. And then it's very important to have your feedback. I'll try to remember to ask for this again at the very end of the day. But how do we do this better? What other things should we be covering that we really didn't think about or didn't have time to present today? But in future IPCR symposium, we can cover them. So thank you. And as we begin, we're starting our first morning session with Dr. Etzioni. Let's see if I can get out of here. Hopefully I can. Here we go. So Dr. Etzioni is a researcher here at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. She's really internationally known for her work around prostate cancer screening, the use of PSA, various other outcome approaches. She's reanalyzed all the big screening studies that used PSA to demonstrate whether there was or wasn't a change in survival endpoints. And so we'll hear from her today about really the latest around screening. Ruth?
Thanks, Pete. Good morning, everyone. This is always such a pleasure doing the symposium, and I hope I have a little time, but I hope that if I don't get to your questions, that we'll be able to get to them in the question and answer. So I'm sure that everyone here has heard the term evidence-based medicine. And all of our policy panels that are tasked with making recommendations for early detection and screening are tasked with developing evidence-based recommendations. But the truth is that when it comes to developing recommendations for screening, there are many gaps in the evidence. And our lab, which is a group of biostatisticians, focuses on trying to fill in those gaps. Today I'm going to try to give you a sense of where we're at in prostate cancer screening, while at the same time telling you about several of our ongoing projects. So in a way, we're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting to see what happens with the fallout from the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force's D recommendation against prostate cancer screening. And I showed these figures last year. The first one is a survey of prostate cancer screening rates by age. The gray, with mouse here, yeah, the gray here, the gray curve here is the most recent survey by age, showing men's use of screening. So it's dropped a bit. And here is prostate cancer incidence that Pete showed. There was a big drop-off in 2012. We were about 3 years behind. We get prostate cancer rates 3 years. From 3 years ago are our most recent. The 2014 rates are going to be coming out next month. And so you can see this drop-off. You see this big peak when screening first came in, and it was as men rapidly adopted PSA screening. And then there's always a drop when an early detection intervention is rapidly adopted, as the pool of latent cases becomes depleted. And then what's interesting is that you see it didn't go all the way down, but then it kind of started to go up again and then came down again. So what we think was happening over here was more extensive biopsies. We know that the original 4 to 6 core biopsies did not detect all prostate cancers. And so there were several years when biopsy technology changed, and so that might have led to the second peak. And it's likely that some of this drop, and it's been commented on a lot, is due to this drop in screening. Now, we've tried to kind of map out what would happen if men followed the D recommendation. This is a graph of advanced stage prostate cancer incidence. The black curve is observed rates from the cancer registry over time. And just when PSA screening came in the years after, you can see this dramatic drop in advanced stage cancer as a diagnosis. And we've calculated that the majority of that drop is likely due to screening. Can't quite match it. And if we had to discontinue screening, we would see a big rise pretty soon in the incidence of advanced stage prostate cancer. So we are eagerly waiting to see what happens with the 2014 data when it comes out in a month's time. Now, what would happen to deaths? So here we have the mortality curve. This is the curve really that Pete showed in black, and that big drop in prostate cancer deaths. And we spent a lot of time trying to understand how much of that drop was due to screening based on what we know about screening patterns, and how much of that drop was due to better treatment, particularly for localized prostate cancer, improvements in surgery in the early part of the PSA era, and the use of hormone therapies with radiation therapy really contributed as well to this drop. And yet there are other factors that we think also contributed that we think might be related to the use of PSA after diagnosis and earlier detection of progressive disease and much earlier application of secondary and salvage treatments after diagnosis. And that's very difficult to model, and we're working on seeing if we can model that and explain the drop. But the net upshot of this is that if men do follow the D recommendation, deaths will increase, but they won't increase back to their original levels because of these other factors that have contributed to the drop. Now, while we're in this holding pattern, right now as we speak, the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force is revisiting its recommendation. We have begged them to let us help them, but they're really, again, tasked with using the evidence, and the evidence comes from the two largest screening trials, the European trial, ERSBC, and the US trial, PLCO. And that's what their original recommendations were based on, the trials, and they're continuing to look at updates of the trials. And our kind of filling in the evidence gaps, which uses mathematical and statistical tools, is a step removed from the classical definition of evidence. And it's not quite at the point where they as a policy panel are ready to use it. I will say that we've worked with practically every other policy panel: the American Cancer Society, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, the American Urology Association. So what I'm going to show you now is some work that we've done revisiting the trials. So just to show you what the trials look like, right? This is the European trial, the updates from the European trial. And you can see that screening really seems to have had a benefit. This is prostate cancer deaths, cumulative over time. But in the US trial, there was no difference. In fact, the screening group had slightly more deaths than the control group, prostate cancer. And the reduction in deaths was really quite significant, at least a 20% reduction in deaths in the European trial. And I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this and I'm realizing I updated my slides, and I'm not sure if these are the updated slides or not, but I'm going to make it work regardless. This is the reduction in deaths. So this is the deaths in the screen group relative to the deaths in the control group. So if it's less than 1, it means that there were fewer deaths in the control group. So 0.79 means there were 21% fewer deaths in the screen group than in the control group. So that reflects the lower deaths in the screen group. And in the U.S. trial, it's not less than 1. It's slightly more than 1. It means there was no drop. It was a slight increase in deaths, but this was not significant. So when the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force was looking at these results, it was equivocal, and the result was a D recommendation. Also, the absolute numbers in the trials of lives saved were low. That's the second row here, the numbers of lives saved per 1,000 men screened, and they felt that this was just not significant enough. And we have done a lot of work and published and spoken a lot about how you can't look within the trial. You have to imagine that you're actually applying the trial results to a population over a much longer period of time, and these small numbers are going to be much higher in the population. So this is recent work that I'm going to tell you about, and actually it's the first time I've presented these results, and they've just been accepted for publication in the Annals of Internal Medicine. It's going to take me a few minutes to explain what we did, and I really hope this is clear, and I welcome any questions. So the main point of what we did was that the reason why the U.S. trial did not give a result is that there was a lot of screening on the control arm. It was not a trial of screening versus no screening. Oops. Okay, I can still talk, and hopefully our AV people will fix this. Okay, it's okay. I'll still. Okay, great. There was a lot of screening. The U.S. trial started in 1993, and screening had already started in the U.S. And 74% of men on the control arm of the U.S. trial were screened at least once, and half of them were screened every year. So this was really an explanation. We understand, and even the investigators of that trial do not submit it now as screening versus no screening. But what are we to do with that information? And can we somehow put the results of these trials together in a way that recognizes that it is not screening versus no screening? So here's our idea. Our idea is that we have two trials, and each of them has a screen and control arm. But instead of comparing the screen with the control arm as is usually done, let's consider comparing all of the arms against an unscreened population prior to the U.S., prior to the introduction of PSA screening. So we're going to compare all of those arms with the U.S. prior to the introduction of PSA screening. Now, it turns out that on each of those arms, not only in the U.S. trial, but even in the European trial on their control arm, there was a little bit of screening. There was some screening on every arm. And we can't really talk about screening versus no screening because the protocols of the trial were different. In the U.S., there was screening every year, and a positive test was a PSA of 4. And in the European trial, there was a test every 2 to 4 years, depending on the center, and the cutoff was 3. And the compliance with biopsy in the U.S. was much lower than in Europe. So in a sense, the amount of screening and diagnostic, we can say the screening and diagnostic intensity was different on every arm of every trial. So the first thing we do is we develop a proxy for this screening and diagnostic intensity, and that it's more or less interpreted as the amount by which the prostate cancer diagnosis is advanced in each arm. So how much earlier are we going to be able to detect on each arm, based on how much screening and compliance and biopsy was going on. And the numbers are here. From the PLCO, that's the US screen group, it's about 4.1 years. And in the control group, it's 0.9 years, earlier diagnosis relative to the unscreened population. All right, so we have this difference in screening and diagnostic intensity. And then we statistically correlate it with the reduction in prostate cancer death, with the screening benefit. And we find that the screening benefit on each arm now, relative to the unscreened population, is very correlated, very dependent on this diagnostic and screening intensity. And once we account for that diagnostic and screening intensity, there is no difference in the benefit in the two trials. The screening and diagnostic intensity is very different in the two trials and very different between the arms of each trial. But once we account for that, there is no trial effect. So we actually conclude from this that the trials are very consistent so long as you don't do the normal analysis, and so long as you actually go beyond the data and recognize that you have a way of understanding why there was a difference between the results of the trials. So the conclusion of our paper is that the trials are actually much more consistent than the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force or anyone else reading the empirical data would conclude. And if you look towards the lower part of the slide, if we translate that, if we say screening benefit depends on this screening and diagnostic intensity, and we look at the screening and diagnostic intensity on the screened arms of each trial, we conclude that actually screening in the European trial was associated with a 28 to 35% reduction in mortality. And in the U.S. trial, because there's benefit on both arms of the U.S. trial, it's over 30% reduction relative to no screening. And the reason there's a range there is because we've worked with other groups doing this work, 2 other groups modeling, and our results are very consistent, so we have a robust result. And so this is, we just heard this week that this is now provisionally is accepted to the Annals of Internal Medicine, and I'm very happy to present these results to you. So I've got just a couple more minutes, and I want to just tell you about a couple of other projects that our lab is working on. So I was very delighted to attend the annual summit of the Prostate Health Education Network, an advocacy organization for African American men in Washington, D.C. last year. And I am utterly committed to trying to disseminate this work that we've done that shows that African American men have a very different profile of prostate cancer than the general population. Now, we know this from incidence and mortality curves. We know that prostate cancer have more than 1.5 times the incidence and double the mortality of prostate cancer than the general population. But why is it? Is it just because they have more disease? Is it because they have worse disease? So what we've done is, again, we've tried to go beyond the data and try to learn about what is the difference. And again, with 3 different models, I'm showing the results from our model, we've concluded that they have more disease, and they get it earlier, and it progresses faster to a metastatic state. And these are the numbers. The lifetime risk of, not of incidence, what you see in the data, but of actually having onset of a prostate cancer tumor is 45% in black men relative to 29% in white men, in the general population, I'm sorry. And the lifetime risk of having a progression to a metastatic tumor is 10% given that you've had onset, 10% of those tumors will progress to metastatic state in black men versus the general population. And so we believe that this mandates different screening for this vulnerable population that is not average risk. And the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force did not provide a separate guideline for this population, and we're trying to change that. This is where we have an evidence gap. Why is there an evidence gap? Because there is no screening trial in African American men. We have to use what we know about how they're different to project out to the consequences of different screening approaches for this population, and that's what we do in our lab. So in the last minute, I just will turn to talk about the future of screening, and Pete talked about risk stratification, and Pete is telling me not to talk about this because I'm out of time. So hopefully you'll hear more about this. Some of you may have heard about a baseline PSA for men in their 40s, predicting risk in the future. I'll just tell you this is based on a Swedish study of stored blood samples. So we first want to check that this really pans out and we can validate these results and then project out for our policy panels of whether it's worthwhile screening all men in their 40s once and then partitioning them into high versus low risk and doing different screening, or maybe screening everyone every 2 years and what are the differential consequences of those. And trust me, there's no trial that's going to look at that. So again, we have to use our methods. And so I will end here. Do we need a better test? I think PSA is a very efficacious test. And in past years, you've heard me speak about how we should be using it smarter. And here are some of the things that we've come up with. And so in the end, it's wonderful that you're all here because it's an opportunity for you to be informed. And I'll be very happy to answer further questions to enhance that. Thank you.
So write your questions down on the white cards that you've been passed out, because at the end of the session we'll have time for Q&A with Dr. Etzioni and the rest. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Marian Newhauser, who's an expert on nutrition in relationship to cancer, and she'll give us an update relative to prostate cancer. Mary?
Thank you, Pete. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see such a big crowd on a rainy Saturday. I hear we're going to get some sun tomorrow, so everyone can get out and get their walks tomorrow. So many patients wonder, will what I eat or how much I weigh impact whether or not my prostate comes back or worsens? And to answer this question, we really need research, because research provides evidence. And as Dr. Etzioni mentioned in her talk, all patient guidelines should be evidence-based. It's very tempting to go on the internet or go down to the university bookstore or go on to Amazon and look for, a book or some information on nutrition. But a lot of that is what we call junk science. We've heard a lot about fake news over the last 6 months. Well, fake science has been around a lot longer than fake news. So we really need to have, science, nutrition science guide, clinical guidelines, and that's what we're trying to do in our studies here on nutrition and prostate cancer. The study that we're doing now is called the Prostate Cancer Active Lifestyle Study, or PALS. And the principal investigator is Dr. Jonathan Wright, who's sitting right over there, and he'll be the next speaker and can talk a little bit more about some of the trial as well. And these days we realize that a lot of studies, especially large studies, requires teams. It's not necessarily just one person working in a lab, but it requires teams. So we have a large team on this study, and our names are mentioned there, and here's our logo. So the overall goal of the PALS study is to test whether a lifestyle intervention, so this is a clinical trial, it's an intervention, and it's based on weight loss through diet and physical activity, in men with low-grade prostate cancer who are on active surveillance, will improve blood and prostate tissue biomarkers of glucose regulation. Oh, I think we lost the signal again. Well, I'll keep talking. You might be wondering, why are we looking at glucose regulation? Don't you want to look at prostate cancer? Isn't that what you're really interested in? Well, there's a couple of reasons why this is what we call our endpoint of the trial. First of all, if we have prostate cancer or progression as the endpoint in the trial, we need a really large study and we need a really long study. We receive our funding from the National Cancer Institute, which is part of the National Institutes of Health, and they typically will fund trials for 4 to 5 years. And so within that time frame, we would need to have such a large study where sufficient numbers of men would progress on to have a recurrence or more advanced disease to be able to find a result that we could call statistically significant. In other words, not a null value. And so instead, what we often do in these diet and exercise trials is we use what we call a surrogate endpoint biomarker. And these biomarkers are ones that are on the way to cancer, so they're in the middle. So we have a risk factor, which might be weighing too much or having poor diet or poor physical activity. Those lifestyle factors influence what we call a surrogate endpoint biomarker, and those surrogate endpoint biomarkers are on the pathway to the disease. So we have a short time frame, and we have a relatively small sample size because funds are limited. And so that's why we are measuring these biomarkers, and one of the reasons that we are measuring glucose is that impaired glucose regulation is likely involved with how cells in the prostate replicate and how cells become bad partners in the disease. And so our hope is that these improvements in glucose regulation, both in the blood as well as in prostate tissue, because men on active surveillance have biopsies every year, so we can look at these things in the prostate tissue. It's hoped that these improvements will reduce the risk of prostate cancer progression. So that's our overall goal. So here is our study design. To be involved in PALS, patients must be on active surveillance for their treatment, and they must weigh more than what would be their ideal body weight. And so they're randomized. We heard at the beginning that later today you're going to hear a little bit more about what a clinical trial is, and this is a clinical trial. Men are randomized to either the intervention, which is based on a program called the Diabetes Prevention Program, or control. And control is just their usual care. You know, they do get to meet with our study team at the beginning of the study and then at the end of the study. And they're given all of the intervention materials at the end of the study, but they have their usual care with their urologist. So what happens is men have their diagnostic biopsy, and if they qualify, if they're on active surveillance and meet some of the other study criteria, then they are randomized to either the intervention or the control. And at the beginning, before they start the intervention, we take a blood sample, we do an exercise test to make sure that their heart is healthy enough to undergo exercise. They complete several questionnaires on their usual diet, their usual physical activity. We take their weight, their waist circumference. We do a body scan where we can look and see where their fat is distributed. And then they're in the study for 6 months. So for those who were in the intervention, they come here to this building. I'll show you some photos in the next couple of slides, where they meet on a rather intensive basis with our study nutritionist and also an exercise specialist. So they receive a lot of instruction about how to modify their diet, what you do when you're going out, you know, what you do on Super Bowl Sunday, how do you manage holidays, all those things that are hard for patients to maintain, you know, good, healthy dietary pattern. And then both the intervention and the control men come in at the end of 6 months, and they repeat all of the measures. And then again at 12 months they come in for some of the same measures. In this last 6 months that we call the post-intervention period, men are not coming in for instruction, but we're giving them a little bit of information because it's very hard for most people. It doesn't matter if you've had a cancer diagnosis or not. It's very hard to change diet on your own. Some people can do it, but most people benefit from some help and some guidance. So the nutrition component of the Diabetes Prevention Program, which has been a very successful program to prevent and treat diabetes and even some cancers, emphasizes reduced calories through smaller portion sizes and food choices. So it's not just how much you eat, but it's what you eat as well. Lower fat content, because fat has more calories than carbohydrate or protein. In fact, over twice as many more calories in fat than carbohydrate or protein. We teach men how to carefully monitor their daily food intake. We teach patients how to be mindful of what they eat, to think about how much they eat and, you know, where they are and all of that context around eating. And importantly, there are no magic foods or food groups that have to be completely eliminated. So again, this is where some of the fake nutrition science that's on the internet and in the bookstores comes into play. If you see something that sounds too good to be true, it probably is. It's just like investing money. If, you know, there's no get rich quick scheme, there's no lose weight quick scheme, you know, that is healthy and beneficial for the long term. So the food type and the food amount is key, and this is what our study nutritionist works very carefully with the patients on. She teaches them how to measure their foods, teaches them how to think about how to plan meals and snacks and so forth. And for a lot of men, it's a big change, and we always welcome their spouses or partners to come in and be part of the sessions as well. And we have found that so far there has been success in weight loss, so we're pleased with that. They also participate in physical activity. Right here in this building down on the E level is where the men come for their sessions, both with the nutritionist, and then we have this fabulous exercise facility within our prevention center. And the men can choose to either have individual, drop-in sessions, or we have a great exercise physiologist that also works with men to customize their particular, prescription for exercise for this particular intervention. So what are the next steps? PALS is enrolling men with early stage prostate cancer who are on active surveillance. We will not have study results for several years, but we're optimistic about the success. And other health benefits are weight reduction, good diet and physical activity improves overall health and reduces the risk of other diseases such as cardiovascular disease and diabetes. And our long-term goals include dissemination and implementation. Those are two words that we hear a lot around the scientific and particularly the cancer community these days. Dissemination and implementation. Well, what does that mean? That means that the scientific results that we find get translated to clinical care. They get applied to clinical care. And so in the clinical practice setting, physicians, either family practice physicians, internists, or urologists, can advise patients on some of these things, and so patients don't go to the internet to get the fake science. And unfortunately, the time lag between new scientific discoveries, and this is not just nutrition science, but it's all science, and applications to patients or health policy is way too long. The average is about 17 years. So we want to, decrease that time length. And there is, quite a bit of active thought in this area, especially at the level of the NIH. They're developing a lot of new dissemination and implementation research protocols to really decrease that time, because 17 years on average is way too long. If PALS is successful, we would like to broaden the intervention to more patients at more sites with the eventual hope that it becomes standard of care. And if you know someone or if you yourself have had a heart attack, you probably know about cardiac rehab. Well, cardiac rehab comes with nutrition counseling, it comes with physical therapy and exercise therapy and so on. Cancer doesn't have any of that. So we really need to have, a cancer rehab type of program. But we need, insurers to pay for that, and it's, kind of a large problem. But that would really be our hope, is that cancer rehab with weight control, nutrition, and physical activity, and all kinds of other important lifestyle features could become part of the cancer care process. And then finally, just to reemphasize again, that clinical guidelines should be evidence-based. And I think we'll have questions at the end after all the panel comes up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marion. Write your questions down. I'm sure you'll have a lot of nutrition questions. So our next speaker is Dr. Jonathan Wright. He's a professor in the Department of Urology at the University of Washington. He's a surgeon and a scientist, and he'll, I think, tell us a bit about what we should be doing with exercise. Jonathan.
Anyone need to make a phone call? Sorry about that. Yeah. The electronic challenges continue. So that's a great lead-in. Marion's talk about diet and the exercise as part of the PALS study, and I'm going to talk about exercise and prostate cancer specifically. And if my slides go out, I have them on my phone, so we can all huddle up around my phone and look at them. So we're well prepared here. So I'm excited to talk about exercise because we hear a lot about the different treatments that we have for cancer, radical treatments like surgery and radiation for early stage disease, and the medical therapies we have for advanced disease. But there are certainly things that you, the patient, can do that can also have a profound impact on the outcomes and your survivorship. Now this slide here just talks about the reduction in how exercise has been shown in many cancers to be associated with a lower risk of developing the cancer. Now we're here talking about those with cancer, but also prevention is important as well. And this is all the top cancers: colon, breast, bladder, endometrial, and gastrointestinal as well, renal cancer, kidney cancer, and there's prostate on the bottom. So across the board, regular exercise is associated with a lower risk of developing cancer. Now there's lots of benefits of exercise. Some of them are obvious, right? You do more exercise, you're going to have more strength, you're going to be in better cardiovascular shape, you're going to lose weight. Those benefits are obvious. But there's also other survivorship benefits as well. Quality of life has been consistently demonstrated to be improved. Both the physical quality of life, emotional quality of life have been improved. One's self-esteem. Anxiety is reduced. Study after study showing less anxiety for patients that are participating and doing lots of exercise. Emotional, cognitive functioning, and fatigue. Fatigue is a really big issue in prostate cancer, especially in advanced prostate cancer. Those patients in the room that are on ADT, that are on hormonal therapy for prostate cancer, are well aware of this. This was a study a couple of years ago that 40% of patients on ADT for prostate cancer had clinically meaningful fatigue, affecting their daily functioning. Not just, hey, I'm tired, but really interfering with their life. Exercise can counteract that. And it doesn't really matter what kind of exercise. Within the last couple of months, 2017 publication, this study looked at the different types of exercise. They randomized men on ADT to either cardiovascular training, so getting out there and doing brisk walking, those kind of things, or musculoskeletal training, doing lifting exercises, weightlifting exercises, impact exercises. And they also had a control group that they didn't do anything on and followed them. This was a 1-year intervention, and across the board, fatigue was improved. What these tables show here is that these are showing the improvements. The one on the left side is showing the improvement in fatigue scores for patients based on how much fatigue they started with. So each group, each of these 4 bars across the way, the bars on the far left are those that didn't report much fatigue when they started. Well, if you don't report much fatigue, you're not going to have much improvement in your fatigue because you're not fatigued. But the more fatigue patients had at the beginning, the more improvement they had with exercise. So the farthest group with the biggest bar are the most fatigued at baseline from their ADT and had the most profound improvement by doing 12 months of exercise. The table next to that is looking at the vitality, so it's the exact opposite. So those that had the worst starting point of vitality had the greatest improvement in vitality over the course of the 1-year intervention. Now, how might exercise actually improve against the cancer? Well, Dr. Neuhauser talked to some extent about that, how we don't really know how weight loss, diet, exercise improve cancer outcomes. And this complex slide here I'm not going to go through, but it's just to highlight there are many different possibilities for how, and it may and well be more than one mechanism how activity and diet improve cancer outcomes. And the studies we're doing are to try to understand those specific mechanisms. But all of these things are definitely potentially working against the cancer and for you. Here's a couple of data looking at specifically in prostate cancer. These are 2 very large studies, 70,000 men in the top, 47,000 men in the second. Those doing more exercise had a reduction in the top slide of risk of aggressive disease, so a 30% reduction in the risk of having the higher Gleason score disease. The second study looked at those that had advanced disease, a 70% risk reduction in advanced spread cancer. That should be 30 MET hours, not 30 hours a week. It's a much lower amount of exercise that is required. What about those with cancer? So that was risk of developing cancer. What did look at men with prostate cancer? A couple of other studies, a few thousand men in these. The top one, walking more than 3 hours a week at a brisk pace, almost a 60% lower risk of disease progression compared to those who didn't walk very much at a much slower pace. Men with cancer, big reduction in progression if you're getting out and being active. That was looking at risk of disease progression. The second one looking at more vigorous activity, so not much. The first one's kind of in moderate. This is a more vigorous activity. You can see a tremendous reduction in the risk of prostate cancer-specific mortality. I like what Marion said about we need a prescription. We need to be able to write for our survivors to go and get exercise, get diet, and do like we do for cardiac rehab. But we need the studies. The PAL study is for men in low-risk disease on active surveillance. This is a study we're doing at the other end. and that's for men that have advanced prostate cancer. It's called the interval study, intense exercise for survival among men with metastatic castrate-resistant prostate cancer. And this is only an exercise intervention, trying to evaluate high-intensity aerobic and resistance training. So combining both, improving your cardiovascular and improving your strength as well. And this one, because it's an advanced stage, is able to look at survival as an endpoint and quality of life. This is an international study, 19 sites across the globe. The majority are international because those places you can write a prescription and say go get exercise, and it's given as part of their healthcare system. A lot of the sites are in Australia and the UK where they can do that. There's only 5 sites in the US, and we happen to be one of them. And that's because we have the resources here and the investment in both in people and space to be able to do this. This is our primary research team. Evan Yu, you're going to hear from later, medical oncology. He is in the room. He's our lead medical oncologist on this. Steve Plymate is a gerontologist and an expert in some of the mechanisms by which activity may improve survival, and he actually sits on the International Biomarker Committee for this. Ann McTiernan, some of you may know, she's an MD PhD here at the Hutch and has led for years a number of exercise interventions in women with breast cancer. There's tons of studies in women with exercise and diet. There's essentially none in prostate. And these 2 studies are going to help do that. Janet Stanford, many of you heard from before, a world leader in epidemiology of prostate cancer, is helping. Matt Van Dorn is an exercise physiologist who will meet with the survivors downstairs in that room that Marion showed a picture of earlier. He is also the exercise physiologist on this study. Kelly Crowder in the back over there, I see here, she has been instrumental in helping us get through this, through all the IRB requirements, which is a major hurdle to do this type of study in patients. The target is 900 men. As was discussed, as Marion discussed, we need a much bigger study to show a survival difference. And again, in the advanced setting, we were more likely to be able to do that. But this is 900 men, and we're looking at a number of different secondary outcomes as well, which include things like fatigue, like physical functioning, quality of life, symptomatic skeletal-related events. You know, ADT weakens your bones and weakens your muscles. So if we can strengthen your bones and strengthen your muscles with some of this impact training and the cardiovascular activity, we would likely be able to reduce the incidence of skeletal-related events as well. So who would qualify for this? So these patients have to be castrate-resistant prostate cancer. Because of the advent and the use of abiraterone and enzalutamide, they've included a part of that as well. So patients can be on Abi or Enza and not progressing, or patients that have not received it yet and have evidence of the cancer progressing. Rising PSA, measurable disease on bone scans. They have to be medically fit to undergo. It's a pretty intense exercise, which is why, in part, no prior chemotherapy is included for this specific study, trying to really define the population that we're going to be looking at. But if you potentially are in this arena or know patients or friends that would, please let us know. We're very close to beginning opening and enrolling. This is a basic schematic. Patients, you will be randomized to either the intensive exercise or a control group. The control group still will get psychosocial support, mailings, and etc., and will take part in the in assessments throughout the 1 year. Over the first month, if you're in the intervention, it's intense. It's coming in 3 days a week for the exercise. Month 2 through 9, you're doing about 2 days a week coming in, and then it goes into where we try to get you more into a maintenance on your own, 1 day a week. So it is, the intervention does take over a month, over about a year to do. But what about for everybody else? What kind of recommendations can I tell you now? These are from the American Cancer Society. Take part in regular physical activity, okay? Try to return to your normal activities as soon as you can after diagnosis and after treatment. I mean, part of our just natural response is to just kind of close in and sit in our house. We need to get out there and continue living. Don't let the cancer control you. You can control your life and move forward. You should aim to exercise 30 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity at least 5 days a week, and make sure a couple of these days are including strength training. Again, as we get older, we lose muscle mass. As we get older, we lose bone strength. Resistance training, weightlifting, Nautilus, that kind of stuff can work against that as well. Even simply jumping up and down, doing jumping jacks. This sounds kind of silly, but that impact actually really strengthens your bones and is one of the best things for improving your bone strength. Patients will often ask me, okay, you keep saying moderate activity, what the heck does that mean? Traditional forms, walking 3 to 4.5 miles an hour. You want to be able to walk fast enough that it's a little bit difficult to carry on a conversation or to whistle. Bicycling about 5 to 9 miles an hour. Other basic exercises, patients tell me all the time, I can't walk because of my knees and my hips, the arthritis that I have. Well, can you do yoga? And certainly, again, Nautilus, where you're going in and working on those rate training machines. Swimming is a fantastic activity if you have difficulty because of your joints. And there's fun things too. Even doubles, tennis doubles can count as moderate activity. Just don't take too much time when you're switching sides of the chat all the time. So. And there are other ways to get it too. You still need to be helpful around the house. So if you are pushing a power lawnmower, that actually counts as moderate physical activity. Note that a driver mower doesn't count. Okay, I have to have people say, "Well, I mow the lawn every week," and then you get a little further and they're in a driver one. That really doesn't count whatsoever. So, and lastly, I think a lot of us can relate to this, and that is that babysitting grandchildren is actually a moderate form of activity. This is listed on the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services webpage. So if you're pushing that kid around, or if you happen to have kind of those bratty kids that you have to chase, dress, lift to a car seat, that counts too. So improve your mood by working with your grandkids and also improve your health. So I'll leave it with that, and I think, again, get out there and do it. And I'll ask you not to be this guy when you're going to the gym, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Heather Chang, who's an assistant professor at the University of Washington. She's a medical oncologist, really making some very insightful inroads into understanding genetic risk and predisposition. So, Heather?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. I was here a couple years ago. I missed last year, so we've made actually quite a bit of progress in that interval period, so I hope I'll be able to share some of that excitement with you. Let's see if I can get my slides to advance. Okay, so just by way of introduction of where we're going to go today in the next few minutes, I'll first talk about, just remind you, prostate cancer is one of the most heritable cancers. So if you have a family member who has prostate cancer, if you have a father, if you have a brother, your risk of prostate cancer goes up. And that also means that for men who have prostate cancer, there may be implications for their children. Genetic risk factors for prostate cancer have been known for some time, such as BRCA2. Some of you may be familiar with that. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. And we now know more about how genes like BRCA2 and related genes affect prostate cancer biology. They also are suggesting some new, really exciting treatment opportunities for men in the more advanced setting, which is the other arena in which I practice, which is patients who have more advanced disease. So there's a lot of excitement there too. I'm not going to spend so much time talking about that because that's going to be covered in subsequent talks. But just to let you know, there's that connection as well. How can we use this information to help patients and their families? That's really important to me and a lot of our group's work. And what are we working on now and why? So what do we talk about when we're talking about genetics? Thank you to Raymond Carver. This is just to remind you or to also emphasize that when we talk about genetics, we're talking about a couple things. So it includes, and this is the emphasis of my talk today, is inherited genetics, which is also called germline genetics. And this is where any individual, each of us, have inherited from both their mothers and their fathers DNA, and these are the genes that make up who you are, and they are found in all cells of your body. They can be associated with higher risks of cancer. They are also called cancer risk genes or cancer predisposition genes. So these are genes that if you inherit them, increase your risk of cancer, but doesn't necessarily mean you'll definitely get cancer. These are genes like BRCA2. There are also cancer-specific genes, which are also called tumor-specific genes or somatic genes. We also will talk about those in many of the talks later today, but what that refers to, in distinction to inherited genes, are things that are private to the cancer. These are have arisen only in the cancer itself, and so picked up only in the cancer cells. They are not in all of the cells of your body. They are not in normal cells. They are only in cancers or potentially in precancers. They are not passed on to their children. They are not inherited from your parents, but they can be extremely helpful in planning for your treatment. And so that, I think, is important to keep in mind. What I'm talking about today and for the rest of this talk is really the inherited component. There's a wide overlap, but I just want to sort of emphasize how that's different. So 2 years ago in 2015 when I was here, I talked about BRCA2 and how it affects the risk of prostate cancer. Some of you may remember that talk if you were here. This is a family tree, or what we call a pedigree. Just to, let's see if I can get a pointer here. I don't know if we can, oh yeah, good, you can see that. So this is a pedigree. This is an example of a family tree for a family that might have BRCA2. You can see up at the top there is a man in the family who was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and subsequently there were daughters that developed both breast and pancreatic cancer, as well as ovarian cancer and breast cancer. So these are the types of cancers that are involved in BRCA families. So again, they have inherited a risk of cancer, but they don't necessarily develop cancer, but the cancers that they develop include prostate cancer as well as pancreatic, breast, and ovarian. So we know from a number of studies that BRCA2 carriers, people who inherit BRCA mutations, have a 5 to 9-fold increased risk of prostate cancer. BRCA1 carriers, we think, is a little bit less, maybe about 3-fold increase. The importance of this is really in thinking about family history. So a lot of us are used to thinking about if you have a brother or father or grandfather with prostate cancer. But what I want to emphasize is that it's also important to think about the female side of the family. We should be thinking about sisters, mothers, aunts who have other types of cancers, and really, I think, just expanding your view of what's important. So first-degree relatives are the brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, people who are separated from you by one degree, and then grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins are second-degree relatives. It's important to think about if they're coming all from the same side, or if they're from mother's side or father's side. These are things that I encourage you all to talk about with your own families, and also to share it with your doctors. So details, if they're available, about the cancer diagnosis. What kind of cancer did they have? Did they have more than one type of cancer? What was the age at which they were diagnosed? Somebody who has prostate cancer at 50 is very different from someone who has prostate cancer at 80. If you have any details about aggressiveness, that's important. Did the person in the family have Gleason 6, or did they have Gleason 10? So if you happen to know or are able to ask, that's useful information for your doctors. If the family member is no longer alive, did they die from their cancer, or how aggressive was that cancer? So I'm going to shift a little bit and talk about that some inherited genes confer a very high risk and others confer a less high risk. So you may have also heard in the past about these other modifiers. So some components of risk are informed by both lifestyle and diet. We heard from Dr. Neuhauser as well as Dr. Wright, environmental changes as well as genes, and that's what I'll talk about here. I just also want to emphasize that of the genetic component, there are genes which you can inherit that are very common, meaning maybe half of the room might have them and the other half doesn't, but they may come with them just a very small change in your risk. So the risk, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in the next slide, and then there are more rare variants in the population, maybe only 5 to 10% in advanced prostate cancers, that actually, if you do inherit them, increase your risk quite a bit. I hope that'll become clear in the next slide. So this is another way of thinking about it. Genetic effects on cancer risk are not equal. So if we start off saying that the average lifetime risk of prostate cancer is somewhere in the order of 1 to 7 men, let's say you start here down at the bottom of this staircase, there are a number of studies, and many efforts have gone into these types of studies called genome-wide association studies. And those are studies which really have comprised a lot of the work in genetics in the past, and they are common. genetic components in the population. Again, maybe half the room would have these, and they affect a small amount of risk. So you might just get a 1.5-fold increase in your risk or a 1.5-fold decrease in your risk. So they're like small changes. Genes like BRCA2, on the other hand, are rare in the population, but they're going to increase your risk by 5 to 9-fold. So instead of getting a small incremental risk, and maybe you go up 1 step or half step up, a half step down, you add them all together. On the other hand, there's these genes which make a huge difference. They will actually take you to the next floor. Those are the genes we have learned much more about in the recent past. So BRCA2 mutation carriers, we also know with prostate cancer, have more aggressive disease. This is a slide I think I may have shown a couple years ago. So on the left is overall survival. These two studies are from the UK, a group that basically has a number of families that they've studied. So of families and men who have BRCA mutations, this is survival. They do less well compared to men who don't have those genes, and the metastasis-free survival is also less favorable. So these do confer more aggressive features. And again, they substantially increase the risk of prostate cancer, potentially other cancers such as male breast cancer, pancreatic cancer. They do associate with more aggressive disease and worse outcomes in historic series. So I want to emphasize that too. However, in looking forward, by better understanding the biology of BRCA and related mutation in prostate cancer, we can begin to tailor our screening. We can begin to tailor early detection. This is sort of along the lines of what Dr. Etzioni was talking about. The more we know about this, the better we can kind of look more carefully and tailor our approaches. We can design new strategies to improve chances of cure for men who do get a diagnosis. And at present, we're already able to add highly effective precision treatments to the therapy toolbox for advanced disease. So these are drugs like PARP inhibitors and platinum chemotherapies that I won't spend as much time talking about except to say it's really exciting. You'll probably hear more about it later. And so together, all of these things will help us envision a dramatically improved outcome for people who have these mutations. And so the outlook is actually very favorable because we can understand the disease more precisely. So this is going to be, I think, similar to, for those of you who are familiar with diseases like chronic myelogenous leukemia or CML, patients, once we knew more about the mechanism, they are living much longer. And same with HER2 breast cancer. HER2 breast cancer used to be the worst breast cancer, but now since we understand we have targeted treatment, it's now a better form of breast cancer. So I think the same is going to be true for BRCA and related genes in prostate cancer. So in considering the family, we know, I'm going to talk about more in the slide, men with metastatic prostate cancer should be offered germline testing, and I'll tell you why in a second. We have a trial coming up very soon called the Gentleman Study where we'll have the opportunity to do that, so stay tuned about it. More cancer or somatic sequencing is also going to potentially identify men who have these mutations. More men identified for treatment purposes in the advanced state is also going to lead to more family members being identified through what we call cascade testing, or once we know somebody has a mutation, then we have the opportunity to test their brothers, their sons, and their other family members who may be at increased risk for both prostate but also other cancers. So prostate cancer screening guidelines, opportunities for improvement. This slide didn't get translated, but the point was really that it's clear as mud. And I think it's really to reflect the fact that, as Dr. Etzioni was saying, the USPSTF screening bodies have recommended against PSA screening. I think it's got lost in here. It's actually supposed to be superimposed. But the point was really that the screening guidelines, those early detection guidelines for people who are at increased risk, meaning they have a family member, they have a father who has prostate cancer, or they have a BRCA mutation, has really been lost in the current guidelines across the board. And at best they say, well, you can consider that in the discussion, but there really is quite a bit of confusion, and it is unfortunately at present clear as mud. But I hope that we'll be able to improve that in the near future. So this is a study from the UK called the IMPACT study. They're trying to do this now. We're kind of midway through. We're really looking forward to results from this. This is an international international study, men with ages 40 to 69 who are recruited from families that have known mutations. They get a yearly PSA, blood biomarkers, urine biomarkers, and they can biopsy, or they have a biopsy threshold of 3. The point is really to say that it looks like there is benefit for people who are at increased risk. So if you have a BRCA2 mutation, the likelihood of the early screening strategy is going to be probably more helpful. So this is what we're doing here. This is a study that is still in development, and I hope we'll be rolling it out soon in collaboration with Todd Morgan and also our own Dan Lin and Jonathan Wright. But this is a targeted early detection program in men at high genetic risk for prostate cancer. So these will incorporate more in a clinical trial fashion where we can collect the evidence that Dr. Etzioni needs, a PSA yearly, of digital rectal exam, of using some of these really exciting new biomarkers from the blood and from the urine that you'll hear about more in subsequent talks. This is probably the biggest news, I think, in my small area of since the last time I talked. So this paper came out in the New England Journal of Medicine last year, 2016, really led by our group, by Dr. Pritchard, Dr. Nelson, and others. But this study, I think, is landmark. So this study is in men with metastatic disease, people with advanced disease, approximately 700 from 8 centers. In this study, we did not account for family history or age of diagnosis. That will be analyzed, but they weren't selected on that criteria. The study used next-generation sequencing to evaluate germline, or again, inherited mutations in 20 BRCA-related DNA repair genes. And the real exciting or dramatic finding, which was much, much higher than anyone previously thought, was that over 10% or almost 12% of men with advanced metastatic disease had inherited mutations in 16 DNA repair genes. So these, you can see the pie. The pie is really almost a little less than half of the pie is BRCA2, which I told you about. We know more about BRCA2. But the other parts of the pie, these thinner slices, we know much less. So genes that we're going to be learning about in the near future: ATM, CHEK2, BRCA1 we know a little bit about. PALB2 we don't know very much about at all. And so we're going to be learning about these in the future. And we're working on that now. So we know, again, about BRCA2, much less about these thinner pie slices, but that's work that we have to do together. To remind you about the schematic, I told you earlier about variants that can create small changes to your level of risk, and that BRCA increases the risk by quite a bit. What we don't know is for men whose sons inherit these new genes, ATM, CHEK2, we don't know where on this staircase those genes are. How many steps up does that mean? And so how can we use that information to guide their screening approaches so we can detect their cancers early? We don't know that yet, so we're going to be investigating that. And do those same mutations, I just use ATM as an example, increase the risk to the same degree? And do they have the same aggressive biology as BRCA? We don't know that either, so we have work to do. So in part as a consequence of these exciting new opportunities for learning about these new genes, we've launched the Prostate Cancer Genetics Clinic and Pathway, where patients can come to see medical oncology and talk about what genetics means for their treatment options, clinical trials, recommend next steps for their patient, for them and their families. They can see a genetic counselor if they haven't already seen one, to talk about risk assessment, pre-test counseling, post-test follow-up, navigating insurance, which is also a moving target, guidance on discussing results with family members. Sometimes that can be sensitive and can bring up a lot of issues. And then also referral to urology to really participate in some of these exciting new screening opportunities and early detection opportunities where we can use some of these new biomarkers. So the take-home points today: genetic testing will be increasing both from a cancer tumor standpoint, but also the inherited tumor, genetic testing. We're actively trying to maximize the benefit to not just patients, but their family members. A complete family history, including all cancers, mother's and father's side of the family, is necessary, but it's not sufficient. Prostate cancer screening should be informed by family history of cancers and increasingly our awareness of genetic risk. We're still learning a lot. We have a lot of work to do together about how newer genes affect risk for carriers. Research and clinical trial opportunities for men with BRCA mutations and related mutations are ongoing, really exciting. And we have the genetics clinic and prevention pathway that are resources for you and your families. Lots of people to thank. Here's information if you want more, but I'll take questions at the panel.
Okay, our final speaker from this session is Nola Klemfus, who's really led the efforts in developing a statewide registry so we can learn much more about prostate cancer and also help individuals make decisions regarding their treatment. Nola?
Thanks, Pete. So I've talked about this for the last couple of years, but I'm going to be providing an update for those of you that might want a reminder. The concept behind this is that prostate cancer is a huge problem, not just for each individual, but it spans millions of people. So in the United States alone, there are approximately 3 million men that have prostate cancer today. That's a huge number, as Pete kind of reviewed in the overview. So that means that there are literally millions of men out there with their own stories, their own experiences, their own treatments that they've experienced, but also their own side effects or treatment complications that they've experienced. And this is all incredibly valuable information that right now isn't really being captured. So for example, when any new man is diagnosed with prostate cancer, how can he use this information to make better decisions about his care and to be able to use the information and the stories that the million of men before him have experienced to better inform how he should move forward with his treatment and experience, and also know what to expect in terms of changes to his quality of life given that path. So that's really what the Empower Registry is designed to be. You can find it at www.empowernw.org. However, if you want to participate, we have pamphlets out front as well as printed out copies of the survey, so you can fill it out today. So what is the registry? It's really a survey. It's a quick survey. Anybody can fill it out, again, either hard copy or online. We ask a few questions about your diagnosis, your treatments, your side effects, and your general quality of life. We plan to track this information over time to see how people's stories change. And we also may use this as an opportunity to recruit people to participate in studies if, given your experience, you're a good candidate. So we started this registry about a year ago, and to date we've had about 750 men participate. At this time, about 70% were diagnosed in the years 2011 and 2012. That's been our primary men we've been recruiting, but we welcome any people from any diagnosis year to participate. As of now, it's mainly localized disease, 90%. And, sorry to go back. Right now, the treatment distribution, if you pool down the different types of radiation compared to surgery, as you can see, we are starting to see a more even split. So that kind of makes me think about looking at these two different types of therapies today. But something that I really want to caution you on is that this is preliminary data. It's really to show you where we want to go with this. The things that I talk about today are not finalized. It's really to show you the concept of the questions that we want to answer. So this is why it's so important that you guys fill out the survey, the people that you know fill out the survey, and all of the men across the state complete it so that we can have the data that will be more informative. So this is just a slice right now. So what do we know already? What can we expect to see in our registry? For those that have surgery, we can predict, based on the anatomy of what's taking place, that there'll be some urinary side effects, that there'll be some sexual side effects, just on, as Pete mentioned, the way that the prostate is situated. Looking at radiation, there are a couple studies that can help guide what we would expect. We can predict better sexual function short term, but that radiation effects might develop over time, and that there might be some bowel dysfunction and urinary voiding symptoms. and that comes from some publications cited below. However, if we look at people that have had combination therapy, so both surgery and radiation, they're probably a different kind of patient. That might include salvage therapy, adjuvant therapy, or they may have more high-risk features. So definitely keep that in mind. That's something to have as a caveat when we look at that information. So next, what I want to do is walk through what we've seen in terms, that's fair, of some of the quality of life across these 4 domains that are really central to quality of life for every human. So to start, we're going to just walk you through how these graphs work. So we have here, when we have none, that basically means any other therapy. Right now, that's mainly active surveillance, but there's other therapies mixed in. Then we have radiation, surgery, and then the combination. So first, we're looking at sexual quality of life, and what we see is that the red bars indicate very poor or no function, so that's bad. And what we see is that surgery does have a worse outcome compared to radiation from this data set so far. And that's in frequency of ability to have erections and ability to have erections. Frequency and ability to have erections. So we see slightly better function for those that have had radiation therapy. And that's, again, in alignment with what the research has shown so far. So this is a study by Dr. John Gore, who's a researcher in our group. And what he shows is that, so the green line is those that had surgery. And what you see is that over time, the outcomes for those that have surgery versus radiation do converge. But at the very beginning, you see slightly better outcomes for those that have had radiation compared to surgery. So that's in alignment with what our data set shows so far. So now if we look at urinary outcomes, again, compared across these groups, we actually see a slightly mixed story. For those that are concerned about urinary leakage, we actually see slightly better function in terms of no problem at all with urinary leakage in those that have had radiation, and slightly more of a problem in those that have had surgery. But if we look at weak streams for urination, it's slightly reversed, in that those that have had surgery reported significantly better function compared to those that had radiation. So it sounds like there are these 2 slightly different symptoms related to urination that are featured in different types of treatments. And again, looking back at the research by Dr. John Gore, we do see kind of a scope of right after treatment, those with surgery are expected to have worse outcomes, so that improves over time compared to radiation. So now looking at bowel function in general, as you can see, most people reported they had no problem. However, those with surgery reported slightly better outcomes overall. As you can see, more people that had surgery reported that they had no problem. And again, as you would expect, most people report that they don't have many problems with bowel function, and for the most part, everyone is able to return to their baseline function. So now kind of looking at the factors of depression and energy, do we see a difference there? When it comes to depression, we really don't see a difference at all. No matter what treatment, most people do not report too big of a problem. When it comes to energy, those that had surgery did report slightly better, that they reported slightly less problems with energy. That could probably be related to several different factors, potentially age of treatment, etc. But that is something that we observed. So in summary, this data is preliminary. Again, this is the concept of where we want to go with this, and you can obviously imagine lots of different offshoots where we could be able to link people that have filled out the survey with studies to help interventions in each one of these domains, as well as family history, etc. But this is really the kind of the concept of what we want to use this information for, is being able to understand the landscape of prostate cancer, but then really be able to connect people to the resources and studies and information that would really help improve prostate cancer for everybody. And again, every man is different, but if we are able to look at large-scale data from men like you, we may be able to at least provide better information, more tailored information, to help you predict better outcomes, as well as to connect you to the studies or the resources that will benefit you, but also the scientific community through research. Obviously, we're going to keep on collecting data so that the information that we show we can be more and more confident in. And we really just hope that all of you will participate so that we can have a better understanding of what prostate cancer is, but also more importantly, how your quality of life is impacted by the different treatments you've had and your experience. So again, please participate, invite your friends. I'll have a bunch of materials outside if you want more information. As I said, brochures and surveys are out front. And this is the website to remain engaged. And again, we'll be continuing to have opportunities to engage and track over time. So if you have any questions, you can contact me here, and that's our website. And now it's time for the question and answer.
All right, I'd like to invite all the speakers from the morning session to come up, and we'll have a question and answer period. If you wrote questions on your cards, please, I'm not sure, Hip, can you gather them, and anybody else in the back just gather the cards, and I'll bring them up and kind of MC it. If anybody's bold enough and you want to ask a question now directly, just grab one of the microphones, and you can ask a question, or we can pass them out, whichever works easier. You want to go? Yeah, great.
I don't know if I can get it out of there. There we go.
See if it's on.
And we're on. With regards to... Are we on? There we go. With regards to radiation, those of my friends who have gone through proton therapy rather than Ulmer X-ray have reported much better outcomes and a lot less side effects. Do we have any data on that, comparing the two types of radiation?
Jonathan?
So we do have a proton radiation as part of the UW SCCA. It is one of the different forms of radiation, and there are great data right now to show that one is better than the other. There are some nuances to proton therapy and the prostate itself as to why it may or may not be better, and the studies need to be ongoing to do so. And I'd be happy to talk more about that later. But all the forms of radiation carry risks or side effects.
I think an important point related to that is there may be very different types of patients that ultimately get proton radiation versus conventional IMRT versus surgery. So it's really comparing apples with oranges. And we're hopeful that the side effects are less. The concept is there, but we're handicapped by not having good randomized trials to prove in any given person which side effects might be different. So it's a tough one. Well, so there's a long-term so the question is, are there long-term outcomes? There are long-term outcomes, but again, you're dealing with different populations of patients. So unfortunately, we've never had a randomized trial comparing surgery versus conventional radiation, comparing that with proton therapy, et cetera. So we get these questions, honestly, every day in the clinic. What should I do? What are the side effects? And side effects are also different depending on who you ask. If you ask a patient what the side effects were in sort of an anonymous survey versus what they're reporting to their physician, that's different as well. So that's one of the reasons for the Empower kind of registry, is to take this out of the equation. Great question.
One study we're participating in with the Proton Center is to try to see an improvement in rectal side effects.
Exactly.
And it's powered to improve from a 3% problem to a 2% problem. So conventional radiation is very excellent too.
It's a question over here, I think. Is that right? Whoever has the microphone. Go for it right there in the red. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm currently on hormone therapy after having surgery and radiation, and I was wondering about this BRCA testing and other genetic testing, because my father had it and my brother had prostate cancer. And I have two boys who are in their 40s now. And I'm wondering at what point, as my PSA comes out of this, starts to rise again, should I get this genetic testing?
I think it's a good question. I think I would be happy to see you in clinic. We do have, that's what the clinic is designed, is to help figure out when it's appropriate. If there is a family history, I think that's often enough of a trigger to consider testing. Also, men who have more advanced disease, because of the study data that I showed you, we would consider it and certainly offer it. So if you have any questions, that's why we're here. And so we invite you to contact me or come to clinic.
Should I work through my doctor with that, or just come to you directly?
Either way, I can help facilitate that. If there's barriers or obstacles, we can work with that, or we can kind of try to figure out a way to do it.
Thank you.
So we've got a couple nutritional questions for Mariam, and we can zip through these, I think, pretty quickly. There's a question about milk thistle being helpful. Should it be used, and is there an issue with Zytiga, which is a abiraterone or a CYP17 inhibitor? But I think the basic question is just milk thistle regarding liver protection. Any data as far as you know?
So milk thistle can be purchased over the counter as sort of an herbal supplement, and we really have zero data on whether or not this is beneficial or not. So we don't have any evidence to support that would be beneficial.
Any evidence of turmeric being beneficial or dangerous, particularly at high dose?
Turmeric is a spice. It's used quite often in South Indian cuisine, and many of you have probably had it. A lot of research where they put turmeric onto cells or put turmeric into animals that have tumors shows quite a bit of benefit. Sometimes we can't always get the translation to humans, so we don't have good data on humans with the turmeric, but the data seem to be promising with the cell cultures and with the animals.
And the last nutrition question, someone was advised to discontinue red meat, even if it was raised without hormones or antibiotics and was grass-fed. Is there any research suggesting that eating red meat should only eat it 1 or 2 times per year?
Yeah, there actually have been quite a few well-done studies over the last several years on red meat and many types of cancer. The data are strongest for colorectal cancer, that if people who eat red meat 4 to 5 times a week have a greater risk of colorectal cancer compared to people who eat red meat, maybe once a week or less than once a week. There's a little bit of data for prostate cancer suggesting the same. So the general guidelines might apply. So what are the general guidelines? Probably eating red meat no more than twice a week. And a portion size is about the size of a deck of cards or a little bit larger, a couple times a week, and probably no more than that. And I received one nutrition question from someone in the audience, so I'll go ahead and answer that. That's all right.
Yeah.
The question is, in the diet and nutrition arena, is there a benefit to fasting? And that's a really good question. A lot of people do have questions about that. I have a separately funded NIH study that I'm conducting here in this building down in our prevention center. And it's not specifically on fasting, but it's on eating frequency. So essentially we're testing in a clinical trial whether eating every 2 hours a day or eating sort of a standard 3 times a day is more beneficial for markers of health. We're not doing this in cancer patients yet. Sometimes we have to do these initial studies in healthy people before we take them into the patient arena. So we're about in the middle of the trial. This is among healthy people, so they're randomized to either 3 times a day or what you might call a grazing meal pattern. So it's not specifically fasting, but it's eating at less frequent intervals. And we won't have those data for a few years. There is some very intriguing data in breast cancer patients. We're increasing the time of the overnight fast to 8 to 10 hours instead of having a bedtime snack. May be beneficial, but we don't have those data in prostate cancer patients yet.
So a couple questions around cancer genetics, and then we'll get to this question over here for Heather. How does one proceed to get germline counseling and testing, and how typical is it for a physician in the community, perhaps, to recognize that DNA testing should be, considered or proceeded with?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think there's a lot of re-education or additional education that needs to happen to raise awareness about that, because this data, the New England Journal of Medicine paper that I showed, is pretty new, and so the connection of family history and prostate cancer and BRCA type genes is very new. So it has probably not percolated into the community as well as I think we can, and so all of you in the audience will be encouraged to, I think the take-home point is really to know that it is important to ask about family history, to be proactive about talking to your doctors. If there is uncertainty, to really to go and seek the counsel of a genetic counselor, and that is why we launched this clinic as a resource. There is a lot of change, a lot of, the field is shifting very quickly. There's a lot, there's consensus conferences going on to figure out how to adjust and incorporate this new information. I don't think we've reached steady state yet, and so I think because of that, just be aware that this landscape is changing quickly and that we are here to sort of help you out. So if there is questions, if I can be helpful, I'm here. But it is something we'll have to prod people further out who may not have heard this exciting news yet.
What's the clinic phone number?
I would say the best note, so you can, so my email's on there, but also 206-288-8300 is a good place to start. Thank you.
There was a question about if you only had a family history of a paternal grandfather having prostate cancer, is that a particularly high risk, or should screening be done? And I would say you really need a much more detailed family history. I wouldn't say that a single individual by itself, without knowing other information regarding was it metastatic prostate cancer, et cetera, that wouldn't immediately raise alarm bells. But Heather's point that you really need to take a much more complete family history of breast, ovarian, other cancers to understand predisposition, and then maybe guide therapy and
The other
risk.
point I also want to make is that even though I'm encouraging everyone to be very familiar with their family history, it is necessary, it is not sufficient. So there are people who we identify who have inherited cancer risk mutations who had no family history of cancer, and those are people who had advanced prostate cancer. So the take-home point is we need to do it, but it's not enough. And so there are still going to be people who may be at risk, and that also we're investigating, and I think trying to figure out how to go about it in the right way is something that we're all working on very actively right now. But to know that even if you don't have a family history, there may be certain individuals, those particularly who have advanced disease, it may be appropriate to think about that.
So we have a question over here, and then we'll get to
This
you.
question is for Dr. Chang also, and it goes to the BRCA1 and BRCA2. If you have prostate cancer, you go for genetic testing, and you show BRCA1 or 2, what can you do about it, if anything? What should you do? What shouldn't you do? What does it tell you?
Great question. I think it really depends where we are. I think what I tried to, there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of research to be done. So in the advanced disease setting, we have new treatment options, really exciting. I think there will be more treatment options coming in the earlier phases of disease. So for example, at the time of diagnosis, you may be able to incorporate more aggressive curative intent treatment approaches that will hopefully improve outcomes. And then certainly I hope I sort of shared the excitement about the potential for clarifying screening in the at-risk men. So it really, I think, across the board has the potential for a lot of change and benefit. We've just sort of getting started in that process, and so
Treatment may be affected by this
treatment may
study.
be affected, absolutely, but it depends where you are in your stage of care.
Understood. Thank you.
Over here.
Yeah, I've got 3 questions, if I may ask them very quickly. Does leakage or weak stream have any indication as to the health of your prostate?
Urinary symptoms typically aren't a sign of prostate cancer. It can be integrated, and if it gets very large, it's typically not. There's typically lots of other factors at play for why someone has frequency slow stream, and that can include dietary and other bladder-specific aspects. So certainly something to go in and talk to your primary about, and if need be, come to your urologist, and we'll be happy to help you.
NBPH, yeah.
Okay, the other two is, have there been any studies concerning acupuncture and its effectiveness, and any studies on prayer?
So I don't know any studies of acupuncture, although I have a lot of patients that I end up referring for acupuncture. I do believe it's helpful, certainly, especially in cancer-associated pain, too. So, and we don't have studies about prayer, but I know it's not going to hurt. And so I believe in I pray, too. So I think having a good spiritual support is very important for our survivorship, not just about cancer, but all aspects.
Something we haven't talked about, maybe the last question, or go ahead. Yeah.
I'll wait.
There was a question, we haven't talked much about side effects of therapy and what can be done to mitigate side effects, for example, after radiation and surgery with urinary frequency, for example. Jonathan, do you have any comments about someone's quality of life is impacted by getting up 5 times a night?
Yeah, I mean, our various treatments can certainly have an impact on that, and Nola kind of addressed some of that as well. And again, I would highlight that there are many aspects beyond just the cancer itself that can play into your voiding, your bowel, your sexual function symptoms. And so I really encourage you to talk to your doctor, and if you're post-treatment, talk to your urologist or radiation oncologist. There are many things we can do, but it's again, it's a detailed history and an exam is going to be needed. So there are things we can do to help. It's multifactorial, multiple reasons why these things can be effective.
Last question before the break.
Thanks. Directed towards the first speaker. Limitations on multiple regression analysis. We see a lot of numbers and very confusing and fast. And then the whole panel, coupled with that, is as reported in us too anyway, use of a drug and hit with a laser that's killing the cancer in 50% of the subset of 400 patients. Has anyone heard about that? And in other words, you're talking about modalities that are available. You addressing the issue of gene sequencing. Is there something that we can do the stats are a lot higher? 50% success rate with this one research study is better than some of the stats that I'm seeing presented. Back to your point, and that is the limitations of your findings.
So it's a short question and has a long answer. I'm going to give a short answer.
Yes.
I'll say that statisticians are probably the biggest skeptics. Every study that I look at, I don't believe until I see what they did. Right? And I think that I think it's really important to recognize that it's complicated, right? That getting the numbers right is very often there's no single right way to do it, and that investigators have made a choice about how they're going to do their analyses and present their numbers, and I think skepticism is generally a good thing to have, because we want to advance the field, and there's just many different ways to interpret the same set of numbers depending on who you are. And remember that newspapers want to sell newspapers, right? Always look beyond the headline. Right, I've seen many misleading headlines and then if it's a study that really impacts you, then even go beyond the article. We can get the original studies. I'm always happy to answer questions. I field a lot of questions from patients about what are the right numbers, and I'll just say that the mission of our lab is to get the numbers right. So that's why we always try to go beyond below the surface and really try to understand them. But I do think that maybe always looking not just at the headline is important, and recognizing that newspapers want to sell newspapers, and a little dose of skepticism is always, I think, healthy.
So
that's why people don't like statisticians.
Well, let's Dr. Wright address the therapy question real quick, because I think
Lots of new
that's
exciting
important.
therapies coming out. We're part of a huge site to identify and evaluate new treatments. So small studies need larger ones to be done, and we're always looking for the next new treatments. I guess we are aware of these things. I have one question here about whether or not someone qualifies for a specific study. Rather than address a specific question, I would say that studies have very defined populations, and please contact us and we can help figure out whether or not you do qualify for one of the studies.
So we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please share the refreshments and things and come on right back so we can start with session 2. Yeah, relatively on time. Pretty close. It's better than usual. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, how are you? How's it going, my best friend? Email me and we'll get together. We should talk about Let's get together and look come over and talk about Not that young. We're looking at the data for the 40 to 49. We got that Swedish data because we're trying to replicate it with our models. We're trying to replicate it. We have models of the lifetime, the life course of kids like a tree, and when they get prostate cancer, we couldn't replicate this data. So then we asked them for their data and exactly what they did to tell me they could elevate it. They did something not so cool. No. So I wouldn't know as early as 25. I mean, I think 45. There's no data about it, so you must have some idea of why there's a mechanism. So I would ask you about this. Why do you think? What is it? I thought the ideas that are hypothesis that's where you're at. There's not no evidence. Here is evidence. It would be kind of an extrapolation of evidence that we have from that Swedish study that men in their 40s you can check. I don't know why are men with high PSAs in their 40s? Why are they more likely to die later on? This was stored blood. So they had the stored blood, and these men had been let go later, and they had a country registry to see who eventually got prostate cancer, who eventually died. But they were 25 years later in stored blood. And they found that the high PSAs in the 40s seem to be associated with the men who got worse prostate cancer than the guys. But why? Is it because they already had prostate cancer? Or because men who produce more PSA that's indicative of an underlying predisposition? I need to know that, because that's going to influence what I recommend to I'm trying to figure that out, and they don't know that, and maybe your doc has some idea, maybe it's the higher predisposition. I do the part, I'll bring it to you, on the back, I'll ask you guys questions, and Okay. I want to tell you what I want to do. I want to do a big project with Black men. I want to do a national cohort of Black men with metastatic prostate cancer. They're doing it in breast cancer. Cohort, not Black women. They just have a call. It's called the Metastatic Breast Cancer Project. And they get questionnaires, and they get cheek samples of cheek swabs, and they get permission to access records. And they're holding this big national cohort of women. And I want to do metastatic prostate cancer. Okay. Yeah. Well, I want to connect you with the prostate health education. They're awesome. Tom Hamilton runs it, and they have people all over the country who develop these networks. I'm going to do an email into Oh, yeah?
And does the lab work, or do you want us to use this?
Yeah. It's the lab?
It's a lavalier.
Oh, this works. If you want to walk around, you can definitely use that. So, yours is the second one, correct? Yeah.
No, the first one. It's the first one.
Yeah, you're right. So I didn't actually pull these slides up. I think this might be I'll put yours in there, because this morning I definitely put them in. So they're on my thumb drive, no problem, I know. Okay. The AV guy put them in. My slides are different than the ones I meant to use, so it happens. Thanks for checking. That's the wrong one, yeah. I must have just only saved it on my machine, so I can I should have your slides right here. Oh, I think he pulled the wrong one altogether. Let's check this one. Yeah, these are my actual slides. Okay. That's what you should have seen. Perfect. Yeah, so...
so they're just all in a row.
Yeah.
Can I just look at them real quick?
Please do. Got your slides to me so much earlier than I expected.
Well, I was a little torqued Pete, but I mean...
I know.
That's life.
Here, I'm going to save this on the desktop, okay, just so that we make sure that we have a backup in case.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
Some more chairs with a
I mean, I feel like there were
more there.
I found out why my slides weren't there.
They're somewhere else.
Well, because like I had an earlier version saved like not in the folder.
Oh, yeah, it was yeah, if you want, I can like put some bed there, and maybe a couple over here. I dropped a bench. I found 3 rolly chairs from a lounge over like on that side, and then I can just grab it.
I mean, I feel like we should be able to fit everyone in here, so I don't want to stress too much. Like there are extra couple extra seats, so I think we'll be okay.
I'll just throw what I can in here.
That sounds great.
I want to tell you that I don't think that the analytics of this one work that yeah, I'm not sure everyone is
Okay, Bert.
Okay, if everyone could please start looking for your seats again. We're going to reconvene here in just a minute or two, so please find your seats. Think you solved this?
It's worse than, like, this one doesn't work at all. This vector. It's got to be something internal, something up in the system. Because like
Keeps interrupting the signal.
Yeah. So I was thinking it was isolated here, so I tried different cables and checked that. This one doesn't work at all, so it's definitely not just like this area, it's like the whole area. So I was talking about that.
So I can use the lab. I can just use the lab.
I'll just use this. It just won't show up in the recording. When they watch it later, that's the only issue.
Oh, so it won't record unless I'm on that?
Correct, because the microphone and the camera is right here.
Oh, so you want me here? Yeah. Forget it, then I'll just... Oh, so there, I've seen this before, so like, have you seen this online? It's like right there on your nose. I know, I was looking for the camera, I couldn't find it. Okay, well I'll just use this, it's fine. Not a big deal.
Yeah, that's stuck.
No, that's fine. Because the other room we had like the camera in the back. That's okay. Alright. That well, you keep
Could everyone please take your seats? We're going to get started with the next session. Maybe let people out in the hallway know we're getting started. Okay, our Swiss train is running almost exactly on time, so I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Dan.
Someone asked me for my card. I don't remember who they were. Somebody asked me for my, oh, I see him, for my card. Sorry, I couldn't find it. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Dan Lin, who's the Chief of Urologic Oncology at the University of Washington. He also has an appointment here at Fred Hutch. He's been really a national leader in active surveillance as well as other forms of prostate cancer management. And he's going to lead off the discussion of a number of really exciting areas in non-invasively monitoring cancer and more effectively diagnosing localized cancer. And then we'll move into the diagnosing and understanding more advanced disease shortly after. So, Dan?
Great, thanks. Well, good morning, and on behalf of the IPCR, welcome. I really appreciate everyone coming out. We really enjoy interacting with everybody and fielding questions and giving you a little bit of a flavor of not only the standard nationally with prostate cancer, but then what we're doing here, locally here in the Puget Sound area in Seattle and in the Northwest. You could sort of name these next 3 or 4 talks, do I have cancer, where is it, how to find it. And I think that this is sort of the cutting edge aspects about diagnostics, first of all, and finding out where it is. One of my mentors used to say if we could ever find prostate cancer, if we could ever image prostate cancer better, we will make the greatest leaps. And maybe, of course, there's drugs, but there's these imaging aspects, and I think that we have actually climbed up some steps and leaped over some hurdles of imaging. I'm going to focus on localized prostate cancer, so earlier prostate cancer. And then we'll be talking about what's very important, obviously, is if it's ever come back, is it distantly, and Evan, you will give us some insights on that, and then we'll go to some other markers in the blood or the urine or things that we can do that don't need any fancy equipment necessarily, just need a sample of your blood, sample of your urine. So I'll be talking today about multi-parametric MRI and its utility for detection and in surveillance. I lead a very large surveillance program in the world. It's part of the biggest one in the world. And we won't talk about that except for at the very end of how this might play into it. So here's the topics that I'll cover. I think we got to step back again and talk about not necessarily where the prostate is. We know where that is. But even within the prostate, there's anatomy even within that little gland. It's an amazing way it's designed. Then talk about what's standard of care, what's still standard of care today, and then finally end with MRI and what we're doing here and others are doing, but really what the promise of the future is with prostate imaging. So this is the normal prostate. Now you've seen many pictures of this, but what you might not realize is even within the prostate itself, there are different zones within the prostate. So zone 1 is the peripheral zone. We call it the peripheral zone. And this is the zone where almost all the cancer occurs. So we don't really know that, and if I get the pointer here, this is the side of the prostate that we can feel with our finger and doing a digital examination. This is where almost all the prostate occurs. There's a zone called the central zone. No cancer occurs there. There's a transition zone, and this is the zone that as it grows, it constricts the tube and causes blockage. And there was a question earlier about symptoms from urinary leakage. Well, that's very likely just aging prostate. It's not a symptom of prostate cancer because very few prostate cancers occur in this transition zone. And then there's something up here called the anterior fibromuscular zone. Again, no cancers from there. We don't worry about that zone. I have a lot of patients come in and say, you can only feel one side of my round prostate. What about the other side? Well, the other side really we don't worry about. It just histologically, biologically will not form cancer. So we don't have a problem with that side. So this is the zone that we're interested in. I think it's important for you to know this anatomy. Just it relates to the MRI and how we use it. So this is actually, let me just go back. So this next slide is if I cut the prostate right here in the middle. If I'm cutting right down the middle and looking right down the urethra, this is what you see here. You see the middle of this is where your urine comes out, and then this is the transition zone that might compress on that tube, and this is the peripheral zone out here. Okay, and here's the rectum where we might place our finger or a probe to biopsy the prostate up through here. Okay, so that's the typical prostate anatomy. I kind of have to know that for the rest of this talk. So you've seen this slide again. This is how this is where the prostate is. This is your bladder right here. When it fills with urine and it's full, the urine exits right through your prostate and then out. And here's your prostate. Here's where we feel your prostate, or here's where we might take a biopsy. So the standard of care is a transrectal ultrasound biopsy, and I know many of you in the room have undergone this procedure. and it's really come a long way. I won't go through all the aspects of it. Now we at least use anesthesia. When I was in training 20 years ago, we amazingly didn't even put Novocaine or lidocaine in there. Amazingly, yeah. And I know, but surprisingly, many men, there's less sensation above what we call the dentate line, which is about right here in most men. In any event, we've come a long way, and this has been done for the last 30, 40 years, this type of a biopsy. Approximately 1 million biopsies are done a year in the United States, almost 1 million. And the majority of them, 700,000 of them, will be negative. Luckily, they will not have prostate cancer. But it's in that range. So how can we improve this? Well, first of all, and I think Marion and I think Ruth mentioned this, that we used to only basically take 6 little biopsies from the prostate. But then we've realized we have to do better, and we had all sorts of schemes. Now, this is the one that we'd use traditionally. We divide the prostate right down the middle, and we have right side and left side. And then we divide it up into base, mid, and apex. And I would say that 90% of the world does their biopsies this way. We just divide it up into 12 areas, and we try to take one biopsy from each area. We don't usually take biopsies of what's called the seminal vesicles, but we usually biopsy these 12 areas. Now I'll pause and I'll tell you there have been, hundreds of papers written on how to do a biopsy better. And this is just one of them, showing all these 16 regions and 27 regions and how to do it. Well, we've realized that certainly we can do better biopsies, but 12 is the standard, and it's transrectally done. Now, there's different influences of the age of the patient. I'm showing a younger prostate, so young. I'm just saying young. I'm not going to put an age to that. But the rectum's right here. We biopsy again. We're interested in this white area, not the middle here. The middle here is what causes your symptoms. Having to get up at night, having to go a lot, can't go very well, decreased flow. That's from this transition zone that really doesn't harbor cancer. Okay, so we're not really concerned about that. We want to biopsy this area out here. Now, as men age, naturally, the prostate gets bigger, but it mostly gets bigger because this zone just pushes out on the prostate. And so we actually have to modify the way we do our biopsies. We really, what we call laterally direct our biopsies. And I'm telling you this is so-called older. There's no age there, but it is as men age, all of our prostates just get a little bigger, and most of it's getting bigger here, not where the cancer forms. Okay, so again, I want to stress that symptoms really aren't associated with prostate cancer. In fact, most men with prostate cancer don't have symptoms. And that's really important for you to know and tell your friends and family that just because you don't have symptoms doesn't mean you don't have prostate cancer. So what about the limitations of this that we've realized for really years and years and more is, are we doing those biopsies very well? Well, they're not always well distributed. I'll show you an example of that. They're extremely operator dependent. So I might do a biopsy, and I think that we and Jonathan Wright, who was here earlier, and we really train our residents to do a really well distributed biopsy, and we have strategies to do that, which I won't get into here in training. But it clearly results in some undersampling, and I'll show an example. So this is an example. And this was a study that someone published, and it's true that if this is the prostate gland here, and the green dots are where you want to put them, the red dots are sometimes where people put them. In fact, there was a conference, we have a national conference every year, and they had a phantom, like a little gel that was actually a phantom, a mimic of a prostate. And they had a urologist coming through the booth and biopsying them, and they would just say, do your regular biopsy, and then we'll show you where you actually did it. And I would watch, and I would sit there and watch, and you want to have the greens, and there were a lot of people that looked like the reds, because it's not as precise as you might think. And I know that that's true. So obviously, if there was even a fairly large cancer that was sitting right here, that would normally be hit by the green, it would have been missed. So how have we here at the University of Washington improved on this? Well, we're now doing what's called MRI technology. Now others have tried other strategies, and here I'll show you one example. So this is the typical, what we call transrectal biopsy down here, where we biopsy the rectum. There are others that have done it right through the skin between the scrotum and the anus, basically, right in the skin down there, called transperineal, and go right in the prostate. And it can potentially sample a little bit better, and I'll show you some schema of this. This is your prostate, this is your rectum. We normally biopsy it just directly through like this. On this, we would actually put a little template here, and it looks like Battleship. Basically go down to B3 and put a needle in there. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's sort of, people that have been in the operating, now you have to go to the operating room for this, because I'll show you in the next slide why. but you just go down and you say, C3, E5, little e, big F, things like that. And we go in there and we sample it very discreetly. So this is an example of it. We put a template here and we just biopsy. And this person, we might biopsy 8 times 3, 24 biopsies. Okay, obviously their patient's asleep under anesthesia, and this is called a template biopsy. And others have done this. It's a saturation biopsy. You can count. That's a lot of numbers. 45, 50 biopsies. Okay. Now I think that there are reasons to do this, and I'll pause now and I'll tell you. There might be men that perhaps have undergone radiation therapy that might have a recurrent prostate cancer, and it might only be in their prostate. And to really map their prostate well, we have done this. And if I find that the cancer is, let's say, only in this region of the prostate, there are therapies like cryotherapy to freeze just that area of the prostate. And we've done that. And I just did a cryotherapy last week in a man that only had prostate cancer on his left apex and mid, and that's what we froze. And hopefully he'll do quite well. Okay, so there is a reason to do this. It looks horrid, but there is a reason to do a saturation biopsy. What have we done instead? Is there something that's going to take the place of saturation biopsy? I think so, and we're doing it here, which is MRI. Okay, so an MRI is just like a CT with magnet, no radiation exposure. I think the words on this aren't as important as there are different phases of an MRI. You might go in and get an MRI of your knee, an MRI of your shoulder, MRI of your back. There's a very common MRIs. It's just there are a couple phases of that MRI. In this, there are 4 phases, and there's really a 5th and a 6th, which I'm not showing. So this is a little different from just saying, I'm getting an MRI on my knee. No, this is a multi-parametric MRI. There are 4. There's a T2, T1, DWI, and all these letters, the alphabet soup of MRI, but they're really distinctly different phases, and I'll show you that right now. I won't go through this. It's just too much. So this is the picture of an MRI. This is a picture of an MRI in a T2 phase, and here's the prostate. And it's remarkable that the prostate, so this whole thing here, the peripheral zone is this white area, and the transition zone is this dark area. Okay, this is the BPH, as men age, pushes on the prostate gland, and here's a picture of a prostate cut in half. When we see a prostate cancer in this zone, it's dark, and it's usually pretty subtle, although I'll show you a very obvious example. You can see here, there's a big example of a tumor. It's clear. It's very clear. You will not see that on ultrasound. If I do an ultrasound, it will not look like that. Only an MRI. So how can we take advantage of that? There's also something called DWI. It's the opposite. It's actually bright. So you can see a bright phase here or a dark phase on the T2. And then when we look at the prostate itself, there's the cancer. Corresponds right to where you see it. And there's the last phase where we actually infuse contrast into the patient. Of course, many of you have gone through CT scans or MRIs. And it draws up the contrast. It says, that's what I like. The blood supply is more out of cancer, and indeed, it draws it up into that area, and it lights up. Anybody can see it lights up. I will say these are the most ideal examples. They're usually very small, and the radiologists, and that's why I'm not a radiologist, get paid to find these little areas and tell us where they are. So what do we do once we find out? Now, we have to standardize the way we read MRIs. I won't go into it now. There's a huge momentum nationally and internationally to try to simplify and standardize the terminology and to develop better categories and educate radiologists, because it's a new field. This is a whole new frontier, and I think it's wonderful that they're going through this education of all the radiologists. They came up with this thing called PIRADS. It's prostate radiation evaluation. And they came up with a 5-point score. And it goes 1 through 5. Many of you have these. It's 1 is very low and 2 is low, unlikely. 3 is where we start to pay attention. And we say maybe, maybe not, equivocal. 4 is high and 5 is very high, high suspicion. I kind of don't like the system. I've talked to them about it quite a bit. I was at Yale last week with the MRI folks in a consensus conference talking about how can we modify this, because honestly, those 2 don't count. If someone's got a 1 and a 2, we kind of throw it out the window. I know many of you know Gleason scoring. There is no Gleason 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It kind of starts at Gleason 6. Why do we even have, it's very confusing, Why start a thing at 6? Well, why start a grading scheme at 3? So they might change eventually to be 1 through 3. That's what I propose, and that's what I think we should do. Regardless, we have a grading scheme. And what do we do then? We take the MRI, and it's a fascinating technology. We take the MRI and we take the ultrasound, and we fuse them together into one. And then there's a computer program that makes it, they call it elastic, for all the engineers in the room, elastic interpolation, where we're pushing on the prostate with our probe, the MRI isn't, so they have to somehow meld it together. And it's fascinating, after we get it together, we can say, here's the MRI, there's the lesion that they found in the MRI, can 3D reconstruct it. Here is the ultrasound, and we can draw a little dot around. Now see here, this little indentation here is my probe. There's no indentation on the MRI. So they somehow fuse these together in this magical engineering land, and they say, okay, now here's where you need to go, and these little lines are how to do the biopsy. And if anyone's, and I didn't have a video, I couldn't download the video, but it's almost like, have you seen Top Gun, where they're flying around and then they get the plane and there's a target lock. And that's exactly what happens on this MRI. You're going around and then there's this bullseye that all of a sudden comes up and has this red dot in the middle, and then you fire the instrument. I mean, it's like a high price video game, okay? It's a $250,000 actually machine, and the machine's about this big. So, but that's what it does for us, and it very precisely, within a millimeter, lets us place the needle where we want it to place it. Not only does it do that, and I'm going to wrap up here, I'm getting the high sign here, is that after we fuse the images, we can actually have it tell us, give me the 12 most distributed dots. Because what's very important, I'll end with this, is that despite the MRI being very good in saying, okay, there's a red lesion here, there's a green lesion here, they sometimes miss lesions over here. And so we still, at this point in time, are not confident that these are the only lesions in the prostate. I'm going to end with a couple things. There have been, again, 300 publications on MRI in the last couple of years, 300. Somebody tried to distill it down, and they came up with 12 that were the best, and even those 12 had some issues. The accuracy could be 86%, but it could be as low as 33%. Not the greatest, right? We're working on it here, okay? Of course, I have a great interest in active surveillance. Can we do it for active surveillance? Basically, it says if your MRI is negative, you have a pretty good chance you don't have bad disease in there. The problem is if your MRI is positive, it's not always true either. So there's issues that we're working through here. We're working to do it during active surveillance, and again, many of you I know are involved in this work with us with MRI. And eventually we might get to the point where we have a PSA high or a nodule. We get an MRI. If it's negative, we just watch. If it's positive, we do a biopsy, of course, low risk, active surveillance, and so forth. We're going to get there eventually. There are unbelievable cost issues. And again, I'm on the line with the insurance people on a peer-to-peer approval process, and it's very difficult sometimes, but we're working through that. Targeting methods still can miss the cancer, which I said before. There's false positives. It's likely not needed in everybody. If I have a man with a tiny little bit of low-grade, low PSA cancer, we're not necessarily going to be pushing for an MRI. But it is one of those things we're considering. And I think it's superior to standard MRI. We do this image fusion idea. And at the end of the day, it doesn't replace regular biopsy yet. But stay tuned. I think eventually one of these years here at this symposium, I hope to give you good news that it does. So I thank you for your attention, and we can chat at the Q&A.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Evan Yu, who's a professor of medicine at the University of Washington. He's a medical oncologist and has had many years of interest in developing and utilizing better approaches to image prostate cancer, primarily using PET scanning. So we'll hear about that. Evan?
Thanks, Pete, and I want to thank you all for being here today and listening to me talk on a Saturday, a rainy Saturday, that being said and done. But I just want to clarify one thing. My talk is focused on PET imaging and finding the cancer, finding local recurrences, but I tried to leave the fancy words out a little bit. So the other component of it, as you read in the program, is about oligometastatic disease. I figure I just define that a little bit since I left it off the title. Basically, oligo means a single, and metastatic means that it is spread outside the organ and started with. So the idea that if you find something like a single site where the cancer is spread to, or sometimes we expand the term oligo to mean more than one, that perhaps we can do something about it that might actually lead to really good outcomes, and we'll be talking about that in this talk. So there's a lot of reasons to image, and I think many of you know that we do things like CAT scans and bone scans for prostate cancer, but there are certainly fancier imaging modalities, as Dr. Lin just showed you there with all the cool MRI imaging they're doing. But first we have to think about why would we image somebody, and of course there's a lot of reasons. Screening, Ruth talked a lot about PSA screening, but there have been studies with imaging for screening, certainly more expensive modalities for screening, but that's one reason. To make the diagnosis, to find the cancer initially, and initial staging. Once you've made a diagnosis, how extensive is that cancer? And then restaging for recurrence. That means ideally somebody who maybe had prostate cancer, had surgery, had radiation, and then unfortunately the PSA comes back up and we think the disease is back. Can we find that cancer? Can we do something about it? And of course, something that's been an interest of mine, as Pete's alluded to, is response to therapy. In the past, we've done quite a bit of PET imaging research here with novel PET imaging modalities to look for response to therapy. Who's doing well with the treatment? Who's not doing well with the treatment? So we can change treatment early if needed to really try to get the optimal outcomes. But today, what I'm going to focus in on is more finding the cancer and what to do about that. So initial staging and restaging for recurrence. So let's ask the question, why is it important to find the cancer? What are the real reasons to do more fancy imaging that might detect the cancer at a lower PSA level? Well, there's a couple main reasons. Number one, which is what we're all hopeful for, is can we find the cancer early, and can we try to treat that potential oligometastatic or one-site lesion that is spread and cure the patient, obviously. And if we can't cure, maybe we can do another fancy word, cytoreduce, which is reduce the tumor burden so that we lead to still better outcomes down the road. Whether we do that with surgery, radiation, some new modalities, the whole idea is can we find it and can we go after it, okay? But there is another reason as well, and that is if it has disseminated, spread widely, do we want to go after it? Okay, we have to think about this because unfortunately there is no free lunch in life, and with everything you do, there are potential downsides to it. So if you just can't cure the cancer, we do have good life-prolonging therapies out there, but do you want to go do surgery? Do you want to do radiation? Do you want to do treatments that might lead to some side effects? Of course, Dr. Lynn's surgery never has any side effects, of course, but minor side effects, honestly speaking. But that being said and done, we have to think about this. We have to be mindful because we're in the business of helping people here, right? We're not in the business of giving side effects, so we're always trying to figure out what the best thing to do is for each individual patient. All right. So what is PET imaging? Well, we mostly combine PET imaging with CT imaging, and I think the way to think about it is CT imaging is like taking a picture, okay? You're taking a picture, what does it look like? But PET imaging is looking at the activity of the tumor, okay? And the nice thing about it is we can quantify. We can give it a score, a number. Is this more active? Is this less active? And we can look at a lot of things. We can look at metabolic activity. Is this thing taking up a lot of glucose? Is it, are the cells building up? And around every cell there's a lipid membrane, so we can image lipid metabolism as well. And then we can also do molecular imaging. Can we look at imaging just a particular protein that's expressed on that cancer cell? And so that is really PET imaging, is you're combining a picture, anatomic imaging that gives you a picture with activity of the tumor, okay? And it could be advantageous compared to the things we do in this day and age. For instance, PSA, that's kind of a summation of what's going on. You add together PSA being produced by the cancer, you draw a tube of blood, it's simple, it's cheap, it's quick and easy. That's great, but at the end of the day, it's a summation. And there is heterogeneity in cancer. There's another fancy word again, but heterogeneity just means that not every single lesion in your body may be created the same. And we talk about genetics of cancer, it can change, it can mutate over time, unfortunately. And so one spot may not be equal to another spot. They may behave differently, they may look differently, they may act differently. And so that's important. That PSA is just a broad summary, okay? It doesn't give you information about every single spot. Now, that lays the groundwork for if you biopsy a spot, which we're doing a lot of research with here to try to understand the genetics of the cancer, but if you biopsy a spot, we have to recognize that may not give you information on every single spot that it's spread to, whereas PET imaging may give you information on every single spot, and we sometimes see this where a lesion gets less bright or a lesion gets more bright in the patient. There's mixed responses to therapy where some are getting better, others are getting worse. So it's important to keep in mind the advantages of why we do this. So let's talk about PET imaging in prostate cancer. Now, the standard PET imaging that people have done for cancers, lung cancer, lymphoma, all different types of cancers, has been FDG PET imaging based. And that is kind of looks like glucose, molecularly like glucose. So it's uptaken in rapidly dividing cells. That works in some prostate cancer patients, but it's not ideal, okay? It hasn't worked real well. So we've looked at other modalities here, and we looked at acetate imaging here in particular, which is a method of lipid metabolism, similar to choline as well. And choline did get FDA approved, but it was not widely available and only available in really one center for the longest point in time. But I want to lay the groundwork because this is not the latest and greatest anymore, but for a while it was where choline could be used to try to find the cancer locally. Has it spread to a lymph node, okay? So this is a study where basically they took patients who had surgery, radical prostatectomy, and then their PSA went up. That's what biochemical recurrence means. And they looked to see if they did imaging with choline PET, could they find the cancer? And the reason I highlight this area is what it points towards the fact is that you really need to have a PSA of around 1.5, okay, to find that lymph node, to find that cancer. Now, the challenges are in this day and age is after surgery, and if you have your PSA go back up, we've learned that if you do something about it sooner, if you're going to do radiation, it's probably better to do it at a lower PSA. For instance, 0.5 or less. And so 1.5, if it takes a PSA up to 1.5 before you can detect it in about half the patients, maybe that's too late already, okay? So that being said and done, you know, we've kind of moved on. So here is a new modality of imaging called FACBC, flucyclovine. Another term for it is Axumin, A-X-U-M-I-N. Okay, that's the kind of FDA-approved pharmaceutical name for it. But this is just basically an artificial, unnatural amino acid. So you might say, well, what is that? Okay, well, it makes up protein. And for cancer, similar to lipid metabolism, how it has a cell membrane around it, glucose metabolism, how it needs to uptake glucose to grow and survive. But proteins, obviously for a cancer cell to grow and survive and spread, it also, you know, has to synthesize or make proteins as well. So this is actually an FDA-approved modality. And as you can see here, FACBC seems to be able to pick up prostate cancer at low PSA levels, for instance, 0.5. And there's an older imaging study, which I'll talk a little bit more about, Prostacin. It's FDA-approved, but we don't really use it much anymore. But as you can see, you can pick up this cancer with FACBC earlier. So the way to think about these images, these CT images, are really your head is laying in the screen, your legs are coming out, and this is a cross-section image, okay? So really, this is the left side of your body, and that's the right side of your body, okay? And so you're just taking cross-section pictures. But you can see that the cancer pops up here, okay, with the FACBC imaging at a very low PSA level. And we can image the cancer outside of the prostate as well. And you can see it just doesn't pop up on Prostacin. So I'm showing you some pictures here of what FACBC imaging looks like. But the important thing to know is, can we do it here yet? And we will be able to soon. I don't show this slide to really go through this in detail, but to go through the fact that unfortunately there's a long regulatory process to do imaging studies in this country. And this is how it happened with FACBC. It went through a long process, and it's licensed to Blue Earth Diagnostics now, which is a small company, and they have not rubbed up production facilities yet in the Northwest United States. Okay, so it's coming soon, probably end of the year or next year, within the year. Hopefully we'll be able to do this, but this is coming, and that's why I wanted to share it with you, because it's something to keep an eye out for. Okay, now there are other things coming that are earlier in development than FACBC. There's something called PSMA imaging, and PSMA is prostate-specific membrane antigen. Okay, this is expressed maybe on about 98% of prostate cancer cells in the prostate. If it's spread to other sites, there have been some studies that show it's about 94%, but pretty much most prostate cancer, whether it's in the prostate or spread, expresses this protein, okay? And this picture here is interesting because it shows that, remember I talked about Prostacin, how it's not great? When we see the cancer there, it's only about cancer half the time, and about half the time you have cancer there and you don't see the cancer there, so that's not a great imaging modality. Well, this image is a different part of the protein. This image is the outside, the external binding part of the protein, whereas this image is the internal component. So that's one major difference, and all the PSMA imaging modalities, because there's more than one, that I'll talk about image to outside. Okay, so this is an antibody that images outside. And as you can see, it picks up more than what a bone scan does. These are older images. This is already almost 15 years old, but these are the early attempts. What I'm going to show you subsequently is better. But I think the point the thing to bring up is that all the new imaging modalities image the external part of the protein here. And so gallium PSMA is a radio-labeled form of detecting PSMA that is much prettier, as you can see with these images here. And when you compare it to choline, because remember I told you choline is approved, but you need about a PSA 1.5 to find it, this can find it at a much lower level. And this just shows how much more delineation of the tumor that it has here compared to choline. So it's just much better quality images and much greater ability to detect at lower PSA levels. So this graph gives you an idea of just how low of a PSA you can go to detect it. Here, as you can see, 0.5 range to 1, 72% had detected by this modality. If you want to talk about 50%, well, here at 57% detection at 0.2 to less than 0.5. So at very low levels, you can start to pick this up with gallium PSMA. Now I show this imaging slide to show that there's different forms of PSMA imaging. PSMA is the protein target. The gallium component is the radio-labeled compound that allows it to fluoresce, to show up on the imaging. Now F18 is what we've standardly used, like for instance with the glucose metabolism imaging, FDG is F18 as well. The advantage to this is that it's easy to transport. F18 has a long half-life. But this is being done as well. I'm not going to get into which one's better, which one's worse. There's a pros and cons of each one. But the fact is that there's different ones that are coming down the road, and we're excited about it. Now, what do you do about it? If you find the cancer by imaging, you have to ask yourself, okay, if it's really limited, 1 or 2 sites, maybe 3 or 4, can we do something about it? And if we can, should we do something about it? Okay? So here's a little bit of, let's look at biology and say, why should we do something about it? If somebody has a cancer that's already spread to a lymph node or to the bone or somewhere else, should we think about treating the prostate anyhow? Because one could argue the cat's out of the bag, should we do this? Well, here's one preclinical scientific study that shows that even when the cancer spreads to another site, it may be self-seeding. Those cancer cells that have spread to another site may then get back into the bloodstream and disseminate and still seed the prostate. They may change, they may become more aggressive even. So it gives a little bit of rationale for treating the primary lesion, for treating the prostate, even for somebody who's had the cancer spread. These slides are borrowed from Dr. Dan Lin, who made put together some real nice slides here, but this is another study that shows that even when it's spread to another site, that those other sites may also be seeding new sites. It's not all from the original prostate cancer. Once it's gone somewhere else, cells may be released from the other sites that may go on seeding. So not only might you think about treating the prostate, even in somebody who has advanced disease that is spread, you might think about treating those other sites that it is spread to as well. So this is a trial that's in planning. We actually have a trial coming here real soon that Dr. Bruce Montgomery is leading, but this is one through the largest national cooperative group in the country, SWOG, and Dr. Lin has been on the leadership committee to help lead this study. But it's the whole idea of saying if you have somebody that presents with limited metastatic disease, that means it's spread and maybe it's like 2 or 3 lesions, we'll enroll them and randomize them, which again, randomization means half get one treatment, half get the other treatment, to SST, which is standard systemic therapy, because the standard of care here is hormonal therapy, lowering the testosterone levels, okay, once it's spread. And now there's new data for adding chemotherapy that adds significant benefit. But you would get standard treatment on one arm, and the other arm would get standard treatment and then local therapy to all the sites that it is spread to. That means potentially surgery or radiation to the prostate, and potentially radiation to other sites that it might have spread to as well. And we'll follow the patients out to see if it improves time to the disease progresses, gets worse, or overall survival as well. So this is very exciting. It's a hot area in the field, is trying to find the cancer when it's limited spread and trying to either cure more people, and if we're not cure, at least lead to better survival outcomes by reducing, cytal reducing, again, that fancy word to reduce the tumor burden. Now the last section I want to talk about is, I told you we can use these imaging modalities to find the cancer, but can we use these imaging modalities not just to find the cancer, take a picture and tell us how aggressive the cancer is or not, but can we find the cancer there and treat it there? So there are some new modalities with antibody-based therapies that are bringing radiopharmaceuticals, or basically radiation that's being targeted to the cancer. This is the beta emitting radiation here, but this is an example of somebody who's received a few cycles of this to target towards PSMA and try to reduce the cancer. As you can see there, some of the spots are going away there as well, and this is gallium PSMA imaging. So it's pretty exciting. These are graphs of PSA change. Every single line represents a patient, and baseline where their PSA started. As you can see, most of the patients, the PSA went down. It didn't go up. Unfortunately, sometimes it does, but most of the patients responded to this modality of treatment. And just to finish up, there are other forms as well. There's a lot of things being developed. There's this alpha-emitting therapy as well, or actinium-225 PSMA. Now, some of you in the room may have heard of a drug called radium-223. This is a form of liquid radiation, as I call it. It's an alpha-emitting radiopharmaceutical. It goes to areas of the bone where it's uptaking radium because it's on the same column of the periodic table as calcium. It goes into the bone. And the advantage to alpha-emitting radiopharmaceuticals is they don't penetrate deeply. They can only penetrate the thickness of a piece of paper. So it's kind of targeted therapy to one spot, because if it penetrates too far, it can lead to myelosuppression, which is lowering of your blood counts. White blood cells, red blood cells, they're all produced in the bone marrow there. So if you hit it too hard there, it spreads and leads to excess toxicity. You want to hit it right there where it's at and have very potent cell kill. So what they've done here is they fused that and targeted to PSMA, targeting to go to the sites that express PSMA. And the advantage is PSMA is not just in the bone. It's or when the prostate cancer goes to the bone, it's wherever it goes, the lymph nodes, the liver, wherever, and you can treat the cancer that way. Of course, there are potential downsides to it as well. It does go to the salivary gland, so there can be decreased saliva production. So there are pluses and minuses, but at least the efficacy, early outcomes, look pretty good in terms of PSA decline here with this. And again, this is right now not in the United States yet. It's only in Germany. We're working to bring it here, but the lutetium PSMA, we're working with the group at Cornell that's doing a lot of this work, and we're hoping to bring the clinical trial here in the very near future to have that here as well. So I want to wrap up. Happy to take questions there in the question and answer section, but to summarize, and saying the whole point is can we detect earlier with these fancy imaging PET modalities, and can that help us aid treatment decision making? Can we treat those sites that it might have spread to early and lead to better outcomes that way? FACBC will be available very soon here. PSMA PET a little further down the road, but eventually we'll be doing research with this as well here. And then we have many oligometastatic disease trials again. Again, the idea is when it's spread just a couple places, can we aggressively treat that with radiation and surgery, lead to better outcomes down the road? The future of these PET imaging modalities may go back to some of the stuff that I've done a lot of work on, is how can we measure response to therapy and intervene earlier for better outcomes. And we're really committed. The IPCR is absolutely dedicated to bringing all these things here. Thank you very much.
I think we might have this one out of order. Check. No, that's okay. We'll go ahead. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Daniela Bianchi-Frias, who is a researcher here at Fred Hutch. The next two talks are really going to focus on minimally invasive or non-invasive ways to characterize features of prostate cancer without needing a biopsy, for example. So there are some maybe we could find, I didn't see your slide on here. Maybe they're out of order. Just a second. We'll try to find them. This one. Okay, great. So there's a lot of excitement of being able to use urine as a source to find key features of prostate cancer. And then also looking at blood-based assays of circulating tumor DNA and circulating tumor cells. So Daniela's work has focused on developing better ways to identify aggressive prostate cancer in the urine, and she'll give you an update on that.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here and present to you. And what I would like to do in the next few minutes is to give you a flavor of what are the urinary tests for prostate cancer and why we are ended up trying to use urine tests and the value of these tests in diagnosing prostate cancer as well as the value in prognosis. So typically the risk stratification for prostate cancer is based on three parameters, which are the clinical stage, the serum PSA, and the Gleason score. And the Gleason score is assigned by the pathologist based on how your tumor cells look like in the biopsy. And what I want you to take a note here is that if there is any Gleason pattern 4, already the risk of cancer aggressiveness increased. And typically, the typical options for an intermediate and a high-risk prostate cancer is going through surgery or radiation. But when there is a low-risk prostate cancer, these are men with a Gleason score 6 or lower and low PSA. There is also the active surveillance, which is monitoring the patient without any treatment until you see evidence of disease progression. So this is a randomized trial at the UK where they randomly selected patients to go through the 3 management modality for localized prostate cancer. And they were randomized to a surgery, radiotherapy, or active monitoring. And what I want you to appreciate in this graph is that 99% of patients over 10 years of follow-up have a prostate cancer survival prostate cancer survival. So, this is irrespective of the tumor, of the treatment or the management of this localized prostate cancer. However, the same group demonstrated that in the active monitoring group, there is actually disease progression and metastasis over time, over the 10 years of time. And so what this graph is showing is one, that there is 80%, about 80% of patients that could have safely been monitored through like active surveillance of active monitor without any risk of developing metastasis. But most importantly, what this is showing is that there is actually 20% of cases where they were presented with a presumed low-risk disease, but it actually had an occult high grade, or that the disease progressed and became more aggressive. So there are limitations for active surveillance, and as it has been previously shown, so there is a prostate cancer heterogeneity. And the other, like the limitation on active surveillance, is the undersampling of these foci of high-grade tumor in the biopsy setting. So, and we know, like for example, if this man in the biopsy might be presented with a low-grade cancer, but then at the radical prostatectomy, they would be upgraded due to these non-sampled high-grade foci. And we know that there is actually between like 20 to 36% of patients that when go through radical prostatectomy, there is an upgrade of the Gleason score. So the research, what we have been trying to do is come up with some biomarkers and that will recapitulate what we observe in the prostate, but considering the heterogeneity. So the idea is to have like serum markers, tissue markers, or urine markers, and specifically with the urine markers. So the idea is to capture the heterogeneity of the prostate and get all the cells in the urine stream. So how this is works, so this is the prostate again, this is a different cartoon. And so prostate cells, both like normal cells and cancer cells, are shed into the urine stream. And then the tumor cells, as well as the normal cells, are collected in the urine. And the first urine test that was developed is called the Progenza PCA3 urinary test. And this is based on the expression of a PCA3 gene that is specific for prostate cancer. So what you can see here is the idea is that the urine sample is collected after a digital rectal examination, And it is sent to a laboratory where the laboratory extracts the RNA and measure the number of the count of this PCA3 mRNA. And it will give you a score. And this is, so what it means is like a high score of the PCA3 means that there's more probabilities that when you go under a biopsy, that there's going to be a cancer in your biopsy. And if you have a lower score of PCA3, there is less probabilities that you will find a cancer in the biopsy. So there have been several studies that have shown the useful of the PCA3 in biopsy negative elevated PSA cases. And so it has been shown to reduce the necessary first biopsies as well. However, there are like a lot of conflicting data where regarding the relationship of this PCA3 test and the aggressiveness of the tumor. And in response of this, there are several researchers that have suggested to use different markers in combination with the PCA3 in order to improve the prognostic value. So in this table, I'm showing is like the urine biomarkers available today, and the commonality of these tests is that all of them use the technique, the mRNA level of a specific molecule, either specific molecules that are associated with prostate cancer, like PCA3 and TMPRSS2 ERK, and other molecules, genes that are associated with disease aggressiveness, such as the HOXD6 and the LX1. And due to like time, I'm just going to focus on the select MDX assay, which is actually the assay that is giving the most value on predicting a high-grade tumor. So this is the results that are obtained with the select MDX. And what this does is measure the expression level of these two genes, HOXC6 and DLX1. So if you have high expression of these two genes, there's higher probability that you will have a high-grade prostate cancer. And it is reflected by likelihood percentage. So these are results where there is a likelihood of 85% having prostate cancer upon biopsy. And within this percentage, 50%, there's a likelihood of having a high-grade tumor compared to a 35% of having a low-grade. So you can imagine that men with a high-risk disease will benefit of having an early urinary test that will suggest to go through biopsy and potentially aggressive treatments. But on the other hand, men with a low risk of having prostate cancer might benefit on avoiding the initial biopsy and continue monitoring through like a urine test until there's a sign of there's a higher chance of having a prostate cancer. So this test, it looks promising. There's still a lot of work to do. So in the last scientific report using these two genes, they found that they improve on unnecessary biopsy by 42%. So 42% of men didn't require biopsies. However, there is still a 2% of misdiagnosed high-grade prostate cancer. So there's still a lot of work to do, but the results are encouraging. So in overall, for the urine biomarkers that are available today, so they have most of them has shown that it reduces unnecessary biopsies and probably overdiagnosis of prostate cancer. And potentially, I didn't talk to you about this, but potentially the combination of the urinary marker combined with a traditional clinical risk factor must improve the patient risk stratification. And however, the main challenges still exist, that we're still missing some cases where there is a high-grade disease. So now I'm gonna, in the final minutes, I'm gonna give you like a flavor of what is done in the laboratory setting and like a basic research. And we're still working really hard on this because what we want is to move this line up to here so that we don't miss any patients with a high grade or high risk disease. and on the other hand, maintain the other patients without any intensive intervention that will be safely monitored. So the objective of the study that I've been working on is to identify urine, like Gleason-associated, the expression of genes that are associated with a high Gleason prostate cancer. And the hypothesis that I have was that if these genes are detected in urine, they will reflect a high-grade prostate cancer. So the way that I started this study was dissecting. So this is the histology of a prostate. This is a benign cell. These are the tumor cells with a Gleason pattern 3, and these are tumor cells with a Gleason pattern 4. And what I did was capture these cells and then extract its RNA, and then do like gene expression analysis and say which genes in this setting of a Gleason pattern 4 are upregulated, and can I detect them in urine. So I come up with a panel of 49 genes that are highly expressed in Gleason pattern 4 prostate cancer. And as to remind you, like if there is any pattern 4, the risk increase. So these are some results using tissue prostate cancer. And what I'm showing you is like 3 different cohorts where a GIP6 score, which is what I am calling this 49 gene panel. So when you have a GIP6 score, like a high GIP6 score, means that the probability of having a high-grade prostate cancer increase. And what I want to show is like these are Gleason 6 and Gleason 7 in 3 different patient cohorts. And in all of them, there is a significant increase, that there is higher GIP6 score in the high-grade prostate cancer. And moreover, this GIP6 score, the patients that have a GIP6 score higher than 0, there is more biochemical recurrence. And this is shown in these 2 graphs in the red line. So, but this is in tissue, and the question is like, what is happening in the urine? Can I really identify these markers in urine? So these are some preliminary data, and what I did was take 4 of the genes that are in my GIP6 panel and identify, like ask if they are really able to have a high sensitivity and a high specificity of identifying a high-grade cancer. And what I'm showing you here is each of these color lines are each gene separate. And in the black line is the 4 gene panel. And what I want you to see is that like combining different genes, there's an improvement upon the prediction of having a high-grade tumor. So this is also some preliminary data where I have the urine the urine samples. And something to take in mind is that these samples were taken from patients that went through radical prostatectomy. So I know exactly what is the Gleason, the pathological Gleason score. And what I found is that in these patients, these are the definitive Gleason score in the radical prostatectomy. There is a higher GIP6 score with the higher the Gleason. And moreover, and more important, is that the patients that were upgraded from a biopsy to a radical prostatectomy, there was a higher GIP6 score on those patients, but not on the patients that have no upgrade. So I want to just to take in mind, keep in mind that these are all preliminary data. This is a very small cohort. There is still a lot of statistical analysis to do and a lot of more cells, more samples to analyze in order to have a conclusive data. But just wanted to give you the flavor of what I'm doing at this moment. So in summary, there is truly, if there's a truly low risk prostate cancer, there is no risk of metastasis. And there might be a high percentage of patients that will benefit and avoid invasive interventions such as radical prostatectomy or radiotherapy, and will benefit from active surveillance. However, there is this, 20 to 36% of presumed low-risk cancer, low-risk patients that harbor high-grade disease, and that's where we really need to work on identifying these patients. So, but there is a lot of promise on urine biomarker. There is still a lot of work to do, and so that's where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Let's see if we can get. Oh, here we go. Good. So it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Mike Schweitzer, who's an assistant professor in the Department of Medicine. He's a medical oncologist at the University of Washington, and he's going to describe some really fascinating work of using blood-based markers, circulating tumor cells, and cell-free DNA to give insights about tumor biology. Mike.
All right, thanks everyone for coming out on a rainy Saturday. So what I wanted to talk about was liquid tumor biopsies, which is basically using information about cancer that we can glean from a blood draw to help inform precision medicine. How can we use blood draws to help allow us to tailor our treatment approaches for an individual patient, sort of moving away from that one-size-fits-all model. And so what is precision medicine? So I just copied this from the NIH website, but they define it as an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention that takes into account individual variability in genes, environment, and lifestyle for each person. And that's really the key, is that this is for an individual. It's not for, picking a drug that's going to be good for everyone. It's about picking the drug that's right for an individual. And so when we talk about precision medicine in the context of treating prostate cancer, really the majority of strategies rely on dissecting the molecular events, understanding the biology of what drives an individual cancer cell. And that usually means evaluating changes in tumor proteins, RNA, and DNA, allowing us to differentiate what's going on in the cancer cell from the normal cells in your body. And this allows us to understand what drives drug resistance, which is really essential to developing better therapies, and also allows us to assess for vulnerabilities that might be present in a cancer cell, but maybe not in a normal cell. In theory, it allows us to identify so-called Achilles heels that we can target. And so, just to make sure we're all on the same page, when we think about studying a cell, and in this case a cancer cell, there are really three key molecules that I think we pay the most attention to that really give us a pretty good picture as to what's going on with that cell and why it functions the way it does. The DNA is sort of analogous to the blueprints, okay? The RNA is basically a way to take those blueprints and translate them into the final product, which would be, in this case, protein. I have a house here for this analogy, which is probably not really that accurate. Proteins are a lot more dynamic than that. They're functional particles. They basically are the workhorse of the cell. It probably would be better to have a machine up here, but then I couldn't use a construction worker and the whole thing fell apart, so I kept it as is. So one of the major challenges, though, is that to study these cancer cells, we've traditionally relied on doing metastatic biopsies, actually going in there and doing a surgery to remove a tumor or sticking a needle into a tumor. And that poses a lot of challenges. Biopsies are costly, they're very time-consuming, and I think more importantly, they can be painful, and there's potential other complications that can arise from doing those types of things. And so I think we need a better way to really assess an individual's prostate cancer, ideally one that can be done repeatedly and in real time. And so I think the real solution to that issue would be to focus on liquid tumor biopsies, so obtaining tumor material, usually DNA or actual cells, directly from the bloodstream. And so with liquid tumor biopsies, basically what you seek to do is evaluate cancer biology based on information that's in the bloodstream. So if you imagine there's a tumor that sits just adjacent to a blood vessel here, this tumor is actually constantly shedding cells and also DNA and other particles as well into the bloodstream. And when you draw the blood from a patient with cancer, you can actually collect some of these tumor cells and you can collect DNA and you can study them. And so in some ways this allows you to circumvent the need to actually stick a needle into the tumor itself, and you can get a lot of information from a blood draw, which is, relatively speaking, a lot simpler than doing a biopsy. And so again, with circulating tumor DNA or ctDNA, this is really looking at tumor DNA that's present in the bloodstream. Now this is always mixed with normal cell DNA, and the normal DNA is always in a lot higher abundance than the tumor DNA. But we are developing technology that allows us to actually isolate out the tumor DNA and identify it as such so that we can really get insights as to what's going on in the cancer as opposed to what's going in 99% of the DNA in the circulation, which is your normal cells. One advantage of this is that it is detectable in most prostate cancer patients. It can be challenging to actually get useful information from it in somebody who doesn't have high PSA or more cancer on scans. But for the most part, you can at least detect it on some level. One of the downsides is that it only provides information about DNA. You're not learning anything about proteins in the cancer cell. You're not learning anything about RNA. So it's a little bit of an incomplete story. Circulating tumor cells, on the other hand, are whole tumor cells in circulation. These are relatively rare. They've been estimated to be about 1 in tens of millions of normal cells are the circulating tumor cells. These are not detectable in all prostate cancer patients. You generally only can isolate them out from patients that have more advanced cancers that you can see on scans and that have higher PSAs. But ideally, these cells are actually ideal in some ways because they provide a more complete snapshot of what's going on in the cancer. You get information about DNA, RNA, and also protein. And so, one of the challenges really with studying circulating tumor cells is isolating them. And so there are actually a lot of platforms out there that seek to allow us to collect these tumor cells from the bloodstream. In general, I would say that most rely on distinguishing tumor cells from normal cells based on the proteins that are on the cancer cell's surface. And they do this probably in most cases using antibodies, which are specific for cancer cell proteins. And so we've focused on a couple of these technologies, and I'll walk you through 2 of them that we've been doing some work with. The first circulating tumor cell platform is called RareSite. Basically what you do is you load blood into a centrifuge tube, you spin it down, and then what you're left with is basically in the bottom of the tube you've got all the red cells, and then at the top of the tube you have all the nucleated cells, the white cells, and the cancer cells. And so you take this little vial of the tumor cells mixed with white cells, and you actually spread this across a microscope slide, and then you stain this slide with a cocktail of antibodies that allow you to discriminate what would be a normal cell versus a cancer cell. And then you actually load this into an automated microscope, which uses a computer basically to scan the entire slide, and it uses software that's pretty similar to facial recognition software to identify what it thinks is a cancer cell. And so this system will then present the user, the person that's looking under the microscope, with cells that it thinks are cancer cells. And if the user agrees that, yeah, it looks like a cancer cell, they can actually pluck that cell. So right here, the computer said, this looks like a cancer cell to me. The person who's looking through the microscope says, yes, I agree. And then it's got a little mechanism for cutting this out of the slide and retrieving it, and it can plop it into another vial so that you can actually do some additional work, like studying the DNA in that cell or studying proteins and things like that. The next platform that we've been using is called the ADNA test, and this is a platform that is really ideally suited for studying RNA in cells. And so the way that this one works is you take your blood and you load it into a tube, and this green circle here would represent one cancer cell in the vial. You load it full of antibodies that are attached to magnetic beads, and so these antibodies are specific for tumor cells, so they only bind to the tumor cells. And now that the tumor cell is coated in these magnetic beads, basically, you can use a magnetic source on the outside of the vial to basically isolate out the tumor cell, discard all the cells that aren't attached to the magnetic beads, and then you basically have a purified sample of just tumor cells in the vial. At this point, you can lyse the cell, you can pop it open, collect the RNA, and then you can do additional studies to learn about what's going on with the RNA in that cell. And so this is sort of background. I wanted to walk you through maybe a couple examples of how we're using this technology to try to inform precision oncology clinical trials that we have here. Really, the goal is to develop personalized strategies for treating prostate cancer patients. And again, I think that liquid tumor biopsies can be really helpful in this regard because, again, you don't need to stick a needle in somebody's tumor every time to get this information that's going to allow you to learn about what's going on with the cancer. And so the first example is using platinum-based chemotherapy for patients that have what we call DNA repair deficiencies. So DNA repair is basically an essential cellular function. If your cell wasn't able to repair DNA damage, they wouldn't survive beyond a couple of weeks probably. We wouldn't live into our 80s on average. So the reason is that throughout a person's life, DNA is constantly damaged. And this can happen because cells are dividing and that induces some stress. It can also happen because you're exposed to carcinogens like ultraviolet light, or if you're a smoker, tobacco smoke, and there's other things too. And so when that DNA is damaged, the cell needs to be able to repair it, otherwise it's going to die. And so what we've learned is that a number of cells, and probably more so with cancer cells, they have impaired ability to repair DNA. And if they have specific mutations in genes that are essential to this DNA repair process, that may represent a major vulnerability that we can exploit. Some of these genes that are essential to DNA repair are things like BRCA1, BRCA2. They're also referred to as BRCA1 and BRCA2, and you may have heard them in the context of being an increased risk factor for developing breast and ovarian cancers, but we now know that they're also very important to prostate cancer biology too. And so the idea would be that if you treat a person with platinum-based chemotherapy or another DNA-damaging agent, that agent's going to induce damage to the DNA, and in one scenario, if a cell has intact DNA repair machinery, so it's able to repair the damage, some of those cells are going to die, but in general, the scales are tipped towards many of those cancer cells surviving, actually. So the therapy is not actually all that effective. Now, conversely, if you take a tumor cell, a prostate cancer cell that you know has a mutated BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutation that has impaired DNA repair machinery, and you subject it to a DNA-damaging agent like platinum therapy, now the scales are tipped towards more of those cancer cells dying, and we know that this type of therapy is much more effective in these patients. And so this is just an example that was published by Dr. Heather Cheng that sort of highlights this. So this is a guy with advanced prostate cancer who has received several of the approved agents for prostate cancer, abiraterone, enzalutamide, and docetaxel. You can see that basically over the ensuing 2 years, he's had a progressively rising PSA this entire time. And so around this point, they decided to do a biopsy, okay, not a liquid biopsy, just a conventional one. But they discovered that he had a mutation in one of these DNA repair genes, this BRCA2 gene. And so based on this, they predicted that he'd probably respond very well to platinum-type chemotherapy. And lo and behold, when he's treated, his PSA declines rather precipitously, and he's done quite well with this type of treatment. And so this type of therapy doesn't work for probably most prostate cancer patients, but if you have this type of mutation, we think it works very well for them. And so Dr. Cheng has actually developed a clinical trial to try to sort of prove this further. And basically the way this is set up is if a patient has one of these DNA repair deficiencies, they're allowed to enroll to the study in which they get a platinum-based chemotherapy. And again, we think that that's going to predict for them having a good response. And two important points about this study is that it does allow guys to enroll if they have one of these mutations detected from ctDNA, so DNA in the bloodstream. And then another important point is that everybody on the study is going to have blood collected at the beginning and at the end of the study so that we can look at their circulating tumor cells, their ctDNA, and really try to understand the biology even better and maybe develop the next iteration of this that's going to be more effective. The next example is some work that I've been doing looking at targeting androgen receptor splice variants. And so just as some background, if you imagine this is a normal prostate cancer cell, this is sort of a simplified way to think about its general biology. So the prostate cancer cell is here. The main driver of its growth is the androgen receptor, and in order for this to work, you have to have androgens, the one that most people have heard of as testosterone, bind with this receptor. And so these androgens or testosterone in circulation migrate in the cell, then this complex goes to the DNA, and that basically sends off signals saying that you should grow and cause problems. Okay? And if you have a guy who's on hormone therapy, basically they all work by preventing this process, right? So drugs like Lupron are going to lower the amount of androgens in circulation, so it's not there to even bind in the first place. Drugs like Casodex or enzalutamide actually physically block this interaction so that even if testosterone gets in the cell, it can't hook up and drive the cell to grow. And so that's how those drugs work. But the problem is resistance develops to pretty much all hormonal therapies. And one of the mechanisms that we know as being relatively important is the emergence of these androgen receptor splice variants. Essentially, the way this works is that if you imagine a normal androgen receptor has this nice groove in it where testosterone can bind, these splice variants don't have the groove at all. And so testosterone has nowhere to bind here. And the important thing to understand about splice variants is that they don't care that they don't have the groove to connect with testosterone. They're still going to drive the tumor's growth. So essentially, every drug we have that works by blocking this interaction is not going to be effective because there's nothing to even block in this case. And so the idea is you have a cancer cell, it's got a splice variant now, testosterone goes in the cell, says, I don't have anything to bind to, the splice variant doesn't care, it still goes to the nucleus and tells the cancer cell to progress. And so hormone therapies are thought to be ineffective in this setting. And this is just some work that was published in 2014 out of the group from Johns Hopkins looking at the presence of androgen receptor splice variants as detected using the ADNET test, that assay I told you about earlier. And basically what they showed is that whether you're on enzalutamide or abiraterone, you basically are not going to have a good response if you have the presence of one of these splice variants. These graphs are basically, each bar represents a patient. If it's going down, that means the PSA is declining. If it's going up, it means the PSA is rising, which is bad. And in this case, the blue bars are guys that don't have splice variants, and the gold ones are guys that do have splice variants. And you can basically see that most of the gold bars are going upward, meaning that even though they got abiraterone, the PSA is still rising. The drugs don't work, basically. And so because of this, a lot of people have been interested in trying to develop therapies that can be effective for guys that have splice variants. Is there a way that we can actually target the splice variants themselves? And so this was one study where they actually took 1,100 FDA-approved drugs, and they basically dropped them onto prostate cancer cells that had these splice variants and looked to see if any of those drugs could inhibit those cells. And so they identified actually one drug that worked pretty well at doing this, niclosamide. This is actually a really old tapeworm medication, okay? But it looked like it actually was good at inhibiting androgen receptor splice variants, so they did some additional work, and they looked, again, in splice variant positive cell lines, and they showed that when you treat those cells with enzalutamide, they don't respond, which is to be expected because they have the splice variant. But when you add niclosamide, all of a sudden, those cells are dying. And so the idea is that combining niclosamide with enzalutamide might be a good strategy. And so I designed a trial to look at this a little bit closer, and this is an early phase study that's looking at using high-dose niclosamide in combination with enzalutamide for guys that have already progressed on abiraterone. So these are folks that have really received some of the most modern treatment and are still having progressive disease. And the idea is, can we target one of the key resistance mechanisms in this setting? And so, importantly, in this study, we are also planning to collect circulating tumor cells at the beginning and at the end. And the idea is, can we look at what's going on with these androgen receptor splice variants? Are guys that having the splice variant still responding well to this treatment? And does niclosamide have some way to modulate the splice variant's expression? And so this allows us to sort of learn a little more about the biology of the cancer cell and the role that splice variants play, and importantly, to see whether or not this drug is able to effectively target them. And so the last example is really just to highlight that we are, continuing to work to understand the biology of prostate cancer, and I think liquid tumor biopsies is one of the key ways that we're going to be able to expand this to more patients. And so I'm running a study where we're looking at collecting blood draws for liquid tumor biopsies from a number of guys who are starting on either abiraterone, enzalutamide, or an experimental prostate cancer drug. And this is a complex figure, but the key point is we're basically collecting blood at baseline before they start treatment, about 12 weeks in when we think they probably are going to be responding well, and again after the drugs aren't working anymore. And really this highlights, I think, the power of liquid biopsies is that you can collect blood samples serially for an individual and really get an idea as to how their cancer evolves over time, how a resistance emerges, and this will hopefully allow us to develop more effective strategies to treat patients moving forward. And so just to summarize, I think precision medicine, I think, is really sort of where oncology is heading as a field. The idea is that we're moving away from this one-size-fits-all and actually developing a therapy that's specific for an individual. And I think that metastatic biopsies are still important, but they're challenging, and it's not going to be the right thing to do for a lot of patients. So hopefully liquid tumor biopsies will dovetail nicely with that and allow us to forego biopsies in at least a number of patients. And again, there's a lot of ongoing efforts to try to sort of leverage this approach. I've highlighted a few here, but there are many more that we're working on. So that's all I got.
Wonderful. So if we could have the speakers from this morning's second session come up. Write your questions down on your cards for the panelists relevant to their topic areas, and then we'll go from there. We'll have people pick up cards, or if you want to grab a microphone, either way. So there's a question regarding active surveillance. Maybe this is for you, Dan. Is there a role for dutasteride in active surveillance?
So it's a great question. Dutasteride is one of those medications that traditionally is approved for shrinking the prostate for symptoms. So it's approved for men that have a prostate that's enlarged and that's compressing on their urethra, so they're having symptoms of, as we said before, getting up at night, slow stream and so forth. So the simple answer is that the FDA looked at the data because there was a trial where they gave men on active surveillance dutasteride, or placebo. And it did show that in the men that received finasteride, there was less men eventually having surgery, maybe less men having the finding of high-grade cancer. The company went to the FDA and said, "Okay, approve this for that purpose." And they looked at all the data and they actually said no. There was one reason why is because there is a bit of suspicion that those medications, it shows that those medications might be able to prevent prostate cancer in general, but it shows that the men that get prostate cancer taking those medications might have slightly worse prostate cancer. So there's actually a black box on finasteride and finasteride saying that before you start a man on that anyway, you should make sure they don't have prostate cancer. So it was promising, but it didn't work out. So we don't give finasteride for the treatment of men on active surveillance. There's plenty of my patients and the other urologists in the room that have men that are on active surveillance that have other symptoms due to enlarged prostate, and we give it those for that, but not for the treatment of prostate.
A couple more questions for Dr. Lin. Where in Seattle is MRI fusion targeted biopsy done?
Yeah, so we had the first machine in really, I think, the 5-state region in the Northwest for a while. I'm pretty sure that there's a couple of the machines in Seattle. I don't know precisely. I'm pretty sure there's one more in Seattle. I know there's one in Spokane. There's one in Anchorage. Okay, but the University of Washington was the first place and still probably does the highest volume.
And the last one for you. Do most urologists know about PCA3, or where would somebody get access to the urine test for PCA3?
I think most urologists do know about PCA3. Has been around for many years now, and even some primary care providers know about PCA3. It's a simple digital rectal examination and then a urine sample. So most are very well aware of it now, and it is covered by insurance only in the setting of a previous negative biopsy. So not just in analytic PSA, but having had a previous biopsy.
So this question may be more relevant for Evan and Mike Schweizer. I think this is related to advanced disease, but the question is, there's a concern that biopsy has material risk in causing complications. So this is probably both localized prostate cancer as well as these metastatic lesions. We're talking about more precision medicine. So maybe Evan, do you want to say anything about complications for metastasis biopsies, and then Dan, think about localized disease?
Yeah, I think there's two potential risks that might be concerned. One is just the risk of biopsy, meaning bleeding, infection. Those are a potential risk anytime you stick a needle in somebody. And we've been fortunate. We really haven't seen that as a major complication here in our center. But of course, there always is a minuscule risk. As I mentioned in my talk, there's no free lunch in life, so there's always a tiny risk. I think the other thing that people sometimes talk about is spreading the cancer potentially, and we really have not seen that in the field of prostate cancer. There are some other cancers that we have some concern of, and I think this is a chance to emphasize that not all cancers are created equal, but that's just something that we haven't seen.
And Dr. Landon? Oh, go ahead. Dr. Landon, what do you think about repeat prostate biopsies over time, like for active surveillance? Any issues with the first one or repeat?
I think the easy answer is no. We've looked at those data to see whether placing a needle through the rectum, you think you're placing a needle through the rectum into a cancerous gland, you would drag seed or sort of make spread. But we've looked at that and we haven't seen any evidence that it shows any undue harm. I will say that biopsies, prostate biopsies, about a 1% chance of having bleeding event, about a 1% chance of having infection. What's probably more than that is men get antibiotics and they might breed resistant organisms. And so there is something that we pause and we think about that. If we go through the skin transperineally, there is not that issue of infection. So that's one of the arguments about that type of biopsy. And I know in Australia, they basically do all their biopsies through the skin, not through the rectum.
So this question is related to the liquid tumor biopsy, Dr. Schweizer. So the question is, since most blood draws are obtained through the arm, where is this type of blood draw obtained for a liquid tumor biopsy?
Yeah, it's still through the arm. It's the exact same procedure as, getting your PSA checked. It's basically just drawing blood, because the idea is that if there's tumor cells or DNA from the tumor that's circulating, it's going to go everywhere. So there's no need to do anything more invasive to access that blood compared to, the blood you need for a normal standard test. So that's one of the big advantages, I think.
Dr. Yu, could you explain again what the PSMA PET scan actually is?
Yeah, so a PET scan is just the machine, but the reason you can image all different things, I said metabolic, molecular, is that you basically take a radionuclide, and there's different types, that you attach it to something, okay? And the most simple imaging is just fluoride, for instance. It's just F-, and that just incorporates into the bone because you have hydroxyapatite in the bone, and it displaces a hydroxyl group on the bone and goes there. But most of these are attached to something. So the PSMA imaging is often attached to an antibody that recognizes PSMA. Okay, so it depends on what you inject in. The machine just takes a picture of that. So that's the way to think about that.
Yeah. So one way to think about it, so PSA, you think about prostate-specific antigen, it's very prostate-specific, but it's secreted out of the cell into the bloodstream. So it's no longer stuck to the tumor cell. PSMA is relatively prostate-specific, and it stays on the surface of a tumor cell. So it acts like a little beacon that you can try to recognize with an antibody that might be labeled to a tracer that you can image. So, Dr. Swanson.
Question for Dr. Yu. When do you think gamma-68 PSMA lutetium-177 might be available in the United States for treatment? And if it does become available for treatment, based on the European experience, how effective do you think it might be in metastatic prostate cancer?
So maybe remind them what it is.
So, okay, so I think you brought up two different types when I talked about the N. One is the lutetium that targets PSMA treatment, and that's a beta-emitting radiopharmaceutical. It does have more spread. So, for instance, if it goes to the bone, it does have higher risk of myelosuppression. It's been generally used more for patients who have advanced disease, more targets to go after. But the concerns there is that you could, when I say myelosuppression again, that's lowering of the blood counts, white blood cell, red blood cell counts. That is not widely available right now. It is right now under investigation. New drug contract are allowed to be done in a certain place in New York. But we are working with them to bring that here potentially within the next year. To be able to do that sort of treatment here. So that's part of a potential collaboration that's upcoming. So again, it's not widely available. It's not FDA approved treatment, but under research studies, hopefully in about a year or so, we should hopefully have that here. With the other compound, the actinium one, that is the alpha-emitting radiopharmaceutical, the one that's more targeted, more focused, doesn't spread as much, but the one that hits the salivary gland. So that right now is being used in Germany, but again, it's being used in pretty advanced stage patients because of the concerns of taking away your ability to salivate.
Thank you.
Last question here, and then we'll break for lunch. Right there. Oh, you have...
Okay, splice variant. I found that very interesting. I'm not sure exactly what causes it. Lupron is one of the treatments, and bipolar androgen treatment is another theory. What effect do those two have on splice variants?
Yeah, so, I mean, what causes them, I don't think we really fully understand right now. You know, there are some cases when you can see that the DNA that encodes the androgen receptor is altered, but probably in most cases it's actually the RNA, that sort of messenger to go from the DNA to a protein gets flip-flopped around and it loses that end part of the androgen receptor, okay? We see that when patients receive more lines of hormonal therapy, the prevalence of the splice variants go up. So after a guy gets Lupron, the incidence of splice variants is very low, but after they received Lupron plus abiraterone plus enzalutamide, it goes up and up and up, okay? So, you know, as far as the impact, I think, of hormone therapy, we basically see that they select for these splice variants, okay? Now, the idea of high-dose testosterone is bipolar androgen therapy. You know, one of the things that we've noticed in studying that is when you use high doses of testosterone, it's kind of opposite to the way we approach treating prostate cancer at early stages, right? And you can actually see that in a reasonable number of patients, and also in prostate cancer cell lines, that you can make the splice variants go away. And so far, in the handful of patients we've actually been able to demonstrate this, the splice variants do look like they come back after you stop treating with testosterone, but at least transiently, it looks like they're able to suppress them. And there are ongoing studies to try to see whether or not this would be an effective strategy for treating guys that have the splice variants as well. But I think, it's certainly a compelling rationale for trying testosterone in those patients. So.
Excellent. So feel free to jump and ask these guys additional questions during the break. We're going to break for lunch now. If you go out these doors, turn left. The lunches are there. You can eat in the lunchroom or down in the main atrium. And we're going to try to reconvene at 12:30, maybe a few minutes after, just to stay on time. So you got about a half an hour. Thank you.
Dr. Lynn, right job.
Good, that's very fast. Going to Baltimore?
My doctor still gives PSA and the digital. Digital still,
that's important, right?
Getting bigger, isn't that what he's checking for with the digital?
So the idea with both is that you're decreasing the pool of testosterone in your bloodstream. So it's not going to be blocked, but it's preventing that interaction by just getting rid of the testosterone altogether, right? So it kind of has the same effect as you're it's the fact that every hormonal therapy, to some level, tries to target that interaction, right? And so when you splice variants emerge, basically that interaction that was targeted is no longer relevant. The splice variants are function. So whether you block the interaction to get rid of testosterone, like glucagon, like certain saturation, or you block it with drugs, the end result's the same. So splice variants are there, we think they can still drive it. Still pretty fancy right here. And the other and that's one of the reasons why somebody's had either chronic for a long time or they've had surgical castration, that eventually the tumors can grow because the tumor itself started making testosterone, right? He's not even with the drug Zytiga, it actually prevents the tumors from making testosterone. That's why that drug's probably effective in guys who have lazy ingredient, just learn about one way that it's able to grow. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Hi,
Nice to meet you.
I've got basically just process, and I'm planning to have radiation on the newly diagnosed kid. And basically I'm planning to have radiation on the main tumor. The idea that you brought up of treating the main tumor, which would be a source of problem. Right. But the thing I wondered about
just keep in mind, this is still, it's not definitive that proven to be
I've read all the literature.
All research.
I'm a breast physician. I've read all the literature. I've been with Dr. Fletcher, but good.
Okay.
But the question is are you 223? If I had just limited bone and I had a CT scan, so say I get the tumor radiated. The question is, what about treating the bone?
Yeah. So I'll tell you, the study that I mentioned that's going to be run through SWOG is going to treat the bone metastases and the primary tumor as well. Well, half the patients. Half the patients is just get standard therapy, nuclear hormones, half to get that, plus everything else. We don't know that it'll be beneficial. Theoretically, it might be, but it all depends. I mean, I personally think that at some point, if you have a very high tumor volume, not going to be beneficial. But if you have kind of a limited tumor volume, you might be. And so I don't know what your tumor volume is or what your bone scans show. But,
It's sort
I
of
mean, how many
little
lesions do you know?
tiny.
Yeah. Most of these studies are being designed for less than 4. So
That's arbitrary.
yeah. I mean, I won't lie to you. If you were my patient, I would say don't go out. Don't zap everything. Some radiation oncologists can make a lot of money though, zapping everything.
But what about? But RU-223 isn't zapping.
Oh, you're talking about radium-223?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about external beam radiation.
No.
Radium-223 is FDA approved for those with metastatic, bone metastatic, symptomatic castration-resistant prostate cancer.
I'm not in that situation.
Right, you're not in that situation. Now, if you're independently wealthy, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket. I would say no to you. But no insurance company will.
No, I know. You know how much it is? You know how much it is?
I think probably a little less than 100,000 for 6 doses.
Yeah, I'm still considering it because, again, that's a chance of curative. It's not no guarantees, obviously, but it's at least a chance.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a crazy idea. It all depends too. I'd have to think a little bit more about it because if you restart the hormonal treatment, you already have a lot of bone remodeling.
Yeah, right.
You think about how radium-223 incorporates the best. It's probably best incorporated at a period of time when there's a lot of bone remodeling. So it all kind of depends on the timing may be an issue.
Yeah, I heard a lecture, and I don't know whether it's published data to support it, that the quiescent, small, not active tumors in the bone are the ones that would benefit most from RU-223.
It's potential, right? Because those are the ones that are hanging out and somewhere down the road maybe they get some.
And it gets into the bone all over the place, right? It goes into all the bone.
No, not really well. It really only goes into places where you have very active osteoblastic metastasis. It does not incorporate very well if you don't have osteoblastic.
And why do they think it would work in people with, quiescent prostate cancer?
Well, I don't think that they mean they have quiescent prostate cancer just going there. I think that there may be quiescent prostate cancer sitting right next to something else that's more active, and it might go in there.
Okay, well, good. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Take care. Hi, I'm Evan.
It's amazing information. Let's try something myself. I had a prostate I did have my urologist thought I still might be located in the prostate because they took out my prostate there was a little bit in one.
Got it.
And so I have a PSA.
So you've had surgery, you've had radiation.
Yeah, the treating of
still right.
cancer death.
Okay, lung.
Yes.
No Lupron.
No. He doesn't like it. I didn't want it.
Nobody likes it, but I mean, it works.
So that's what I don't know what my first step is. I wonder if I have, so I'm at 2.2. I went up to 3.2. So I'm at like 200 milligrams. So he says like 250 is probably all my stomach. Anyway, is there one of these scans you're talking about that could tell me it's available? I have two that I have something somewhere.
Yeah, you have something somewhere.
So
sure.
It seems to be a diet knowing that and monitoring, starting with that number. Is there something that I could do now?
Now, you've done standard CAT scans and bone scans, and they haven't done.
No, I haven't done any of them.
I would start there. I would start with standard imaging CAT scans.
Should I ask him I get a standard?
All the times it's standardly done. I think, you have to ask yourself the question to why you're doing it, right? I mean, because usually when we do these fancy imaging modalities, we're looking for something to go after.
Yeah.
So why do an imaging study if you're just going to know that it's there but not do anything about it?
Well, just to have a baseline and then if things become available and there's information where I started.
Maybe. That's the thing. It's just that, because the argument is just that following your PSA tells you what's happening in your cancer reasonably well. So, again, the focus might not be if you can find the cancer and then potentially do something Right. Well, no, going after the surgery or radiation, it is available. So it's a different thought process.
Bruce, do you need to use?
Okay. There's a lot. Yeah, he's here. He's right there in the blue sweater. Want me to introduce you real quick? Okay. Go by Scott. Should I do? I wouldn't. I mean, maybe a CAT scan or a bone scan just as a baseline, but I wouldn't proceed these fancy imaging modalities right now, just because. Well, I guess I might have considered it before you started on the Cassidex to see if I can go after it. Somebody can go after it with some research study or something like that. So, I think, yeah. It'd be, again, this is all researchy, number one.
Yeah, right.
Number two, I mean, you're on a different path track too. You're not doing standard therapy. This is not standard at all.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Take care. Hi. Good seeing you. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, yes, he's doing a lot of work.
I don't remember what
Gallium 68. That was Gallium 68. Probably, to be honest with you, I don't know what it says. Nobody knows what it says, but I suspect that they make that one. I believe they all are. Oh, really? I thought that they were all. You might just email Anya last. Really? Yeah, but she may have a library that just kept. I mean, the live stream is obviously not going to work. I have never tried to do it that way, but just email Anya and ask her. Oh yeah, it is, and I sure did on that too. I did. Gallium 68, that's the one he used. GA 68, yeah. Definitely. Good seeing you. Take care. Have a good one.
So I'm going
lunch already?
Oh, no. I'm not going to eat today. I don't know what you're thinking.
Well, you were standing in line there for a while. I thought.
Oh, I was just trying to ease the tensions at the end of the line.
You're doing a good job. This
Oh,
is
thank
well
you.
organized. Pete's a good timekeeper.
I know.
Everybody's been right on top of it.
Well, thank you. I think the content is always exceptional.
Yep.
Okay.
You just heard more than anyone, right? Well, I was going to be talking to the doc. Yeah, there they go.
Nice for cooking.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Like 200.
I know.
Okay, well.
Well, because I think some people went for like 3 or 4.
Oh, that. I'll do it.
Good job.
I didn't think about the box lunch versus the buffet lunch concern, so now I know.
Okay.
I apologize. I apologize
Well,
for
I
the
haven't been
slow.
out there yet. I don't know
Oh,
particularly.
there was a long line. That's all.
That's the breaks of the game, right?
I know. Let's take a look. So this is the final one that we're working from. So yeah, there are two at the end that are blue. Yeah, those are the two. Gotcha.
Sean, correct that you put these whole things together?
The slide? Yeah. I apologize for the last time. I didn't want to take the hold up there, but I'm glad we got them.
I'm tired.
So anyway, I apologize. If you're enjoying yourself and learning something along the way.
Every time.
Good. Good. Me too.
I missed the last one. I was out of town. How many have there been?
I've only been to the last 3 or 4. Before that, in the first 2 years before I got involved in the program.
So what is your credential again?
I have an MIT. I have to tell you. I manage all the activities of which is very super fun. So, then the university is helping with the project, help communicating the results to outside.
Well, it's very good. It's very good.
There you are.
So if everyone could please head toward your seats, we'll get ready to start the afternoon session. Yeah.
And what do you want to do about this? We're starting in 15 minutes.
I'll just tell people that if they need to just keep it 15. Okay, welcome back. Sorry the compressed lunch, but we're trying to stay on time as much as possible. And what we're planning on doing is not shortchanging any of the 15-minute blocks or sessions. So if somebody needs to leave early, by all means, feel free to leave if you need to. But we are going to be running over a bit. So we're going to shift the focus now to discussing more advanced prostate cancer. And we thought it was very important, which is also relevant to every stage of prostate cancer, to really discuss a little bit about clinical trials, what they actually mean, sort of what the benefits and drawbacks are. And we're very fortunate enough also to have several patients, several men who have been involved in clinical trials. So Dr. Bruce Montgomery will lead off this session. Bruce is a professor of medicine in medical oncology at the University of Washington. He's a real clinical leader nationally and internationally in bringing new therapies in prostate cancer to bear. So he's going to talk, give you an introduction to the clinical trials, and then lead the roundtable discussion, and we'll be able to take some questions from you as well. Bruce?
Thanks, Pete. This is a real pleasure for me because I think, we talk about clinical trials and in very general terms a lot of the time, but I think that this is where the rubber hits the road. We talk about all the spectacular basic research that we do at the Hutchinson and the UW, which is great in and of itself. But the idea is that if that does not translate into something that impacts on a patient's care, that work is not really as important or we're not really taking advantage of it in a way that is, let's just say, as useful as it might be. So we do tend to talk about clinical studies in the context of interventions, meaning testing new drugs, doing, having people come to the clinic and give them things. There are actually many different types of clinical research. So some of what I have up on the slide is basically it's human research looking at using things like what are called biomarkers. So you heard a little bit about that from Dr. Schweitzer. So looking at things that are indicators of likelihood of response or not that can help us to make decisions about treatment. That's circulating tumor DNA, that can be splice variants, it can be any number of things. And you're actually going to hear from Dr. Pritchard very soon, who's going to be talking about how looking in tissue can give you insights as to what the next therapy might be. And again, that's biomarker research. So intervention is what we classically think of, and I'm going to touch on that mostly over the next few minutes. Really, and that's testing new treatments at different stages in men dealing with prostate cancer. And then there's also looking at things like outcomes. How do our therapies affect people's quality of life? That isn't always called out very specifically in the clinical studies that we do, but it's obviously just as important, if not more important, than how effective it is in terms of controlling the disease. So quality of life is also a big part of clinical research. So when we talk about phases of clinical research, it gets very complicated, I would say. I would say that the first part of clinical research is the preclinical part, right? So again, we were talking about the spectacular basic research that happens here at the Hutchinson and at the University of Washington. And this is work that is done sometimes in cell lines, sometimes in animal models, sometimes just in tissue that has been collected from patients, and we're looking for new things, which can then lead to the next study. So this always precedes something that is done in a human. So we aren't doing this without a lot of very significant work that goes into designing these clinical studies. So phase one is what's called essentially dose testing. You have a drug that oftentimes has not been given to any humans before, and we're giving it to somebody with the idea that it makes sense in terms of treating the disease, but we need to decide what dose is safe. And that's usually doing things like giving it to people and seeing what their side effects are, also looking at what the blood levels are of the drug to say, are we or are we not getting enough drug into the system to have an effect on the tissue, because you cannot really predict what the blood levels will be very easily. I think you heard from Dr. Schweitzer earlier about this drug niclosamide that he's giving orally, which is not the way it's typically been done. And so he's been looking at how we can get enough of that drug into the bloodstream. So these are small studies in a small number of patients, and we're being very careful, a lot of evaluations, stepping through this process. Phase two is where we do a lot of our work. So we decide that a drug is safe at a specific dose, and there oftentimes is some clear evidence of response. It's pretty rare, definitely in industry studies, sometimes in our studies, that they will not take a drug further past phase one if there really isn't a significant amount of evidence that it's effective, right? Which makes sense. Giving a drug to somebody, even though it's well tolerated, it doesn't really make a great deal of sense to anybody if it's not going to work. It's not just taking one drug and then putting it into a larger group of patients to see how effective it is. This is also the space in which we often combine drugs that have not been put together before. And again, I think you heard Dr. Schweitzer describing some of the studies that Dr. Cheng is doing in patients with DNA repair defects. So combining things like docetaxel and carboplatin in patients, that's a phase two study. Those drugs have been used for many years by themselves, not necessarily together. So phase three, I guess that's that. I'll just use my hands. Yeah, so there are actually obviously other screens. So phase three, it doesn't like phase three. So a phase three study is where we take a drug that has clearly shown activity and we think it might be an improvement on what is a standard of care in a very specific situation. So I'm going to walk through a specific drug that has been a success story and show you what that means, but it's usually randomized, so the physicians and the patients don't really have a choice of which of these therapies they get, but at a minimum they are getting what is the standard of care, and then there is the possibility of getting the experimental agent with the idea of that potentially being more benefit. And then phase four is where it's already been FDA approved and we're really tracking toxicity in a much larger population of patients to make sure that we didn't miss something in terms of toxicity later. So I'm going to talk about abiraterone because this is a drug also called Zytiga that is a success story and sort of how these steps evolved, and evolved very quickly. When a drug is good, things happen very rapidly. So I'm not going to show you all the details of what all these graphs mean. I'm going to sort of give you the 10,000-foot view. So this was a study that was done in around 2004 by a urologist who said, I've been doing TURPs in men with advanced prostate cancer that are on hormone therapy, but when I look at the tissue, the hormone levels are the same as they are in somebody who hasn't been on hormone therapy. Why is that, right? So that was unexpected. And so we actually did some work. A number of the people you've heard from and are going to hear from did some work looking in patients, and in fact showed that in some tissues, the hormone levels in a man who has no circulating testosterone were up to 5 times higher than they were in a man who did have a normal androgen axis, which says there's something happening in the tissue that is regulating hormonal production that nobody expected. And that really led to the idea that, hormones remain important, even what used to be called hormone refractory disease, and that we needed to hit the process of hormone production more effectively. And a group in the UK pulled a drug off the shelf that had been sitting around for 10 years that did, in fact, affect hormone production. They did a phase 1-2 study in a very short period of time, showed that in men who had resistant disease, the response rate was somewhere in the range of about 60%. And then a series of the fastest randomized studies in prostate cancer were done, each of them with over 1,000 patients. And they showed that in men who had or had not had chemotherapy, the drugs had benefit in terms of improving response and survival. Okay? And this actually happened over the course of somewhere in the range of about 7 years. Okay? Now that sounds like a long time, but in drug development, the drug studies really were completed. The first phase 1-2 were completed in about 2008 to FDA approval in 2011. That is a land speed record. Okay? So there have been other drugs like that, but this is an example. In these phase 3 studies, what was done was the standard of care was used as the comparator to abiraterone in this case, and again showed real benefits. So we're going to talk about pros and cons of participating in clinical research, but having access to a drug like this is one of the reasons why we think participating in research is a good idea for patients. So the next steps, we've been participating in a number of studies that have said, so how can we double down on this? So one thing that you do with an effective drug in advanced disease is you move it earlier in the process. You try to look at how effective that might be in patients who have localized disease. Can you get rid of the cancer? So we've been doing studies using abiraterone prior to surgery and looking at how much cancer is left behind at the time of surgery to see how we might improve outcomes. We've also done the same thing in men getting radiation therapy, combining abiraterone with radiation to look at outcomes. And in fact, in that study, things looked very good. So then the next steps, which you're going to hear a little bit from some of the men who have participated in this study, was to look at how we might improve on abiraterone by looking at what happens in the tissue in men undergoing therapy with either abiraterone or enzalutamide. And this is a study that we participated in and continue to participate in, and you'll hear a little bit more about sort of what that has meant. I hope Dr. Pritchard may be able to speak to that because he played a big role here. But the idea is that we just keep doubling down. We keep looking for new ways in which we can improve our outcomes even when a drug is very effective. So what are the pros and cons to participating in a research study? So I think the possible benefits you've heard I've touched on before, that is, you can't get a drug. For example, abiraterone was not available outside of a clinical study at the time that these studies that I had up on the board were being done. So access to a drug that's otherwise not available and might be the next great thing only happens through a clinical study. The second part is when you're on a study, many people are paying attention to what happens to you. Now we know that in fact patients who participate in clinical studies generally do better than people who do not. That's due to a lot of different things. People who participate in studies tend to be more motivated. They tend to be very careful about what they're doing. They also are being cared for at academic centers of excellence. So you can't completely remove those facets and aspects of care from being on the study. But they're all wrapped into one bundle, and so in general, people who do participate in studies do better. Then finally, and you'll hear about this from the men that we're going to have up here and who are going to very generously share their stories, is sort of the greater good. Men are dealing with prostate cancer. They don't want men in 20 years to be dealing with it in the same way that they're dealing with it today. So the idea of improving care for the future generations of men who may have to deal with prostate cancer is a very big motivation for many people. Now, what are the downsides? So it wouldn't be research if we knew everything about the drug. So harms and the relative benefits, we don't know. Okay, we don't know that the therapy will be better than the standard of care, but obviously we wouldn't do it if we didn't think it was possible. It almost always means that you have to make more visits to the clinic than you would be if you were on standard of care therapy. And again, the reason for that is there's a very clear plan as to how these studies go on, and I think Mr. Thompson, who's one of the folks who's going to speak, will touch on that. But it can be a commitment in time. And then some insurance doesn't cover study costs. I mean, most of them do, and we do actually check as to whether insurance is going to cover your participation in a clinical study, but not everybody's insurance will cover those costs, and that is definitely a downside. So I know that's been a very brief discussion of clinical studies, and I think, again, we're going to hear from some folks who have participated in clinical research in just a moment, so hopefully their personal experience will sort of flesh this all out for you. I think finding clinical studies if people are interested, and again, it can be any of these different types that I talked about, biomarker, outcomes, or intervention. Clinicaltrials.gov is an NCI-sponsored clinical trial website. It's a little complicated to walk through, but it actually is a very good tool to finding clinical research studies. The local ones that we have at our site are on the main website, the SCCA, Seattle Cancer Care Alliance website. If you go to Diseases and Treatments, prostate cancer, and then on the left side of the page, clinical trials is one of the headings. It opens up all the studies that are actually open at the institution. And right now we have 21 different studies that are available for participation. So you can never say this enough. The only way that we make progress is by doing research. I know that many people have sort of mixed feelings about it. You know, the whole idea of participating when we don't absolutely know that something's going to be beneficial, it takes a leap of faith. On the other hand, we're not going to improve therapy for you or the people to come without participation in research. And it's worthwhile emphasizing what kind of a role the IPCR, this organization, plays locally, because the funds that they provide to support local research is so much more useful in many ways than the National Cancer Institute or some of these large foundations, because it takes oftentimes a year to get the money from an institution, even if they actually do approve funding. And the way things are changing these days, an idea you have today is irrelevant in a year. So IPCR has actually made it possible. I think you heard from Dr. Cheng earlier in the day. She's doing some very exciting work that's actually being supported by a number of people in the room. And I just want to emphasize how important IPCR has been to that effort and thank them. So now we're actually going to have two men come up who have participated in clinical research, and I'm hoping that Mr. Thompson and Mr. Atkinson would be willing to come up, and we're going to have a discussion. The way this is going to work is I'm going to actually briefly talk about what each of them have been through in terms of their therapy and sort of an overview of their experience. I'm going to ask them a couple of questions to allow them to expand on what they've thought about participating in clinical research. And then we're going to open it up for questions that might come from the audience for these gentlemen who again, very generously have participated in research. So I'm first going to talk about Mr. Atkinson. In his 40s, he was diagnosed with widely metastatic prostate cancer. He was started on standard hormonal therapy, received docetaxel, which is now a standard intervention if people are diagnosed with widely metastatic disease. Participated in a randomized study of local therapy, in his case a prostatectomy, in men with metastatic disease. Subsequently has participated in several studies here, a Provenge and IL-7 study, randomized study. He's participated in the liquid tumor biopsy study, which Dr. Schweizer talked about earlier, and he is participating in what's called the PCF Stand Up to Cancer sequencing effort, which continues to go on at our institution, looking at molecular changes in prostate cancer and metastasis, which requires doing a biopsy. I think you may have heard about that earlier in the day. So Mr. Thompson Similar story, had some local therapy, ultimately developed metastatic disease, was on hormone therapy, and then on a clinical study we had with abiraterone, with or without something called a PARP inhibitor. You may have heard about that earlier in the day, or you may hear about it in a few minutes. Ultimately, participated in the Stand Up to Cancer sequencing approach at the same time that he participated in that study. Subsequently went on to multiple other therapies that in fact were not working as well as we would like, and then as a result of the Stand Up to Cancer sequencing data, which at the time that it was first found didn't really have any impact on his care, but in the meantime new data had come out that suggested that different interventions that we hadn't thought about might be useful. He was started on that therapy and did have benefit. So did that summarize things okay for you guys? Okay. So again, I just want to emphasize how generous both of them have been in terms of being willing to go through this. So I'm going to ask each of you to take turns answering these questions. So for each of you, I'll start with Mr. Atkinson because I started with you in the first place. If you could just give us some ideas about what you think the main reasons that either you participated in research or the main reasons you think anybody should participate in clinical research.
Sure, yeah, this is working good. So for me, maybe I think what I'll do is kind of start with a little bit of my story. And so as you mentioned, I was 45 when I was diagnosed, and cancer was not on my radar at that time. It was totally unexpected. I didn't have a family history and did not have a lot of deep experience with it. So I started having back pain and wasn't sure what that was all about. Eventually got into a radiologist who gave me an MRI, and she was a dear friend, and she said, "Scott, you have widespread metastatic disease." And I'm like, "Well, what is that?" And she said, "It's cancer, you need to get to an oncologist." So I felt like really I had just landed on a different planet. I had no idea what to do. And, I started my cancer odyssey. And like probably many of you in here, the first thing I did was go on Google. And started going, what is this disease I have and how do I counter it? And I stumbled across a video on YouTube that was a guy named Dr. Trip Cassell. He was a doctor at the University of Texas, and he talked about his story. And it was, there were some parallels. He was a younger guy when he was diagnosed, and he stopped his practice, and he was being treated in MD Anderson, and then he volunteered for the war in Iraq. And it was really an inspiring story, and it just completely touched me. And at the end of the story, he talked about some of the clinical trials that he participated in, and he had this big encouraging message of, if anyone asks you to get into a clinical trial, just do it. It's how we advance our science, and so that kind of resonated with me. And so I had my workup done at the Mayo Clinic in Scottsdale, and then I went to MD Anderson because I wanted to go see what this organization was about for a kind of a confirmation of the treatment plan. And when I was there, the doctor there was Paul Korn, and I said, "Do you have any trials? Because I'd really like to start getting involved." And up to that point, I kind of thought clinical trials were something that you did at the end of kind of cancer treatment, and I didn't have a lot of hope that there was something to start with. And he said, "Yeah, in fact, we have this great trial that is working on local therapy for people who have advanced disease, which is not something we normally do." And so I said, "Great, sign me up." And I was interested in just being part of it. And I thought from Trip Cassell, who said it's the way science advances, really resonated with me, and just like that. So I was in that study, and things were going along, and then my cancer started progressing a little more. My oncologist, I live in Spokane, my oncologist over there, it's not a research organization in Spokane, but I started the next line of therapy. I had Provenge, and I asked Dr. Korn at MD Anderson if there was anything that they were doing with Provenge, and if that's what I said, he said, "No, I think you should do Provenge. We don't have any trials going on." I asked my oncologist in Spokane, and so he looked. He said there's 2 trials in Cleveland, and then there's one in Seattle. And so I went on clinicaltrials.gov, and looked up at ProVench trial. I can't remember what I searched, and the one in Seattle came up, and the somehow on there, and probably he may not like this, but Dr. Yu's email is on there as the lead clinician. So I was just walking down the street, and I got my phone out, and I emailed him my story and said, I'd like to participate in your trial. And I'm not kidding you, like 38 seconds later, I get an email back. It was amazing. And it was Dr. Yu, and he said, here's what you do, and here's where we are, and here's how you get in touch with us. There you are. And I'd never experienced that before in my whole life when it came to the field of medicine. You know, doctors had always been hard for me to get a hold of. And so that changed my life, just this organization, and I got even more excited and met with Dr. Yu, and he signed me up for another trial at that time, and it's been a wonderful journey for me, and I would encourage anybody, if you have the opportunity to talk to your oncologist or where you are at your stage, if there's something you can do, because I don't know if it's helpful for me, but it's fun, and I like the fun aspect.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Sandy Thompson, and I don't think I can add very much, actually, because my colleague here pretty much covered the ground. I, like Kim, and like probably anybody else in this situation, the first thing I did is start burning up my search engine, and discovered in the process of, kind of random knocking around the internet that clinical trials aren't exactly what I had thought they were, and that you can do clinical trials early in your treatment, and that they're not all sort of double-blind studies where you don't know whether you're getting a sugar pill and somebody's standing somewhere with a stopwatch to see how soon you kick the bucket, right? Not all like that. And so when my initial hormone therapy sort of stopped working, and I got a chance to get into the study with abiraterone, with or without ABT 888 or something like that. I was randomized onto one branch of that, but I knew what I was getting. My doctor knew what I was getting, and it actually worked for me for quite a while, 26, 27 months, something like that, which I think is longer than the statistics I saw. You see these statistics in studies that, they get an average of 5.2 months extra lifespan, and you think, what for? But when it's you, and you're in that fight, it feels like significant. And the other thing is, I have been, my cancer was graded at Gleason 9, borderline 10, so it's very dangerous. Moves fast when it moves. And I wouldn't be here now, without some of the more advanced treatments that are available. I was taking stuff that wasn't on the market, a year before, a year and a half before. And so I benefited from all these other dudes donating their data. So when I get a chance to donate mine in return, well, maybe I can help somebody else. Maybe I can help you. Someday, this disease is going to be, it will be cured or it will be managed. And it will become something that people die with instead of because of. And I don't want to be the last guy to kick the bucket before that happens. but if I do, my data will still be around. And it'll be helping people. And so I was tickled to be in the study. And I'm off the study now because, it stopped working. I'm on something else, which is not a new drug, but a new application of an existing drug based on the Stand Up to Cancer biopsy results that they got, or genome results. And I have no regrets. I'd be on another study in a heartbeat.
How are we doing, Tom?
I think a few questions. If
Okay.
anybody from the audience has questions about
let's say 2 questions. Anybody have questions for these gentlemen? Yes.
Did you find out afterwards if you're on a placebo? Or do you never find out?
For myself, I wasn't on a placebo study, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I was in one randomized study, and I found out at the time of randomization that I was going to be on the either control arm or not control arm, but it basically I was not getting the drug. So I was, I didn't take a placebo though. It was just not getting the drug. But in my case, it was giving blood every few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Right. There are many phase 3 studies that are not placebo controlled. So you do actually know what you are getting, and I think that's something that a lot of people are leery of, which I absolutely understand. But there are, as I said, there are many studies that are phase 3 that you do know all the components, so that both you and your doctor can adjust based on that.
I will add one thing though, because I had some thoughts that tormented me for a while. My first study was randomized for either having surgery or not having surgery. I got randomized to having the surgery. I was thinking, well, what if they gave the surgery to everybody? But some people, they just didn't take your prostate out. I don't think that happened. It's kind of a weird placebo.
We live in the land of nightmares.
Any other questions? All right. Can we have another round of applause for these gentlemen?
We'll have a chance again when we end this session for Q&A about clinical trials and things. So if you have questions, we'll be able to address those as well. So the next discussion is going to be led by Dr. Colin Pritchard, who's an associate professor at the University of Washington in laboratory medicine. He is truly an international leader in developing molecular diagnostics. So you heard a bit about the genomic analysis, the circulating tumor cells, the ctDNA. So Colin is a person who actually puts that into practice for how you would use it on a day-to-day basis. So Colin, welcome.
It's really an honor to be here. I'm probably maybe the only pathologist or laboratory medicine doctor talking to you today. So we have the privilege of seeing the specimens, but not the patients as often. Although I have gone through medical school, I have actually talked to patients in my life. So with that caveat, all right. So what I do is more around the sort of genomics and the molecular dissection of these tumors. So we're looking at the tissues and we're trying to figure out what went wrong in the cancer. And we are lucky now that we have an array of drugs that are targeted to certain problems in the cancer. So I like the analogy I like to give for the targeted therapies is it's the Achilles heel. So we're trying to identify that Achilles heel of the cancer. These are sometimes called driver mutations, or you'll hear other terms for them, but they're the things that are making the cancer go. And now we have an array of drugs that if we can identify that thing that's making the cancer go, we can line it up with a drug that'll make it stop. So that's the basic idea. We're still relatively early on in prostate cancer, so this research is critical, and particularly the IPCR has been really critically important for driving this field. So we're really thankful for that support. So you may have heard the term precision medicine or personalized medicine. The idea here is that, traditionally when we've done research to look at new therapies, we've taken whole groups of people and tried a drug, and a whole other group of people not tried a drug. And we haven't really looked at their cancer itself other than maybe the sort of basic histology, that's what it looks like under the microscope. So we might look at like the Gleason score or things like that, but we haven't looked more deeply in the past of what really makes that cancer unique in terms of how we do these treatments. So that's the difference between population race versus precision, is that In population-based, which is the sort of traditional approach, we'll make treatments based on what the pathology says, maybe the stage, that is it spread throughout the body or is it localized, but that's pretty much it. And this sort of newer way of doing trials and thinking about how to sort of tailor the right drug to the right patient, the precision approach, would be to look at the tumor tissue, do some kind of molecular test, the kinds of tests that I do and develop, and then detect those drivers, those things that are making the cancer go, and then really try to sort of dissect that group into many subgroups and identify the drugs that might be best for that specific patient. And those groups might be small. I mean, it may be that only 1% of people with this kind of prostate cancer have this particular alteration, and yet those 1% may be very highly likely to respond to a drug. And so if you think about that 1%, and let's say we did it the traditional way where you looked at the whole group, well, you might not see any effect of the drug, right? Because it might be just that 1%. So you can imagine if you just treated everyone with it, it might be that you didn't see any benefit. But now that we can see, oh, well, actually there is benefit, it may be in a small percentage, but if we can identify that percentage, we can really benefit them. And the more of these targets we identify, the more those 1% start adding up to, 100% hopefully eventually. So this is the idea. So a lot of this is driven by technology. So have people in the audience heard of next generation sequencing? Is that okay? So I've seen 2 or 3 hands. Yeah, it's that's good. That's actually when I gave this presentation a few years ago. I think there was 0. So this is a technology that's really driving the ability to do this. So traditionally we've had the ability to sequence DNA at 1 gene at a time, but going beyond that became kind of expensive and took a long time. So it took us many years to sequence the first human genome, and now we can sequence a human genome in a couple days. So we've had this sort of quantum leap in technology, and the technology is so-called next-generation sequencing. It's actually a whole host of different technologies, but the thing that unifies them is that they are very much more powerful. We can sequence all the genes in the genome now for basically the same cost that it used to cost to sequence 1 or 2 genes in the genome. So what this technology allows us to do is, for the first time, really do this molecular profiling in the clinic, and it's already being used for prostate cancer care. So again, just to emphasize the importance of this technology, this graph shows the 2 different sequencing methods. So the first generation sequencing, we could sequence maybe 1,000 letters of the genome. So the genome is about 3 billion letters long, and we used to be able to sequence about 1,000 or so. And now we can sequence 1 billion. So it's not an incremental increase, and this is the timeline of this is in the past few years. So these technologies were introduced in the research setting in the mid-2000s, and they've been in the clinical setting for about 3 or 4 years now. So they're relatively new, but they're really a quantum leap in technology. I mean, it's from 1,000 to 1 billion, not from 1,000 to 10,000. So that's really what's driving our ability to do this. And in some ways, the technology is sort of advanced more than what we know. So we have to keep that in mind. We don't actually know enough about the genome and how to do treatments. It's not matching with our technology, but we're getting there. We're getting there very quickly. So Dr. Montgomery mentioned this study, this international study that was funded by Stand Up to Cancer and the Prostate Cancer Foundation that I think many in this room have very generously participated in. This has been a really critical effort in understanding what these drivers, what these Achilles heels are in advanced prostate cancer. So this is a complicated slide, but the point of it is just to show that there are these different Achilles heels. There's these different pathways that we've identified just recently, of which there are targeted therapies. So there's a pathway called the Wnt pathway and a pathway called the PI3 kinase pathway. And then, of course, there's testosterone pathway, also known as androgen pathway, that we've heard a lot about, and many of you are familiar with those drugs, but we're identifying new ways to target that after looking at the sequencing at the DNA level. There's a pathway called cell cycle that we can target, but I think perhaps most excitingly are the DNA repair pathway alterations that we found. So again, just give context, there's many pathways. There's all kinds of these Achilles heels out there that we're now just starting to do trials and learn about. But the exciting thing about DNA repair pathway is that we actually might already have some drugs available, so for particularly platinum chemotherapies. Now we need research to prove that those work, but they are already available, so they can be used without a lot more work. And there's also a group of drugs called PARP inhibitors, which Dr. Montgomery mentioned, that can also potentially target defects in this pathway. And these drugs are not yet approved for prostate cancer, so they're available on trials, but they are approved for other kinds of cancers. So it's possible that they, if we see a benefit in prostate cancer, that these could be useful too. So I think in terms of what's coming along most quickly, in terms of what we've identified in the genome and these drugs, it might be the DNA repair pathway is the most exciting. So here's some data from a phase 2 trial. So we just heard about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. So this is an early phase trial, but a trial looking for benefit of the drug. And this is a trial of a PARP inhibitor that was done, and it was a very small number of patients, only about 60. But it was a remarkable finding in that of the 60 patients, 16 of them benefited from the drug, and 14 of those 16 patients had these DNA repair defects when we looked at their tumor tissue and did sequencing. And of the patients that didn't benefit from the drug in this trial, only 2 of them. 2 of those more than 30. So it was a very profound effect where it really, even though it's a small number of patients and we can't use this small data set in order to, sort of think about treating patients yet, we need to do larger trials and see if this really confirms. It's still very promising early data, and it actually prompted the FDA to sort of fast track the approval process for the drugs in prostate cancer because the preliminary data is promising. So we're excited about it, but we still need much more data in order to know if we can treat more broadly with these. So there's a lot. This is a very busy slide. Again, just highlighting all of these different targets. The DNA repair pathways can be broken down into 2 flavors. And this is where it gets a little bit complicated even for me to think about. But the 2 flavors are DNA repair pathway defects that predict to things like platinum drugs and PARP inhibitors, which are sometimes called HR DNA repair for homologous recombination. There's another DNA repair pathway called mismatch repair, which is sometimes abbreviated MMR. That is in about 5% of prostate cancers. We don't know the exact prevalence yet. But that's also very interesting and promising for potential prediction of a different kind of therapy, immunotherapies. So we have even less data about the relationship between mismatched DNA repair defects in prostate cancer in response to immunotherapy. But again, the data we do have is very encouraging, and I think enough to warrant clinical trials very rapidly to sort of see if this really predicts. So again, these homologous recombination DNA repair pathway defects, mismatched DNA repair pathway defects, overall DNA repair, I think is very exciting in terms of early therapy in the next few years. But we also have all these other pathways that I think are a little further out in terms of years before there'll be approval, but are promising targets, and they're listed here. So what about DNA sequencing in clinical care? So I'm a clinical lab director, and we are already doing clinical testing of using genomic sequencing. What we do, though, in the clinical setting is a little bit different than these research studies that many of you are involved with, in that we usually look at only a few genes. Now, we're looking at more than 1 or 2, and we're using the same technology, this so-called next-generation sequencing technology, but we're harnessing it just to look at, in our case, we look at a couple hundred genes. So it's still a couple hundred, but it's not the whole genome. The whole genome is about 20,000 genes. And so what we can do there is we can say, okay, these are the genes we know something about already. This is something, if we find a defect there, we can actually say something meaningful, at least, a decent percentage of the time. And we can harness this technology just on those genes, and then we can sequence them again and again and again and again and get very high quality data and have very, very high accuracy of the results. So these are called gene panels. And so we offer a panel, UW, called UW Oncoplex. It's that. So it's a clinical test. It's designed to identify so-called actionable alterations. These are these Achilles heels. And because of IPCR, a large part, we've optimized this for prostate cancer. So we've added a lot of targets on there that are very specific to prostate cancer, which makes this somewhat unique. This is 265 genes, and it's these are just the gene list. So through IPCR, we've been for a few years now doing a pilot study applying this clinical test, and I'm sure some of you have participated in this room, and we're very thankful for that. So we're applying a clinical test, again a gene panel, but to prostate cancer to learn how this clinical testing can potentially benefit men with prostate cancer. So these are done at no charge on study, of course, and then we have a prostate cancer tumor board that's focused just on the genetics. And so most of the speakers you've heard about come to this tumor board. It's once a month. And then we talk about these findings and what went wrong in the tumor and what are the drugs that are potentially available and how could we potentially do these precision therapies. And it's really, really useful. It's especially useful for me as a pathologist who, again, I don't usually get to see the patients in the clinic, so to get to hear about, how this is really impacting in the practical considerations. Well, no, he's over here. He can't get to this trial, or just to understand all the sort of complexities. It's not just about the data; it's about what's happening to the patient. It's very useful, and so we can come to rational decisions about what might be the best course of action. So, as part of this clinical testing through this gene panel, we have made some, I think, pretty important discoveries. So Dr. Chang and Dr. Montgomery made an important discovery and have published the first, I think what's going to be a landmark paper in terms of responses of platinum in prostate cancer patients that specifically have defects in a gene called BRCA2 in their tumor. So it was a small study. It was only 3 patients, and I'll show you that. But what Dr. Montgomery and Dr. Chang did is they looked for the patients that had the best responses to this drug of all the patients they'd ever seen, and then they looked at the tumors of those 3 patients that had the best response, the longest response to this drug they'd ever seen, and all 3 of them had this relatively rare defect. So again, it's not enough data for us to know we need more studies, but it was quite remarkable to see that. So that's fairly exciting that this particular defect, I think, is likely to be a strong predictor of response to platinum-based chemotherapy, which of course is already available. The other thing that's come out of this IPCR-funded study that I think is very exciting is the mismatch repair DNA repair defects, and that is associated with something called hypermutation. So if you have defects in that pathway, there's many mutations in the tumor. The tumor's got many more defects and mutations than an average prostate cancer. And that might seem like a bad thing, but it actually turns out that might be a good thing in terms of predicting if you could respond to immunotherapy. Because if you think about the more the tumor is different than the self, the more the immune system may be able to recognize it as different from the self, and the more that an immune-based therapy might work. So that's the sort of idea, and there is emerging data that this is actually potentially going to be true. So we'll see. This is just that paper led by Dr. Chang and Dr. Montgomery on what we call exceptional responders to platinum-based therapy, all having these BRCA2 mutations in their tumors. And this is just one patient who had a partial response to an immune-based therapy that had this hypermutation due to this mismatch repair DNA repair defect. So, we've talked about this large sequencing study, the Stand Up to Cancer Prostate Cancer Foundation study that many of you have been a part of. That's been critical in identifying these Achilles heels. Talked a little bit about clinical testing that we and others do that's now available, that's also driving the research through studies that apply clinical tests. And again, these DNA repair defects, I think, are really the most exciting in the very near future in terms of allowing new therapies. So it's really an exciting time for prostate cancer. And anyway, thanks most of all to the patients and their families for your participation.
Thank you, Colin. So our final speaker before the question and answer is Dr. L.A. Mostagel. She's an associate member here at Fred Hutch and also associate professor at the University of Washington. She's a medical oncologist that sees primarily men with advanced prostate cancer. So she's going to give us an update about kind of where we are and where the future is with regards to therapy for metastatic disease. L.A.?
Clearly the shortest person trying to speak up here. So nice to see everyone. And so this is just a brief outline of what I'd like to talk about. So you've heard some really important things about some of the novel treatments that are coming along. So some of what I say will cover things you've heard before, but I think that's good. It'll let us focus a little bit more on the last part of my talk, which is on immunotherapy, which we really have not heard anything about, and I think it's going to be a very important component of treatments as we move into the future. So one quick slide on our current landscape of treatment, and this is something I'm sure you're all familiar with. Well, in any event, so patients have localized disease, they get their localized therapy. Once you relapse, our most common therapy now is androgen deprivation, but over a period of time that fails and we go on to these newer treatments that are new, but really we're getting more and more experience with them, and we are learning that despite there being more powerful drugs like abiraterone and enzalutamide, that they're still clearly not the magic bullet, and patients still recur, and we still need to improve our approaches. And so this treatment landscape has been divided so far in kind of a pre-chemotherapy and a post-chemotherapy space. And so before chemotherapy, the options are now things like enzalutamide or abiraterone or Provenge, the immunotherapy drug, and then typically move on to chemotherapy. And then after chemotherapy, if you have not had any of those prior treatments, you can circle back to them. And then there are some other alternatives like a newer chemotherapy drug, cabazitaxel, or the radium-223 is an option. So, and these are all drugs that we're gaining more and more experience with and are certainly useful, but they clearly leave room for improvement. And so looking towards the future, I think continuing to target the androgen receptor is really is a key aspect of our therapy. We're doing a lot better in terms of hitting this pathway, but in most patients who progress, they still progress with activity of the androgen receptor. And so there's definitely more work to be done there. Here we go. Okay, so our first treatments, let's see. I don't know if there's a pointer that works here, but anyway. So up on the upper, here we go. Okay, so our first therapies here, or the first thing to highlight is really how we do androgen deprivation. And so, as you know, our standard approach is testicular androgen deprivation. We know a lot more about the need for inhibiting adrenal androgen synthesis, and that's where the drug Zytiga has come into play. And there are a lot of efforts at essentially doing a better version of abiraterone, or a better version of Zytiga. And the potential goals for drugs like those are to be more powerful in terms of hitting the target, to be more specific in terms of where in that pathway they target, with the idea that if we can be more careful about how we inhibit steroid synthesis, we may be able to avoid using the drugs like prednisone that we have to add on to Zytiga. And so if we can inhibit steroid synthesis without inhibiting cortisol synthesis, which is upstream of steroids, we may be able to get away without having to add that layer of treatment onto patients' therapies. So that's definitely one area of improvement. And so there are several drugs that are in trials with varying levels of success. I think we're still waiting for a drug that's clearly substantially better than abiraterone, but there are possibilities. Another really important area is how well we can target the androgen receptor itself. So this is the androgen receptor, and DHT comes in, binds to the receptor then enters the nucleus and causes signaling. And so one way to prevent that from happening is if you can decrease DHT levels, but the other is if you can actually block the DHT from binding to the receptor. And so all of our current therapies, either the older ones like bicalutamide or the newer ones like enzalutamide, are directed at binding this receptor and preventing it from entering the nucleus. And so there are newer drugs in development, this one called apalutamide, or a newer one, darolutamide. And the hope here is that these are going to bind to the androgen receptor first more strongly than our current drugs. So enzalutamide clearly binds more strongly than bicalutamide, and it may be that these newer drugs are actually even more potent than enzalutamide. But another important component is that some of these newer drugs, we hope that they're going to be active against the androgen receptor, even when the androgen receptor develops certain mutations. And so we know that, that this mutation, for example, has been discovered in tumors from patients who have been treated with enzalutamide, and it occurs in this area of the receptor called the ligand binding domain, which is the drug actually binds, and it makes it so that the drug can no longer bind to that receptor. And so then the drug stops working. And so it turns out that one of these newer anti-androgens is not affected by this mutation. And so that's a goal of these newer versions, is not only to bind to the androgen receptor more strongly, but to be able to have an impact despite some of these mutations that may develop. Now, one thing that's very important here is what I've highlighted is that we're talking about the androgen binding to the ligand binding domain. And Dr. Schweitzer commented on this. The LBD, or ligand binding domain, is actually the domain where the hormones bind to the receptor. And we know that there are now certain variants that have lost this portion of the receptor. And so they don't care if androgen is around or not. They go into the nucleus and they cause the cell to progress whether or not we have hormones around. And so what would be more useful is a molecule or a drug that can target the other end of the receptor. And that's what we call this NTD, or the N-terminal domain. That's the opposite end from where the ligand binding domain lives. And it's present in what we think are probably all forms of the androgen receptor that's important. And so I think one of the more exciting approaches for prostate cancer treatment is the development of drugs that can actually target this end of the receptor. And so if we can do that effectively, then we can not only target the regular full-length receptor, but we can also target these shorter forms of the AR, these variant isoforms that are appearing to become more and more important in terms of resistance to our standard therapies. And so there are some drugs that are in phase 1 development for this right now. There's various ways to try to target this domain. Some are drugs that directly bind this domain. Others are drugs that kind of interfere with how the AR dimerizes or binds to DNA. But nonetheless, the point is we're trying to inhibit a component or a part of the androgen receptor that we really haven't targeted before, because all of our currently approved drugs target this one end of the molecule. Okay, so the next main thing I wanted to cover was DNA repair, and that's really been talked about both by Dr. Schweitzer and now by Dr. Pritchard. And it's probably just a reflection of the fact that this we think is a really important component of what we've learned about prostate cancer, and really appears to be an effective target for treatment. That's in real time. We're now able to use this information. This is not really a future development; it's a current development. And so, repair of damaged DNA is critical. We've learned how some of these genes are important in repair of DNA damage. And so, if you're missing the genes that can repair DNA, then those tumors are that much more sensitive to drugs that target the repair of DNA. And so, it's a significant number of patients. It turns out metastatic patients have defects in this particular pathway, and so. How do we target this pathway? The platinums are an old school way of doing it. So this is a patient who had BRCA2 loss, went through kind of standard rounds of different therapy, and when he got treated with carboplatin as part of his chemotherapy regimen, had a very dramatic response. The more fancy way of inhibiting this pathway is drugs that specifically target this enzyme called PARP, which is involved in DNA repair. And so this is an example of a patient who had loss of a different DNA repair gene, but as you can see, went through all these multiple cycles of standard treatments. But when he got treated with a PARP inhibitor, olaparib, had a very dramatic response. And so there's just two examples of kind of of what you can actually see when you treat patients who have these defects with these drugs. And you saw this slide before from Dr. Pritchard, the idea basically being that if you don't have the patients that have no response to treatment really have no expression of these, or no defects in these repair genes. So patients who have these repair defects have this nice prolonged survival curve. The patients who don't have any of these changes in the DNA of their tumor don't respond to these drugs. And so the idea of, the precision idea of finding out what is specific to your tumor and how do we treat that best. Okay, so I'll just spend the last little bit talking about immunotherapy, and I think this is not just in prostate cancer, but in almost every cancer now is becoming more and more exciting in terms of how can we control tumor development and progression. And so I think this slide is very illustrative in terms of what can we expect from immunotherapy, and what are the settings in which it is probably not appropriate to try. So This is a curve of a patient's tumor burden, and if you gave them no therapy, their cancer would simply progress, and at a certain point they would die from their tumor. Now, when we use therapies like hormone therapy or chemotherapy, we can get a nice response. The PSA or the tumor burden goes down, but the relapse or the progression rate is fairly quick, and then the rate at which the tumor recurs is fairly quick. What immunotherapy does that's different is it doesn't actually cause the tumor to regress. So the tumors don't shrink on scans, your PSA doesn't go down necessarily, but what happens is it slows the overall growth rate of the tumor. So that, maybe after 3 weeks after starting treatment, you'd rather be this patient whose tumor had this nice regression. But in reality, over the long term, the immunotherapy has really put the brakes on the cancer, so that even if it hasn't physically gotten smaller, its ability to grow has really been retarded. And so in the long run, that is going to control tumor growth for a lot longer. And what we're learning now is that really it's probably the ideal approach is going to be a combination of these approaches, where you can give a drug that really knocks back the tumor and then incorporate the immunotherapy and start this curve, this low gradual slope at a lot lower rate, at a lot lower tumor burden. And that then, that really provides an opportunity, if not for a cure, at least an opportunity for patients to die of something else. And I think that's realistically what we're looking for. So as a prostate oncologist, I'm worried about your prostate cancer, not your heart disease or diabetes. Okay. So that's the promise of immunotherapy, these really highly durable responses. That didn't come out quite right, but you know what I mean. So how does immunotherapy actually work? And one way to think about it, for prostate cancer, certainly, other cancers are a little bit different, but prostate cancer, to a large extent, is what we consider a cold tumor. And what that means is the immune system has trouble seeing that cancer. Because if it can't see it, then it can't do anything about it. And so here's the person, he's got these areas of tumor, but he's got all if you look at those tumor sites, that's all that's there is tumor cells. There's no immune cells in that area able to see the tumor. And it turns out that tumor cells, prostate tumor cells in particular, are very clever. They have proteins on their surface that really essentially blind them to the immune system, so the immune system can't see them. They get the tumor cell tickles the immune cell and says, "Hey, I'm not really here," and so the immune cell's fine. Okay, and the goal of immunotherapy is to reverse that process, to take those tumor cells, to get rid of that factor that's blocking the ability of the immune system to see them, so that now the immune system is activated and it can eradicate these tumor cells. And so what we call that is going from a cold tumor that really provides no signals to the immune system to a hot tumor that has a lot of these activation signals that can wake up the immune system. And so how can we do that? So there's multiple different ways, but I'm going to just talk about 3 of the most promising or more developed approaches to doing this. And so probably the oldest one, certainly for prostate cancer, is this idea of vaccines. And so vaccines are, I'll show you a little more in more detail, but the idea is that you can provide something to the tumor environment that brings in the tumor, that brings in the immune cells and turns them on. And so that now inside this tumor, instead of just tumor cells, you have activated immune cells as well. So one way to do that is to provide vaccines that the immune system can try to use. Another is this idea of what we call checkpoint inhibition, and I'll show you another picture that describes that a little bit better. But the idea here is to turn the blinders off of the T cells, to stop them from being disguised. And then the third one is really another variant of trying to wake up the T cells, and it's trying to provide T cells, which are what the part of the immune system that can kill the tumor cells, provide T cells that are really exquisitely sensitive to the tumor. So the first slide is really on this idea of vaccines. And so this top one here is Sipuleucel T, or Provenge. That's the one that's already been approved for prostate cancer. And the goal here is really, we're not activating the T cells specifically. We are activating the cells that activate the T cells. And so a T cell, in order for it to wake up, it has to be presented with certain molecules that tell it, hey, here's a tumor cell. And so the cells that do that are what we call antigen-presenting cells. And they are the ones that bind the T cell and say, hey, here's part of a tumor, you need to become activated and fight this tumor. And so what vaccines do is they don't directly activate the T cell, they activate the ability of the immune system to activate the T cell. And so what does that mean? So for Provenge, we harvest your blood cells, the white blood cells. They get processed in the lab, and as part of that processing, pieces of tumors or proteins from tumors are actually incorporated into those cells. Those cells are then injected back into the patient, and now those cells, they are your own cells, but they actually now have pieces of tumor incorporated into them, and they can show those pieces of tumor to your T cells in a way that the tumor itself cannot. And so now your T cells are able to see the tumor in a way that they couldn't before, because what you put back into the patient is able to is visible to those T cells. So that's one approach. Another is to take a white cell or a leukocyte, these antigen presenting cells, and it's basically a different way of bringing tumor pieces into the white cell. And so this is where they actually use viruses that encode these pieces of tumor. They infect the white cell with this virus. The virus is no longer pathogenic for people. All it produces are these tumor antigens. And so if you take a white blood cell and you infect it with this virus, now that white blood cell essentially becomes a factory for prostate cancer pieces that are now a lot easier for your own T cells to see. So whereas your T cells couldn't see your own tumor, they can very easily see this white cell that's overexpressing lots and lots of prostate cancer antigens. And so there's a phase 3 study for this agent that's completed enrollment. We're waiting for the results. The third one that there's been a lot of work on, but hasn't really panned out, certainly as a single agent, is a different way of this vaccination idea. As my understanding, is no longer under investigation for prostate, although it is for other areas. So vaccines is one way of turning on the antigen-presenting cells, which are what try to tickle the T cells. The other way is actually to try to directly turn on the T cell. So this is the T cell. This is the APC, or the antigen-presenting cell. And this is what really influences how the T cell behaves. So the T cell has all these different signals that come, and some of them are activating signals, and some of them are inhibitory signals. And what we want are the activating signals. We want to promote those, and we want to inhibit the inhibitory signals. And so it turns out that these two molecules, CTLA4 and PD1, are really key components of the way T cells become inhibited. And so if something binds to CTLA4 or if it binds to PD1 on the T cell, that T cell essentially gets turned off. And so what the idea is that we can use drugs, in this case antibodies, which bind, which essentially prevent this interaction. So the same way an anti-androgen will bind to the androgen receptor and prevent testosterone from binding to the receptor, these antibodies can bind to these receptors and prevent them from being engaged. And what that does is when you shut off these inhibitory signals to the T cell can now has a much better opportunity to become activated. And so there's two approaches to doing this. One is to inhibit this interaction, the CTLA4 interaction, or the other is the PD1 interaction. And so CTLA4 inhibitors, that's a drug called ipilimumab or Yervoy. It's been in clinical trials. It's not shown activity as a single agent, but it is being studied as a combination therapy. And probably the newer kid on the block where there's a lot of excitement are drugs that inhibit this particular interaction, this PD1 interaction. And so PD1 inhibitors are antibodies that actually bind this molecule and inhibit it. PD-L1 inhibitors are drugs that bind the ligand, or whatever it is that's supposed to bind to PD1. So whether you block the interaction the T cell end or you block it on the other end, it doesn't matter. All you're doing is you have to interrupt that interaction. And so some examples of those drugs, pembrolizumab is a really important one, Keytruda, nivolumab. In early studies, there was one study done with nivolumab in patients with CRPC where they did not see a response as a single agent, but again, they're looking at combinations. And I'm going to show you a couple of very interesting slides looking at the combination of pembrolizumab with enzalutamide and actually showing some significant efficacy. Okay. So the third, I think, really interesting area is the idea of engineering T cells. And so what I've talked to you about so far is what are ways we can wake up the body's own T cells. either take out some of the antigen-presenting cells and get them excited and put them back into the person, or give drugs that can actually get the T cells themselves activated. But what if you could actually just put in T cells that were actually already activated and very specific? And so that's the idea of T cell, adoptive T cell transfer. And so adoptive basically means similar to the idea with the Provenge, you take out a patient's T cells, you play with them in the lab, and then you put them back into the patient after they've become better able to see the prostate cancer cells. And one of the most interesting ways that people have come up with to do this is to actually to try to engineer the receptor on the T cell so that it can better see the prostate cancer cell. And so T cells in nature have a very specific way that they're able to see tumor cells, and it works very well, but it's not the most efficient way. It turns out that antibodies, which are produced by a different kind of cell, a B cell, are much more direct in terms of how they recognize antigens or recognize tumors. And so what they've done is they've taken the part of the B cell, of the antibody that actually binds to tumors, and they've glued that onto the part of the T cell that activates the T cell. So you have this chimeric receptor that's half of a T cell receptor, which is what is needed to activate the T cell. But the part of it that actually recognizes the tumor is from an antibody, which is a much more efficient way of recognizing an antibody. And so when this receptor now binds to a tumor via this B cell antibody part, you can translate that down and get an actual T cell response. And that matters because of the way T cells work. So let me just go back to this picture for a minute. So here's a B cell with antibodies. So you ask, well, why couldn't just this B cell come along and recognize the tumor and kill the cell? Well, B cells are not very efficient at killing cancer cells. T cells are much better at that. And so now if you take a T cell here, and here it's got this antibody epitope, or antibody portion, this recognizes the tumor cell. In this case, for prostate cancer, it's PSMA, which you've heard is a target on prostate tumor cells. When that antibody binds to that PSMA moiety, you now get the T cell receptor part being activated. And when T cells become activated, they then secrete substances that basically go out and punch holes in the tumor cells. And so B cells, the type of cells that typically have antibodies on them, can't do that. So T cell is a much better way of trying to kill a tumor cell. But a B cell or an antibody is a much better way of recognizing the tumor cell. So this chimeric approach tries to merge those two things together. So this approach is still very early, but it's shown a lot of promise in other tumors, and I think it just needs more time to show efficacy in prostate cancer. So the last thing I'm going to talk about is how can we enhance these responses. And so this is a complicated slide, or a busy slide, but what I'm really just going to focus on is this column. And the idea is what are ways that we can make the immune system better able to see tumor cells. And it turns out that if you combine immunotherapy with other approaches that we standardly use for prostate cancer, it turns out that immunotherapy has an opportunity to work much better. And so that's either ways of doing hormone suppression or ways of doing radiation therapy. So briefly, with radiation, what we think happens is that if you radiate part of a tumor, that area that you radiated dies, right? You can't irradiate all the cancer, but you can irradiate one spot. And when that cancer cell dies and it releases pieces of itself, that can synergize with whatever immune approach you're attempting to use, because immunotherapy requires essentially dead bits of tumor cells in order to properly see the tumor. And so the radiotherapy promotes that process. We have it's a little less straightforward how hormone therapy impacts the immune system and why this would enhance immunotherapy, but it's very clear that it can. So we know that Lupron alone can alter the amount of tumor cells that go into the prostate or into the prostate tumor. And there's a lot of emerging evidence that drugs like abiraterone or enzalutamide can act on the immune system completely independently of their impact on AR signaling. They have some kind of immunomodulatory properties which are just being explored now. But the bottom line is that they do something to the immune system that makes adding immune therapy work better. And so just in terms of the types of things that people anticipate we can obtain by combining these, either radiotherapy or androgen deprivation or novel methods of androgen deprivation, is you can get improved recognition of the tumor antigens. It can promote development of the T cell responses. It can importantly promote the tumors, the immune cells, the T cells, their ability to get into the tumor, and that's really what you need to fight the tumor. Is you need more tumor cells, more T cells in the tumor. So, although we don't know exactly how these things happen, it does appear that they work better together. And so I just have 2 slides to finish up with that try to drive that point. These are given to me by Dr. Hagano. And so this is a patient who had metastatic CRPC, who'd actually, his PSA had started to go up while on enzalutamide. And he had a very dramatic response to Provenge. And if you remember the original graph I show you, when we give immunotherapy, we don't expect PSA to go down. We don't expect a rapid response. We expect this kind of slow growth over time. But something was different here. In the context of his having been on enzalutamide, he had a more profound response to the Sipuleucel. And so that likely has to do with the fact that his immune cells were more revved up than we anticipated, so they were actually able to kill cells instead of just kind of control growth over time. Even more dramatic, this is data from, as was the prior slide, the original data is from Julie Graff at OHSU, but they have been studying the ability of pembrolizumab, which I'll remind you is the PD-1 inhibitor. It's one of those antibodies that tries to wake up the T cell. If you give pembrolizumab to patients who are already on enzalutamide, whereas they did not see really profound responses to that class of drugs, the pembrolizumab type of drug by itself, if patients have already been on enzalutamide, they're seeing really dramatic responses. So patients whose PSAs are 70, 80, over 1,000 are getting down to these really super low levels. And that's just something we don't expect. And so do we know exactly how this is working yet? Not quite, but we certainly are seeing really dramatic results that obviously are worth pursuing and are certainly being pursued. So there are challenges to immunotherapy. As I've told you, by itself, immunotherapy doesn't cause PSA declines. You don't really see imaging changes. So unless we have these really dramatic changes where we're doing combination therapy, as we learn about immune treatments, we really need short-term kind of metrics or cell assays to tell if the immune therapy is doing something. I didn't talk about this, but there are actually risks of significant autoimmunity. Immunotherapy is nice because in general it's a lot less toxic than chemotherapy, but in the 15 or 20% of patients where the body's immune system gets revved up too much, it can actually be very, very dangerous for patients. And so we're learning how to evaluate and control for that. But I think the real take-home message is that these combinations of immunotherapy with other approaches appear to be synergistic, and I think it's probably going to be one of the most exciting and durable responses we're going to see in terms of treating prostate cancer. So, thank you.
So I know we're running late, but I'm sure there are going to be a few questions that people may have regarding this session. So I'm going to call in, and Bruce, is Bruce still around? And please write questions on the cards if you have them, or come to the microphone either way. See if there's questions. One thing I do want to re-emphasize is the idea of a phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 trial. So just a reminder, phase 1 is usually the first time a drug has ever been used in a human. Again, Dr. Montgomery mentioned a lot of data emphasizing potential efficacy, but the drug has never been used. And you increase the dose of the drug to determine safety. So that's really why it's used. But enzalutamide, abiraterone, all the drugs we're talking about initially were used in a phase 1 approach, and patients clearly benefited from that. Phase 2, you've established the dose, and now you are trying to determine, is it effective? So just about every patient, they're usually not a placebo-controlled study. Every patient gets the drug, and you're getting a signal. Is it working? Phase 3, you've got an impression that the drug is working. You need to prove it. Is it better than what's already out there? So if you enroll in a phase 3 trial, you will get at least the standard treatment, the standard of care, and then the potential benefit of a new drug or a new therapy. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Nola's handing out some surveys, so please look through them. We're always trying to do this symposium better. So let's see if there's any. Here's a question for Dr. Mostagel. what does the latest research tell us about the management of androgen deprivation therapy, such as continuous versus intermittent therapy, optimizing maybe even dosages of Lupron, and then what biomarkers should be checked during androgen deprivation?
Yes, I think the intermittent versus continuous question continues to be of interest. In my practice, I have a lot of patients who are really not interested in being on continuous hormone deprivation. And there is some data for metastatic patients that maybe that's a better approach. But I would say that that is in the era where we didn't have access to a lot of the drugs and treatments that we have now. And so that I'm reasonably comfortable if the patient really has troubles with being on Lupron and wants to pursue an intermittent approach, that with the newer developments that we have coming down the road, that I'm not doing harm to them by letting them do that. I think that the improvements in quality of life and getting away from some of the side effects of the therapy are clearly beneficial, and I think that's a reasonable, it's a very reasonable approach. The other thing that has thrown a wrench in that a little bit is now when we diagnose patients with new metastatic cancer, we put them on, often if they have more extensive disease, they'll get chemotherapy in combination with hormone therapy. And so in the studies where they studied chemotherapy up front like that, those patients were intended to be on indefinite androgen deprivation. But that's, again, quite a commitment where it's not clear if that necessarily is important or not. So that's a conversation we end up having a lot, is after someone has been through their chemotherapy for their newly diagnosed disease, how long are we going to continue that hormone suppression? There's no data that really says what to do about that. And so, again, I think it's not unreasonable to go for several years, maybe based on the idea of what we do with radiation treatment, and then go from there depending on how the patient is doing on hormone therapy. In terms of timing, based on how to give the Lupron, we typically give our Lupron on schedule. If we're giving it, it's going to be given every 3 months. There are some studies in places where they do it based on what the serum testosterone levels are doing. And so as long as serum testosterone levels are suppressed, you don't necessarily need to take the next Lupron shot because testosterone levels don't come up right away. It takes a little while for those levels to come back up. And so in a situation where you were trying to be extremely cost effective and really only give, where if your goal is to maintain testosterone suppression, not just to give Lupron because it's due, that might be one way of doing it. But I would say the standard approach is really just to give Lupron on time. I do follow testosterone levels. There's really nowhere that says you need to do that. I think when patients are making the transition from being hormone sensitive to castration resistance, you definitely need to document that their testosterone levels are suppressed in the castrate level before you can actually call them castration resistant. Personally, I follow the testosterone levels a little more closely, just because that's my area of research interest, and I like to see how it associates with how patients do and how it has influences on as we go forward, if it changes when I change courses of therapy. But it's not, I would not say, Bruce, you can comment on this, whether following testosterone is really required or not.
I think there's a question about, there's probably no real way to optimize dosing of Lupron, but maybe one of you wants to talk about Degarelix as an alternative in terms of just thinking about maintenance of castrate levels, et cetera. Pros and cons.
Yes. So the Degarelix is an LHRH antagonist. Most of the other drugs that we use, like Lupron or Zoladex, are LHRH agonists. The advantage of the antagonist is that you get very low levels within 24 hours. And there are pros and cons to that because the shots are every month rather than every 3 to 4 months. They tend to be somewhat more uncomfortable. And there is some data that is, I would say, inferential so far that suggests that either cardiovascular side effects and or some control of disease may be better with Degarelix, although the data so far suggests that in at least hormone levels in tissue, that there doesn't really seem to be any difference in terms of control. But I think there is at least a hint that it might be better. And I think that there are some data that suggests that these sort of micro spikes of testosterone may be a little bit less of an issue with the Degarelix. Is that what you wanted to do?
Yep. Yep, exactly. So there's a question, are clinical trials dependent on government funding?
Okay, so it's waiting.
I'm going to answer that if you don't.
You're going to drain this one? Yeah. The majority of clinical trials in the United States right now are sponsored by industry because they're very expensive. And so the majority, particularly of larger studies, tend to be supported by industry. The NCI and other foundations do support some studies. Our SPORE, for example, which is a specialized program of research excellence, the NCI gives us money to do translational research that's UW, Hutchinson, and actually OHSU specific. We do have money to do those studies here, but proportionally more of the studies are supported by industry.
I would say that's absolutely true. So some of the more, the type of studies that you heard today where you may have an existing drug and you want to repurpose it for a new use. So you heard about niclosamide. There's no drug company that's going to fund a study like that. And we have many examples. Dr. Montgomery has an interesting study looking at the more neuroendocrine small cell cancer of repurposing an existing drug that's used for an entirely different purpose to target prostate cancer. So those types of studies, since there isn't going to be a immediately patentable commercial market, pharmaceutical companies aren't interested in supporting those studies. So they really depend on either an innovative NIH grant. Turns out the Department of Defense, you may be surprised, supports a substantial amount of prostate cancer research, including these types of clinical trials, and then philanthropy. So the IPCR does support some of the early phase studies that are much more innovative, where we may not see an immediate commercial payout, but could have tremendous patient benefit, I would say. Are there questions? I only got 2 cards. Are there any other questions that people may have that they want to ask? Yes.
When will the presentations be available on YouTube?
Nola, when will the presentations be available on YouTube?
I'll probably take about a week to edit them down, and then a week again, I'll be emailing all of you with the link. So I'll do my best to get them as fast as possible.
So I just have a few closing comments, and then we'll adjourn. The talks will be presented on YouTube. We really want ideas for future topics. As you can see, for those of you that have been here every year, we try to mix it up a little bit with some things that we talked about before with updates, and then some entirely new things. But we really need more and want more feedback. Any involvement that any of you would like to have with the Institute for Prostate Cancer Research in terms of research and advocacy, all your efforts are very welcome. And we'll put these this contact information up on YouTube as well. We have had a major effort through the IPCR that we had a 6-component program to really impact prostate cancer. One piece of this was engaging the communities, that is education. We strongly feel that a very educated, enlightened community is the best way we're going to have to influence both policy as well as to make an impact on the disease. So you may have seen that the current budget radically slashed support for biomedical research. It was stunning, and I would say no matter what your political views are, if you are an advocate for curing cancer, you should let your voice be known, that because it will have a devastating impact both immediately and for the next 10 or 20 years. So if you think about your children, very important. So advocacy here is critical. 1 in 2 men, 1 in 3 women, 1 in 300 children affected by cancer. I will say every year we have a fundraiser at Fred Hutch. For those of you who are cyclists, I know there's some of you out there. We have a team for the prostate cancer research every year. The next Obliteride event will be August 11th through 13th. It's a wonderful event. You can even be a virtual rider. You don't have to leave your chair. You can log on and ride the event. But I encourage you to get out. You heard from Dr. Newhouser and Dr. Wright the importance of exercise. So we're going to adjourn there. I'm sorry it took longer than usual. Please provide feedback. Thank you.